Chapter 426. The portal swirled into existence behind Arian and Nova, its surface rippling with an unnatural, controlled stillness. Its presence felt foreign, alien to the world. Arian's eyes narrowed, his stance shifting into a defensive posture. Beside him, Nova's gaze sharpened, her focus locking onto the old man. Her instincts screamed that this was no simple parlor trick. Portals were becoming an all-too-common sight within the Empire. The implications were staggering. They memorized every detail of the old man's appearance, etching the image into their minds as a necessary precaution. A power like this could not be dismissed. Nova did not just watch. She reached out, her mana extended in a delicate, precise thread, probing toward Riven to gauge his nature, his depth, and his strength. It searched for the edges of a disguise. The moment her energy touched him, it vanished. It did not break against a shield. It did not reflect. It simply erased, as if it had never existed. Nova felt a silent alarm ringing in her mind. Her gaze toward the old man shifted from cautious curiosity to deep, genuine wariness. She understood now. This was beyond anything she could casually probe. She forced herself to release that line of thought, turning her attention back to the one person who mattered. She found Razeal, though his gaze remained pointedly away from her. The rejection stung. She stepped forward, an old instinct overriding her restraint. "Little brother," she whispered. The words slipped out, raw and familiar, a remnant of a bond that had shattered. Razeal's response was immediate, his voice flat and emotionless. "Do not call me that." Nova's expression faltered for a fraction of a second, but she lowered her gaze and nodded. "Yes," she replied. Acceptance was all she had left. Silence stretched between them, heavy and unmoving. They stood on opposite sides of an invisible divide that neither could cross. Then, Nova lifted her gaze again. Something had changed. Determination was gone, replaced by something softer that did not seek to argue. "Can I ask you for one favor?" she said. Her voice was gentle and hesitant, yet steady enough to carry her intent clearly. Razeal tilted his head, confusion flickering across his face. He watched her, trying to decipher her angle. From his perspective, the bridge had burned. Nothing had been repaired. Why ask for something now? He waited, his thoughts analyzing the situation, anticipating a significant reveal. But nothing happened. He remained curious and confused. "Can I hug you?" she asked. The words hung in the air. The effect was immediate. The very air grew heavy. "I do not know when or how long it will be before I see you again," she continued. Her voice dropped to a low, fragile sincerity. "Just once. It will not take long." She stood still, not reaching out, simply waiting for his judgment. No pride remained in that gaze. No authority. Only a quiet, aching hope. Around them, the tension spiked. Sophia's expression tightened as she watched the exchange. Maria narrowed her eyes, observing every subtle reaction. Nancy stood beside Razeal, her lips pressing together, understanding the gravity of the moment. Even Arian paused, held by the sudden quiet. Riven simply watched, his silence radiating a keen interest, as if the scene provided him with a new layer of amusement. Razeal stared at her. The silence stretched, a void between them containing the weight of their history. He offered no expression, no hint of his thoughts. He remained still. "No," he said. The word was clean, ruthless, and devoid of emotion. No hesitation, no softening. The silence that followed felt heavier than anything spoken before. The air thickened, pressing down on the group. Nova remained where she was, her eyes locked on him until something inside her shifted. She nodded once, then again, slowly, as if confirming a bitter truth. "I see," she whispered. Her tone remained controlled, but a faint shimmer gathered at the edges of her eyes. It was the kind of pain that came from holding back for too long, a dam finally breaking. She held herself together with stubborn strength, refusing to let a single tear fall in front of him. Asking for that hug had stripped away the last of her pride. Now that it was denied, the weight pressed down even harder. She did not argue. She did not ask again. She accepted it. Pushing further would only make the fracture worse. "Let us go," she said. Her voice steadied as she turned toward Arian. He stood beside her, still processing the exchange. Before he could react, she grabbed his arm and pulled him forward with a swift, decisive motion. She threw him directly into the portal behind them. His body vanished through the surface, his voice cut off by the void, leaving only the echo of his surprise. Nova stood alone for a moment, her back to the portal, her face toward Razeal. She took a step, ready to leave, but something held her back. She turned around again to face him one last time. "I am going," she said. Her voice was stripped of pretense. Her eyes met his with a depth that refused to fade. "I just want you to know. I miss you, and I still love you, and I always will." The confession was direct. She did not try to soften it. She accepted whatever reaction he might offer. "Just know that, even if you do not want it, I will keep my eye on you." Her voice steadied with quiet resolve. "And I will always protect you, no matter what." There was no claim of power in that statement, only a promise. "And if you ever need anything," she added, her tone softening. "If you are ever in trouble, you can come to me. I will never give up on you." Razeal did not respond. He stood there, his expression unchanged, his silence unbroken. Nova watched him for a few seconds, waiting for any shift, any sign. When none came, she nodded, a faint sadness deepening her features. "Please," she said quietly, "someday, have it in your heart to forgive me, and my mistakes." Her lips pressed together. "Because she paused. "I do not like being hated by you." The words were personal, vulnerable. "I hated it when you said you hate me." Her gaze remained fixed on him, the control finally beginning to crack. "And I do not want that. So please, do not hate me." You are the last person I would ever want to hate me. Razeal listened. Every word, every pause, every shift in her voice reached him. He could feel the sincerity and the hidden pain. Yet, he held on to his silence like a shield, a barrier he refused to lower. Nova understood. She did not ask again. She turned around and walked toward the portal with steady, straight steps. As she crossed the threshold, her face turned away from him. The control finally slipped. Thin streaks of tears traced down her cheeks, falling silently. She did not look back. She allowed herself no final weakness. She kept walking until she disappeared completely. The portal closed. She was gone. No one spoke. The space she left behind felt empty, defined by the heavy, lingering weight of her words. Razeal stood there, his gaze fixed on the empty air. His posture remained relaxed, but his eyes lingered a fraction longer than necessary. Something in him had not moved on, even if he forced the rest of himself to do so. Sophia watched him, searching for something, but said nothing. Maria remained silent. Nancy stood beside him, her expression heavy. Riven watched, his amusement tempered by observation. Razeal finally exhaled. Well, he thought to himself. His mind moved away from the emotional weight, shifting towards something more analytical. Nothing that big happened, just as I expected. A faint frown touched his thoughts. It went suspiciously well. No chaos. No unexpected disruption. It felt wrong. Things never went this smoothly with him. It was too smooth. What was the point of this, he wondered. If fate had gone out of its way to bring Nova here, it should have meant something impactful. Instead, it was nothing. Or at least, it looked like nothing. That made it even more suspicious. He chose not to dwell on it. He would deal with it when it revealed itself. Razeal let the silence sit before shifting his attention to Maria. You do not want to meet your mother and say goodbye, or something, he asked. He tilted his head, his tone neutral. Maria shook her head without hesitation. No. There was no conflict in her answer. Razeal raised his brows. You are sure, he asked, glancing toward Riven. Because right now we have this wish-granting fairy standing here. I do not know when we will get the next chance. Maria followed his gesture before returning her gaze to him. No, it is all right. I already spoke to her. I came to you after explaining everything, and telling her where I was going. Her voice carried certainty. Razeal studied her, then shrugged. Of course you did. There was nothing more to say on that. All right then, he continued, shifting his attention to Riven. Portal to Denvar Kingdom. Riven, who had returned to his original appearance, stood facing him with that familiar, unreadable smile. He lifted his hand, gesturing behind himself. First, take this, he said, his tone smooth. As you promised. Razeal's eyes landed on the floating object behind Riven. The dimension eye remained suspended, radiating an unsettling presence that felt less like an object and more like a living thing. Yeah, sure, Razeal replied. But he did not move toward it. Instead, the shadow beneath Riven's feet stirred. It rose, not violently, but with a fluid motion. It stretched upward until it reached the floating eye. Without resistance, it swallowed the object whole. The moment it disappeared into the shadow, it was gone. No trace. No residue. Razeal did not even glance at it again. He had no intention of touching that thing. He did not trust it. An object of an extreme rank, something tied to the dimensions themselves, was not something to be casually handled. It was better to keep it contained, under control, and away. Riven watched the process, his eyes lowering to the shadow. Interesting ability you have there, he said. His tone turned thoughtful. He reached out with his senses, but found nothing. He could not feel the object. He could not trace it. For something to completely vanish from his perception was not normal. That is impressive, he added, before lifting his gaze back to Razeal. Makes me wonder where you got something like that from. Razeal did not answer. He offered only a faint, indifferent look. I wonder, he said simply. Riven held his gaze, expecting more, but let it go and nothing came. Anyway, he said, lifting his hand again. He moved his fingers through the air, and the space in front of him distorted. Golden light formed and stabilized into a large, structured portal a short distance away. Unlike the previous one, this one carried a stable, defined presence, its edges glowing with a controlled radiance. Here is your portal to Denvar Kingdom, Riven said, his tone casual. I keep my word. Razeal scanned it with quiet confirmation. He gave a small nod. All right, let us go, guys. He turned toward his group, his voice steady and decisive. Before moving, he paused and glanced back at Riven one last time with a small smile. Sayonara. May we never meet again. May you die a dog's death. There was no hostility in his tone. He turned away completely, signaling the others to move. Yograj stepped forward first, his expression composed. Beside him, Levi and Aurora exchanged a brief glance, reached for each other's hands, and walked toward the portal. They disappeared into the golden light. Razeal watched them go, his posture relaxed. He turned to Sophia, Nancy, and Maria with a small nod. They hesitated for a second, but seeing the calm certainty in his expression, they nodded in return. Sophia stepped forward and entered the portal. Nancy followed, her steps steady. Maria was the last among them. She lingered on Razeal for a fraction longer before turning to follow the others. One by one, they were gone. Razeal remained standing there, watching. He stepped forward, his body angled toward the portal. As he was about to cross, Riven's voice cut through the stillness. How did you know? Razeal paused mid-step. He did not stop completely, but he slowed. Riven continued, his expression no longer playful. How did you know I could make portals and teleport people like this? He paused, his tone tightening. The portals I created in the Empire, those were with the help of the Dimension I. Not many know about this. Only some high-ranking gods are aware of it. Humans do not even know teleportation exists yet. So how did you know I could do something like this? There was an unsettled edge to his words. Razeal had not guessed. He had asked with certainty, as if the fact was already confirmed. Razeal turned his head over his shoulder and smiled. Just a small, quiet smile that carried a weight beyond words. Who knows, he said simply. That was it. No explanation. Riven narrowed his eyes, nodding slowly as if piecing together a puzzle. How far did he go into the future, Riven thought. How much did he see? To Riven, there was only one conclusion. Razeal had experienced it. He had lived through it. Razeal had seen things no one else had. Riven did not know about novels, so his logic bent toward what made sense to him. Razeal had gone further than he should have, and had come back. Razeal did not care. He turned away again, but paused slightly. I have a question too, he said. Riven's eyes sharpened. What is it? Razeal looked at him, his gaze steady and deep. I have been curious about this for a while. Do these portals and rifts appear in the heavens too? A small pause followed. Or are these problems only for us? Only for the people down here? The moment the question left his mouth, everything stopped. Riven did not react immediately. He did not frown. He did not shift. He simply looked at Razeal. He remained completely still. His expression was unchanged, but the silence spoke louder than words. Razeal kept watching him. He gave him time. He knew Riven could not lie. If he chose not to answer, that was the answer. Seconds passed. No response. Slowly, Razeal's smile began to grow. It was a grin of confirmation. The suspicion that had sat in the back of his mind started to solidify. Why would someone who cannot lie choose silence? Was that not worse than any answer? Razeal let out a low laugh, the sound cutting through the stillness with a sharp, mocking edge. Ha ha ha. He shook his head. That is quite hypocritical of you, is it not? He said. His tone was light, but every word carried weight. He took a small step closer. Let me guess. You gods used this eye, one way or another, and then you chose to save your own place. Heavens. For peace. But let all these portals and rifts open only here, in the mortal world, for monsters to roam freely, for people to die. His eyes did not leave Riven's. The accusation did not need to be loud. It landed exactly where it was meant to. Still, Riven said nothing. He stood there, his silence heavier, more controlled. That was enough. Razeal's grin widened. Interesting, he murmured. He tilted his head, mockery slipping back into his tone. I wonder why that is. Let me guess. For the greater good. The sarcasm did not need emphasis. Still, no answer. Razeal did not push. He had what he wanted. Ha. He let out another quiet laugh, shaking his head. Hypocrites. He did not say anything more. He turned and walked forward. This time, he did not look back. He stepped through the portal, his figure disappearing into the golden light. He was gone. Now, only Riven stood there. He was still and silent. His eyes remained fixed on the portal long after Razeal had disappeared, as if expecting something more to reveal itself. Nothing did. Only silence remained. Minutes passed. Slowly, almost deliberately. Finally, Riven let out a long, deep sigh. That was bad, he murmured. He snapped his fingers, and the portal vanished instantly. The golden light collapsed as if it had never existed. The space returned to what it had been before. Empty. Nothing but stone floors stretching across the area. No presence remained. No trace of what had happened except for the lingering weight in the air. Riven stood there for a moment longer. Then, he disappeared as well. The place was left completely empty. Chapter 427. Far from the eerie plains filled with rocks and stones they had left behind, the transition was immediate and unmistakable. One by one, they stepped out from the fading shimmer of the portal into a narrow alley carved between old stone structures. Razeal emerged last. His presence was steady as the golden light behind him flickered once and vanished completely, sealing their arrival as if nothing had ever existed there before. The space they found themselves in was tight and enclosed. It was more of a passage than a proper street. Its width was barely enough for a single carriage to pass through. The stone underfoot was uneven and worn down by time. Walls on either side rose close enough to dull the air and trap the faint echo of their movements. No one else was around. There were no voices, no footsteps, and no distant activity leaking into the alley. Only a stale stillness remained. The place felt forgotten, or perhaps deliberately avoided. The first thing that settled over them was the smell, thick, damp, and unpleasant. It lingered heavily in the air as if it had been building there for days, fed by the scattered waste pushed carelessly along the edges of the walls where broken crates, rotting scraps, and dark patches of unidentifiable filth collected without concern. For a moment, no one spoke. They simply stood there, each of them taking in the surroundings in their own way, adjusting to the abrupt contrast between where they had been and where they now were. Razeal stood at the center. His posture was relaxed yet commanding. His gaze swept across the alley, taking in every detail without haste, while the rest of his team instinctively gathered around. Their attention shifted between him and their surroundings as if waiting for the world itself to explain what came next. Maria finally broke the silence. Her steps were soft as she moved toward one of the walls. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she examined a weathered yet freshly placed poster. She brushed her fingers lightly against the rough paper as she read the bold lettering announcing recruitment into the Kingdom Army. She looked toward the others. Seems like we are indeed in the Denvar Kingdom now. Her tone was calm, but edged with certainty. Her words drew the attention of the others immediately. Their gazes aligned toward the same direction as they scanned the contents of the poster. Then, almost instinctively, their eyes began to notice the repetition of dozens of identical notices plastered across both sides of the alley walls, layered over one another in some places, as if urgency had overtaken organization. Maria straightened slightly. Her expression sharpened as her mind pieced together the implications. She glanced back toward Razeal. Seems like you were indeed right. There is indeed a war going on in this kingdom. These posters look fresh, recently put up. Just look at how many there are, even in a place like this. If they are covering even alleyways with recruitment notices, then they are not just preparing. They are very desperate. Her analysis hung in the air with a quiet weight, precise enough to leave no room for doubt. Razeal's eyes lingered on the posters for a brief moment longer, before he shifted his attention outward, past the immediate surroundings, and into the subtle details that most would overlook. He replied simply, "Seems like that way." His voice was low and measured, carrying an underlying acknowledgement of her conclusion. His gaze lifted slightly, observing the sky that peeked faintly through the narrow gap above. The clouds were thick, heavy, and unmoving, casting a dull gray tone over everything, while the air itself felt humid, almost sticky against the skin. It was markedly different from the empire capital they had left behind, where wealth and order shaped even the atmosphere. Here, the stone beneath his feet was worn and uneven. The walls carried stains that spoke of neglect rather than age alone. Everything about the environment suggested a kingdom that struggled rather than thrived. In his mind, the contrast formed clearly. The empire was built on generations of overwhelming wealth and stability, while this was a place that endured rather than prospered. Even without the ability to sense mana, he could tell that the empire mana was definitely more dense, abundant, and refined than this kingdom. The mana here would likely be diluted, weaker, and insufficient. Behind him, the rest of the team maintained their silence, though it was filled with expectation. They knew, in theory, what their objective was and what kind of plan they were stepping into, but knowledge of an outcome did not equate to understanding the process. None of them had ever truly studied how to conquer a kingdom, or to dismantle a system from within. How to initiate something of that scale from nothing felt almost absurd when one thought about it. Did books on such topics even exist? Who taught this? How did one even begin such a thing in the first place? Where was the first move made? What was the first thread to pull? Their uncertainty was not spoken aloud, but it was present in the way their eyes lingered on Razeal, waiting, relying on him to define the beginning of whatever was to be done. Then there was Nancy. Unlike the others, she did not share that silent understanding. She stood slightly apart. Her gaze moved from one person to another, then back again. Her expression carried a mix of confusion and discomfort that she did not bother to hide. The silence, the lack of explanation, and the way everyone seemed to already know something she did not irritated her more than it unsettled her. Yeah, she finally spoke, breaking the stillness with a tone that was hesitant at first but quickly grew more direct. "I did hear that we were coming to the Denvar kingdom, but before I did not really get the chance to ask." She glanced around briefly, then back at them. "So what exactly are we doing here?" Her question hung there, simple but necessary. Then she wrinkled her nose slightly, her expression shifting immediately as the smell seemed to hit her again, stronger now that she had stopped ignoring it. "Also, can we please get out of here?" Her tone dropped into something more annoyed than curious as her gaze shifted downward toward the edges of the alley. "Because this place smells disgusting." Her eyes narrowed faintly as she noticed the piles of rotting waste, broken debris, and damp patches that suggested more than just water, all carelessly dumped against the walls, as if this alley existed less as a pathway, and more as a convenient dumping ground. It looked like people used this place more to throw their garbage than to actually walk through it. Even though she had heard Maria mention the war, and had seen the posters plastered across the alley walls, Nancy did not let her thoughts linger on it for more than a passing second. Right now, that kind of large, distant problem simply did not register as something she had the capacity to care about. Not after everything she had been through. The 2 months that still clung to her felt like something she could not wash off no matter how much she tried to ignore it. Compared to that, a war in some unknown kingdom felt far away and uncaring, while the things that actually mattered to her were immediate and painfully real. Her body, her condition, and her survival. She lowered her gaze to herself, taking in the state of her clothes properly for the first time since arriving here. The fabric was torn in multiple places. Dried blood stiffened parts of it. The left-out marks of everything she had endured were still visible, as if they refused to let her forget. Her expression tightened. It was not dramatic, but enough that the memory of it all brushed against her again. Those days of pain, exhaustion, fear, and the constant pressure of not knowing what would happen next. She quickly pushed it down before it could take hold again. "Also, I need some new clothes," she said. Her voice carried a faint edge as she looked down at herself, brushing lightly at one of the torn sections, as if that alone irritated her. "These are..." She did not finish the sentence, because she did not need to. It was obvious. Her thoughts shifted almost immediately after that, her priorities blunt and straightforward. "And I need to eat something." Her tone changed, more direct now, less restrained. "I have not eaten anything for like days. Something proper, something tasty. I really need to eat." There was no hesitation in admitting it, no attempt to hide the need behind anything else, because at this point hunger was not something she could pretend away anymore. It was there, constant, draining, and she was tired of ignoring it. Razeal listened. His gaze moved toward her as she spoke, and he gave a small nod, acknowledging both her complaints and what lay behind them. He understood even without her saying it, that she was holding herself together far more than most would have managed, and that alone was enough reason not to dismiss what she was asking for. "We will deal with that," he said calmly. His tone was steady, not dismissive but controlled, as if placing those needs into a sequence rather than ignoring them. "Just not right now. This is not the right time for that, but I promise, it will not take long." Nancy looked at him, not fully satisfied, but not arguing either, because there was something else in his tone, something that suggested this was not just delay for the sake of it. Before she could question further, he continued, shifting the focus entirely. "As for what we came here for," he paused as if choosing his words, then said it plainly, without build-up, and without emphasis, "we are taking over this kingdom." For a second, the words did not even register properly. The rest of the group barely reacted. A few of them exchanged looks, some rolling their eyes in a way that clearly showed this was not new to them, as if this level of insanity had somehow become common. Nancy, on the other hand, froze. "What?" The word slipped out of her almost immediately. Her eyes widened as she stared at him, blinking rapidly as if trying to process what she had just heard. "What do you mean by taking over?" she asked, her voice carrying clear disbelief, because there was no way that sentence could mean what it sounded like. Razeal looked at her briefly. "I mean exactly what I said." That was all he gave her. No further explanation or clarification. Then he moved on as if that was enough. "All right, let us not waste time. Follow me." He turned without waiting, already walking toward the end of the alley where faint sounds of people could be heard. Voices blended together in the distance, indicating a busier street beyond the narrow passage. Nancy did not move. She stood exactly where she was, her mind still trying to catch up, trying to make sense of what he had just said. Taking over a kingdom. That was not something people just said casually. That was not something normal people even thought about. He had to be joking. He had to be. But when she looked around and saw the others already moving, following him without hesitation, something about that realization unsettled her even more. No one else was questioning it, or even looked surprised. Her gaze moved across them all. She barely knew any of them, except Maria. These people, whoever they all were, seemed to already understand the Razeal plan, and were so calm about it. Was it not a big deal for these people? Just who exactly were they? For a brief moment, a very real thought crossed her mind. "Did I make a mistake coming with him?" "Do not look at us for answers, Keto," Yograj said. He noticed her expression and slowed just enough to glance at her. His tone carried a mix of amusement and something that almost resembled sympathy. "Believe me, he told us just as much as he told you." Nancy stared at him, not reassured in the slightest. Aurora exchanged a brief look with Levi, both of them glancing at Nancy with a faint, shared understanding that did not need to be spoken aloud. One more person thrown into this stupid chaos. "Come on," Yograj added, already turning back to follow Razeal. "Believe me, you do not want to get lost." He paused just slightly before adding, especially when he is the one leading. There was something in that statement, subtle but real, that made it sound less like advice and more like a warning, obviously remembering what had happened when they all lost their way last time. Nancy remained still for another second, her thoughts still tangled, her mind still resisting what she had just heard. Then Sophia stepped closer, gently taking her hand without much force, softly just enough to guide her forward. "Come," Sophia said quietly. Nancy hesitated, just for a moment, before finally allowing herself to move. Her steps were uncertain at first, her gaze still drifting back toward where Razeal had gone, still trying to understand what she had just walked into. Even so, she followed, letting Sophia lead her as the group moved. They continued moving through the narrow alley, one after another, with Razeal at the front setting the pace without even needing to say it. The rest followed behind him almost instinctively. Their footsteps echoed faintly against the damp stone floor, while the stale air clung to them in an unpleasant way that no one really commented on anymore, as if they had simply accepted that this was where they were now. The walls on both sides felt too close, the space barely enough for them to walk properly without brushing against the rough surfaces, and yet Razeal walked as if none of that existed. His hands were in his pockets, his posture relaxed, his gaze forward, already somewhere ahead of where his body was. Yograj increased his pace slightly and moved up beside him. His eyes shifted toward Razeal's face with a clear intent this time, because silence had gone on long enough, and he needed something solid to hold on to. "So how do we start?" he asked, his tone casual, but with a noticeable edge beneath it, as if he was trying not to sound too concerned, but failing just enough to make it obvious. "What is the plan?" He paused for a fraction of a second before muttering under his breath, "If there even is one." Of course. His eyes narrowed slightly, because at this point, following Razeal without any information felt less like strategy and more like walking into something blind. Razeal did not respond immediately. He kept walking, his steps even, his expression unchanged, as if the question did not require urgency or even importance. Then, without turning his head and without even a slight shift in tone, he answered plainly, "I do not know." There was a brief silence. "Haven't figured it out yet, but we will be there." Yograj's steps faltered for a moment. His face went completely blank as he stared at him, trying to process whether he had actually heard that correctly. "You what?" The words slipped out before he could stop them. His expression shifted into disbelief mixed with quiet frustration, as if he had expected unpredictability. "Yes, but not this level of it. He exhaled sharply through his nose, running a hand through his hair as he slowed down for half a step, clearly reconsidering several life decisions at once, before forcing himself to keep walking. It was not his fault. It was his daughter. Razeal, however, did not even acknowledge that reaction. Instead, he turned his head slightly toward Maria, shifting his attention as if Yograj's response did not matter at all. Maria, he said calmly, his voice steady. Tell me about Denvar Kingdom. How does it work? The ruling system, structure, and about everything I should know. His eyes settled on her properly now, sharp but not pressuring. You have information about this, right? Or should I get it myself? Maria reacted immediately, almost too quickly. I do, she said. Her voice was firm, and a little brighter than before, as if being asked something like this had triggered something inside her, a small sense of purpose or usefulness that had not been there a moment ago. A faint, genuine smile appeared on her face as she took a few quicker steps forward. She closed the distance and aligned herself beside Razeal, walking shoulder to shoulder with him naturally, without hesitation, while Sophia and others remained just a step behind, watching the shift quietly. I know quite a lot about this kingdom, she added. Her tone was now more composed and organized, as if she was mentally sorting through everything she had learned before speaking. Denvar Kingdom system is complicated, she began, but not actually that difficult to understand if you look at it from the right perspective. Her gaze moved forward briefly, as they continued walking through the alley, then back to him. At its core, it is very straightforward. She paused just slightly before continuing. This kingdom is governed by 11 great houses. Razeal turned his head toward her at that, one eyebrow lifting just a fraction. 11 houses, he muttered. A faint trace of amusement slipped into his expression. That is quite a lot for something that is supposed to be simple, he thought to himself, the corner of his lips almost moving, but not quite. Maria caught that reaction immediately. It is normal, she said calmly, already addressing the unspoken thought. For example, take our empire. On the surface, it looks like there are only 4 duke houses, the main pillars. She raised her hand slightly as she continued, explaining with quiet clarity. But beneath that, there are 10 pillar families, and then dozens of smaller noble houses, each with their own roles and responsibilities. They just are not presented as prominently. She looked at him again. Denvar is not different in structure. It is just weaker. Their great houses would barely qualify as high-tier families in the empire, she continued, her tone analytical and steady. But here, they are the backbone. Each house governs a specific sector: military command, trade routes, internal administration, logistics, agriculture, defense systems, and together, they maintain the entire kingdom. Razeal nodded once, silently signaling he was following. But they are not equal, Maria added. Her voice sharpened slightly, her expression becoming more focused. Some houses hold significantly more influence than others. Power is not evenly distributed. She slowed her steps just a fraction, making sure he was fully listening. If you want to take control of this kingdom, taking down the throne alone will not work. You go for what holds it up. The alley felt tighter as they walked, their presence filling the space, their footsteps the only consistent sound. To actually control Denvar, she continued, you would need to either gain influence over or dismantle all 11 great houses. And beyond that, there are still smaller supporting families you would have to deal with as well. Her tone did not exaggerate anything, but the scale of what she was describing was clear enough on its own. Razeal nodded again, slower this time, absorbing the structure, the layers, and the implications behind it. But, Maria said, and now there was a subtle shift in her tone, more strategic and more precise, if you want to start somewhere. She turned her head slightly toward him, her eyes steady. I would suggest beginning with the Iron Council. Razeal's gaze shifted fully to her with faint interest. The Iron Council, he asked. His tone was calm, but clearly engaged now, because unlike everything before, this sounded like something that actually mattered. Maria noticed the shift in Razeal's expression the moment she mentioned the Iron Council, the slight slowing of his step, the narrowing of his gaze. She understood immediately that she had reached the part that actually mattered to him. Without wasting time, she continued, her tone calm but carrying a more structured clarity now, as if she was laying down something important piece by piece. Well, the Iron Council is the main governing body, she said, walking beside him. Her voice was steady despite the narrow alley and the uncomfortable surroundings. It is formed by 6 of the 11 great houses. Not all of them, only the ones that hold the highest level of authority and influence. She paused briefly, making sure her words were landing properly. With each of these 6 houses holding a seat in the council, the heads of these families themselves act as the council members, and through them, the entire kingdom is managed. She gestured lightly ahead as they kept walking, her expression thoughtful but composed. This council does not just advise the crown, she added. It functions as the operational core of the kingdom. All major decisions, administration, execution of policies, military coordination, internal control, everything flows through them. Her voice softened slightly as she summarized it in simpler terms. In simple words, they run the kingdom machinery. Razeal did not interrupt. His gaze remained on her, attentive, absorbing each word without showing much reaction on the surface. But the slight focus in his eyes made it clear, he was processing everything. Maria continued. There are 6 members in total, but the structure is slightly more complex than just 6 equal powers. She glanced at him briefly before explaining further. The crown itself belongs to one of these 6 families. So technically, the ruling king is already part of the Iron Council. She slowed her words slightly here, emphasizing the point. That means, alongside the king, there are 5 other great house heads sitting in that council, making decisions together, balancing power, and influencing each other. And again, Maria added, a small, almost proud smile appearing on her face, you are lucky I actually know the names of each of these houses, and what they specialize in. There was a hint of satisfaction in her voice now, the kind that came from finally using knowledge that had once seemed useless. She continued without waiting. First, House Valen, she said. Her tone was slightly more formal as she began listing them. The royal bloodline. The current crown belongs to this house. Second, House Draven, she went on. Her expression tightened just a little as she spoke of them. They are the strongest among all houses after the crown. This house controls the army. The entire military force of the kingdom falls under them. Third, House Dorn, she continued, her pace even. They oversee grain, supply chains, and logistics. Everything related to resources, distribution, and sustenance of the kingdom is managed by them. Fourth, House Karvek. Her voice carried a slight weight now. They are responsible for fortresses and defense. The strongholds, the defensive walls, the outer protection of the kingdom, they are essentially the shield that has protected this land for generations. Fifth, House Thul, she added, her tone turning sharper again. They maintain law and order, internal control, governance within the kingdom, enforcement, everything related to stability inside the kingdom is handled by them. Then she paused just slightly before continuing, her expression shifting into something more uncertain. And sixth, House Vera. There was a faint hesitation in her voice now. They are the most mysterious among the 6. Even I do not really know much about them. She frowned slightly as she tried to recall what she had learned. But they are known for their influence, noble connections, political manipulation. It is said they have been shaping the internal politics of the kingdom quietly for the past 20 years. As she finished listing the houses, the alley seemed even more silent, the weight of that structure settling over the group as they walked. Razeal and the others listened without interruption, letting her speak fully, the only sound being their footsteps against the stone. Maria exhaled softly, as if finishing a segment of explanation, but then something else came to her mind, and her expression shifted slightly, becoming more serious. Oh, also, she added, her voice lowering just a little, the king himself is said to be a strong individual. He is actually rumored to be at half-step supreme rank, she continued, her tone cautious now. And each of these great houses, they are not weak either. The heads of these families are said to be peak great saint rank powerhouses. She hesitated for a moment before adding, at least, that was the last confirmed information I had. It was also said, she continued slowly, that the king was very close to breaking through into the supreme rank. Her eyes shifted toward Razeal now, more directly, more seriously. If he has already done it, then this becomes very dangerous for us all. Her words hung in the air. Razeal brought his hand up to his chin, rubbing it lightly as he walked, his expression turning thoughtful, his mind clearly running through possibilities now. Half-step supreme, ha. He murmured quietly, more to himself than anyone else, considering it, measuring it, weighing it against something only he knew. There was no fear in his expression, only calculation. Seeing him not respond immediately, Maria blinked, her concern becoming more visible now. Are you sure, she started, hesitating slightly before continuing. I mean, are you sure it is right to get involved in something this big? Her voice was softer now, but genuine. I mean, are you confident enough that you can take on someone at supreme level? It was not doubt in him. It was concern about the scale. Razeal turned his head toward her at that, meeting her gaze directly. For a brief moment, there was silence between them, and then he spoke, his tone calm and almost casual. I do not really know, he admitted honestly. A faint smile appeared on his face. Guess we will find that out on the way. There was something unsettling about how easily he said it, not reckless and not careless, but as if uncertainty itself did not bother him at all. Inside, however, his thoughts were more active. A supreme in a mid-tier kingdom. That did not sit entirely right. After all, breaking into supreme rank was not something that just happened easily, especially not in a place like this. Either the information was exaggerated, or there was more going on beneath the surface. Maria watched him for a moment longer, noticing the lack of a definitive answer, and that alone made her more uneasy. Before she could say anything else, something else caught her attention. The alley ahead was ending. Light from the open market began to spill in, along with distant voices, movement, and the sound of life, completely different from the suffocating silence of the alley they had been walking through. Maria's steps slowed slightly. She looked ahead, then back at Razeal. Also, she said, her tone shifting again, more cautious now. Would it really be fine for us to just walk out just like this? Her eyes moved toward the opening, where people could already be seen moving. So openly. Chapter 428. I mean, just to be safe, we should lay low for now. Maria kept her tone calm but firm, grounding the situation in practicality. We need more information first. If we walk out in a group this size, we will stand out immediately. She paused. Where time brings patrols, and suspicion will be high. She locked eyes with him, genuinely hoping that this time he would listen. Razeal did not slow his pace. He shook his head once. We will not be needing that, he said, dismissing the concern entirely. Do not worry about it. Maria's brows pulled together, her unease deepening. She kept walking beside him, but her mind remained unsettled. I do not think that is a good idea. She sounded direct, refusing to let it slide. And if you really plan to take over a kingdom, you alone will not be enough. She kept her gaze steady and serious. Even if you defeat the king, or declare yourself ruler, what then? She spoke with analytical precision, laying out the reality. A kingdom does not run on strength alone. You need people, administrators, officials, commanders. You need those loyal to you, people who will enforce your authority. She gestured with her hand. There will be opposition, resistance, and internal conflict. You cannot handle all of that alone. She slowed her pace. We are only 7 people. Even if all of us fight, it will not be enough to control an entire kingdom. You need loyal, serious people who will stand on your side. She offered no hesitation. She issued a warning rather than a question. Razeal turned his head slightly. His expression remained calm and unreadable. It was not clear if he took her words seriously. Do not worry, he said. His tone remained steady, carrying that same quiet confidence. I have already taken that into consideration. Maria blinked, her attention sharpening. And I have a plan for it. That made her pause. The way he said it carried no hint of guesswork. What is it? She asked immediately. Curiosity overtook her concern. She could tell by the look in his eyes that he knew something. Razeal's lips curved into a faint, teasing smile. You will know when the time comes. Maria frowned, clearly not satisfied. Before she could press further, another thought struck her. Do you already have an army? She asked. Her eyes narrowed as she tried to piece things together. Something you prepared beforehand? Without telling us? She stayed fixed on his face, searching for a hint. Everyone behind them instinctively looked toward Razeal. Even though they walked just a step behind him, the shift in attention proved subtle, but present. Curiosity spread through the group. Razeal felt their gazes poking at his back. He smiled. He did not grin fully, but just enough. Maybe, he said casually. His tone remained light and deliberately vague. Who knows? He ended the conversation there. Before anyone could push further, he looked ahead. Anyways, we are here. They stepped out of the alley. The transition was immediate. The confined, suffocating space opened into a wide marketplace filled with movement, sound, and life. The air grew stagnant, and the noise of people talking, merchants calling out, and footsteps on stone filled the space. Shops lined both sides of the street. Wooden stalls displayed goods, grains, fabrics, tools, and small trinkets. People moved between them, engaged in trade, bargaining, and conversation. Despite the ongoing war, the market functioned. It remained alive, though noticeably subdued. The crowd appeared thinner than it should have been. The energy registered as low, as if something heavy lingered over everything. There were fewer men. That much was obvious immediately. Most of the people present were elderly, women, or children, along with a few younger boys not yet of age. The absence of able-bodied men painted a clear picture. Many had either been sent for war preparations or were already on the battlefield. Still, the scene held a strange sense of normalcy. People worked and traded. They lived as if life refused to stop, even with war looming. But that calm did not last long. The moment Razeal and his group stepped out, they were noticed. Heads turned. Eyes lingered. They stood out completely. It was not just their number. Their presence commanded attention. They did not look like locals. They did not look like merchants, travelers, or common citizens. Even at a glance, they carried something different, something that did not belong in a place like this. Levi might have blended in with his average appearance, but the rest were impossible to ignore. Sophia, Maria, and Aurora carried a refined presence that felt closer to nobility than anything else. Their posture, their composure, and the way they walked set them apart. Nancy, despite her condition, carried a sharpness in her gaze that did not align with the people around them. And even Yograj, even in simple clothes, his sheer physique made him stand out. He was broad, muscular and imposing, less like a civilian and more like a warrior or a battlefield commander. His presence alone drew attention, making people instinctively keep a bit of distance. And at the center of it all, Razeal. He walked ahead with both hands in his pockets, completely unfazed by the attention. His expression remained calm, almost indifferent, as if none of it mattered. The expensive robe he wore hinted at royalty. To the people around them, they did not look like ordinary individuals stepping into a marketplace. They looked like nobles or warriors, but anything but common. They drew the limelight. Perhaps that was why it did not take long. From a short distance away, 2 city guards in full metal armor noticed them. Their patrol had likely been routine, but a group like this, appearing from an alley with no prior trace, dressed and carrying themselves in ways that did not align with the environment, sparked suspicion. The guards exchanged a brief glance. They understood. They walked toward the group, slowly and cautiously. They were not aggressive, but they remained alert. Their steps were measured. Their posture remained alert, and their hands hung near their sides with a readiness that spoke of training. These were not inexperienced men. They approached until they were close enough to be heard clearly. You all, the guard in front spoke. His voice was firm, authoritative, carrying the weight of someone used to being obeyed. What are you doing here? Who are you all? His gaze moved across the group one by one, analyzing their appearance, posture, and silence. He lingered on Razeal, identifying him as the center. Caution defined his tone, because appearances mattered. These people looked like anything but commoners. The guard's senses brushed across them, checking for a threat. He found nothing. Only one among them carried any noticeable presence, Levi, and even that was not particularly overwhelming. It barely signaled a level above average. As for the rest, nothing. No aura, no pressure. They felt like ordinary people, and that worsened the situation. In situations like this, the absence of presence meant one of two things. Either they truly were nothing, or they hid it so well that even trained guards could not detect it. During wartime, that second possibility required treating them as a threat. The guard stepped closer, narrowing his eyes as he examined them again. Suspicion deepened with every second of silence. "I asked a question," he repeated. His voice carried a sharper edge. He studied their faces. "Wait, you are not from here. I have never seen any of you before." No one answered. Razeal stood there, expression calm and unreadable. Behind him, the rest of the group mirrored his silence. Their attention rested on Razeal. They waited for him to act. The guard noticed the pattern. He glanced toward the alley, checking for a sign of how they had arrived. Nothing existed. No carriage, no movement, no trace of anything that explained their presence. When he looked back, the pattern cleared. They all looked at one person. Razeal led them. His posture stiffened. His focus locked onto him. "I asked you something," he said. His tone now carried a clear warning. "Answer or..." His hand slowly moved, sliding toward the sword at his waist. It was not drawn yet, but it was ready. That single motion shifted the atmosphere. A few nearby civilians instinctively moved away, sensing tension before anything escalated. They created a subtle distance around the group without saying a word. "I would not do that if I were you." Yograj's voice broke through the moment. His gaze rested on the guard's hand. His posture did not change much, but a quiet firmness radiated from him. At the same time, his eyes flickered toward Razeal from the side, a subtle check, a trace of concern buried beneath his composure. He knew one thing. If this escalated, it would not end well. The guard's hand paused mid-motion. His eyes snapped toward Yograj. "What did you say?" He sounded colder and more focused. His attention shifted fully onto the older man. Yograj did not respond. He did not repeat himself. He simply held the guard's gaze, unmoving. That silence changed something. It was no longer neutral. It felt like defiance, and that was enough. The guard's expression hardened. He ran through his training regarding unknown individuals, uncooperative behavior, suspicious entry points, and possible concealment of strength. He reached a decision. These were no longer just questionable civilians. They were potential threats. His hand completed its movement, gripping the sword handle firmly. His posture straightened, all hesitation gone. His intent became clear as his body shifted into readiness. Energy flared. It was controlled and measured. A steady release of power spread from him as a Syrinx warrior aura manifested around his body. The release was disciplined and precise, not explosive, but enough to assert authority. It made it clear that he was not just a guard. He was a trained soldier prepared to act. "I am ordering you," he said. His voice carried full command, sharp and unwavering. "State your identities and your purpose here." Behind him, the second guard adjusted his stance. His hand moved closer to his weapon, ready to react if needed. His eyes moved between Yograj and Razeal, clearly understanding that this situation had crossed into something more serious. "I think I found a way to proceed with our first move," Razeal said. His tone sounded casual, as if the situation, the two armed guards, the rising tension, and the marketplace watching, was nothing more than a passing inconvenience. He tilted his head slightly back toward his team, not even looking at them fully. His words held a quiet certainty that did not match the chaos building around them. Yograj's brows furrowed. "And what exactly is that?" He kept his eyes fixed on Razeal's side profile, trying to read something from him, anything that would explain what he was about to do. The timing, the tone, and the look in his eyes did not sit right. Razeal did not answer. He did not even glance back. He turned his head toward the guard in front of him, and then he smiled. It was not light or amused. It widened slowly, deliberately, stretching across his face in a way that felt wrong, almost unnatural. The first guard saw it, and froze. For a split second, his entire body locked under his armor. His breath caught without him realizing it. Something about that expression, those crimson eyes looking straight into his, felt like stepping into the gaze of something far beyond what he had been trained to face. It was not just intimidation or confidence. It was pressure. Heavy, suffocating, predatory pressure, the kind that did not come from strength alone, but from something deeper. It made his instincts scream before his mind could catch up. He felt like prey. For that one moment, his soul shivered. Maria saw that smile too. Her expression tightened instantly. This was not good. She did not need to understand the plan to know that whatever Razeal was about to do, it was not going to be subtle. It would not follow any kind of careful approach. The way he looked at the guard, the way his smile had changed, made it clear. Trouble was coming. "Do not do that, do not," she said quickly. Her voice was low but urgent. She tried to stop him before the decision in his head turned into action. But it was too late. Maybe he simply did not care. In the very next moment, the guard moved. His training took over before his fear could paralyze him completely. Instinct, discipline, and survival converged into one decision. If something felt this dangerous and wrong, one did not hesitate. One struck first. His sword came out in a swift, practiced motion. The metal flashed as it cleared the sheath. In the same movement, he stepped forward and swung directly toward Razeal's neck. It was fast, precise, and aimed to end the threat before it could fully manifest. He did not shout or warn anymore. He just attacked directly. Razeal's smile widened. He did not move away. He watched the blade come toward him. His crimson eyes followed the motion with unsettling calm, as if what was happening was exactly what he had been waiting for. Then, suddenly, it happened. It occurred so fast that most people did not even realize anything had changed. A sharp sound cracked through the air. In the very next instant, the guard was no longer standing. He lay on the ground, flat on his back. A pained grunt forced its way out of his mouth as his body hit the stone floor. The impact echoed faintly in the suddenly stunned silence of the surroundings. His sword was no longer in his hand. It sat in Razeal's grasp, and his arm was caught, twisted, and held in place with a grip that did not look forceful yet left no room for movement. Razeal stood over him without even a shift in expression. His other hand gripped the guard's armored arm in a way that suggested absolute control. The entire exchange had taken no effort at all. It had happened in a fraction of a second. It was too fast and too clean. No one saw it. Not Yograj, not Levi, not Aurora. Only two people truly registered what had happened. Sophia and Maria. They stood silently, eyes fixed on Razeal. Both had caught just enough of the movement to understand that what they had seen was not something normal. It could not be dismissed as simple skill. He got stronger again, they both thought. Nancy's mouth parted as she stared at the scene. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she tried to process what had just happened. One moment the guard had been attacking, and the next, he lay on the ground, completely overpowered. So fast, she murmured in her head, unable to piece together the sequence of events. I did not even see anything. On the ground, the guard groaned. His body tensed under the pain of his twisted arm. His grip was broken, his weapon gone, but he remained conscious. He remained aware of what had just happened. He knew he had been taken down instantly, without even understanding how. The second guard reacted immediately. He had not seen the movement, only the result. One moment his partner was attacking. The next, he lay on the ground. That alone was enough. Without hesitation, without even attempting to engage, he stepped back sharply, putting distance between himself and Razeal. His instincts screamed danger now far louder than before. His hand moved not toward his sword this time, but reached into his gear as he pulled out a small signaling device. A flare. His movements were quick, efficient, and driven by training. He did not waste time. He did not speak. He did not question. He triggered the mechanism, ignited it, and raised it upward, aiming toward the sky above the marketplace. Razeal did not stop him. He simply watched, calmly, as if this was exactly what he wanted. The flare shot upward, cutting through the air in a straight line, before reaching its peak, and bursting open into a bright, vivid explosion of light. It spread across the sky in a deep crimson signal that lingered for several seconds. It was unmistakable and impossible to ignore. A call for reinforcement. Razeal did not move. Even after the guard had been brought down in a blink, the flare launched into the sky, and quiet panic spread through the nearby crowd. He just stood there. Nothing about the situation required urgency. His posture remained relaxed, his expression unchanged, and the faint curve of that same unsettling smile rested on his face as he watched the crimson signal burn above them. Maria stepped slightly closer to him from the side. Her brows drew together. Her voice sounded low but sharp with frustration. What are you doing? She tried to keep it contained, but failed to hide the tension underneath. You just put yourself in even more limelight. This was not how it was supposed to work. Her gaze moved briefly toward the sky, where the flare still lingered, before returning to him. Everything she had warned him about, attention, suspicion, and escalation, he had just accelerated. Razeal just smiled at that. It was as if he had already accounted for it. Behind them, the second guard discarded the spent flare mechanism, letting the empty casing fall to the ground with a dull metallic sound. In the same motion, his other hand drew his sword fully. The blade came out with a sharp metallic ring as he raised it in front of him, taking a defensive stance rather than advancing. His posture remained controlled and calculated. He had already understood that rushing in blindly would be a mistake. Put the weapon down and let go of the city guard, he ordered. His voice sounded firm and echoed slightly from behind the helmet, though clear tension lay beneath it. You have just made a serious mistake. Attacking a city watchguard. He paused, steadying his breathing before continuing. I have already sent the signal. Within seconds, reinforcements will arrive. City Watch, enforcers, and even the standing army will be here. Your luck is especially bad. Lieutenant and Captain patrol units were assigned to this area today. They will be here as well. His grip tightened on his sword. So surrender now, he continued. His tone hardened, trying to assert control over the situation again. That will be the best choice for all of you. Razeal tilted his head as he listened. His expression looked thoughtful in a strange, almost amused way. Quite quick-wit, are you not? He commented casually, as if he were evaluating the guard rather than being threatened by him. His eyes flickered toward the flare that had just gone off, then back to the guard. He did not even try to fight after seeing his partner go down. He went straight to calling reinforcements, and now tried to pressure them into surrender. A faint nod of approval formed. Professional, Razeal thought. The guard did not respond to that. He only tightened his stance further. I said, let go of the guard. He shouted again. His voice cut through the growing tension, as he kept his blade aimed toward Razeal, unwilling to let even a second of control slip. Ah, right, Razeal said, as if only now remembering. Just like that, he let go. His grip on the first guard's arm released, his hand falling away, as if it had never held anything in the first place. The guard on the ground sucked in a breath. His body reacted immediately as the pressure vanished. He pushed himself up slowly, carefully. Every movement was cautious and measured. His eyes remained fixed on Razeal the entire time. There was no rush in him now, no aggression, only awareness. He knew exactly what had happened a moment ago. He knew how easily he had been taken down, and that knowledge sat heavily in his movements. He stood up very slowly and carefully. He never took his eyes off Razeal. He did not dare make any sudden motion, especially not at this distance, especially not when the person in front of him still held his weapon. Behind him, the second guard watched closely. His grip remained firm, his stance ready, but he did not move forward. He had already understood the difference in strength. He would not make the same mistake. Still, when he saw Razeal comply, he felt surprised, just for a moment. That was not expected. He exhaled slowly, a controlled breath. He did not lower his guard, but adjusted slightly. All right, good. Now slowly put the weapon down, he ordered again. This time he sounded more measured, less forceful, but no less serious. And step back. Razeal turned his head toward him. Then he turned back to the first guard standing in front of him. His team did not move. None of them stepped in. They simply watched, because at this point, whatever Razeal was doing, they would let him be. Razeal's gaze settled on the first guard again, who now stood a few steps away, tense and alert, his breathing still uneven beneath the armor. Razeal extended his hand, holding the sword. He offered it back. Here, he said calmly. Take it. The guard hesitated for a fraction of a second. His throat moved as he swallowed. Fear remained, lingering from what he had just experienced, but training forced him forward. Slowly, cautiously, he reached out and took the sword from Razeal's hand. His grip firmed around it as soon as it was back in his possession. Without another word, he stepped back quickly. He put distance between them as he retreated until he stood near the second guard. He aligned himself beside him. Both held their weapons, aimed toward Razeal and his group. But the difference was clear. The first guard was no longer confident. What exactly are you trying to do? Maria asked quietly. She turned her head toward Razeal. Her voice sounded low but filled with confusion. This did not make sense. None of it did. He had escalated the situation, and now he was complying. Returning the weapon? Letting them regroup? She could not see the direction in this. That unsettled her the most. Razeal did not answer immediately. His eyes remained on the guards for a moment longer. The faint smile remained. Just as he was about to say something, a sharp sound cut through the air. Then another. Then several more. Swish, swish, swish. Chapter 429. A sharp rush of movement cut through the air. The sounds layered and overlapped, and the noise became a pattern. It was swift, controlled, and coordinated. Within seconds, the space that had only moments ago been a quiet marketplace shifted entirely. Figures appeared from all sides. They dropped from rooftops, stepped out from adjoining streets, and advanced from behind stalls and structures with practiced precision. Their formation tightened as they converged on a single point. The group consisted of Razeal and his companions. There were dozens of them, 40, or perhaps more. They moved without hesitation. Each individual took a position with a clarity born of training and repetition. They formed a perimeter that closed in seamlessly. Their spacing remained deliberate, their weapons hung ready, and their attention remained locked. Some wore full black armor, heavier and more imposing, which suggested direct combat readiness. Others bore armor marked with faint crimson tones, lighter but still reinforced, which implied mobility and enforcement roles. A third group wore deep blue robes, their garments flowing behind them as they stood in a different stance. They were all distinct, perhaps hailing from different houses or authorities. Despite their differences, one thing remained constant. All of them radiated power. The energy was not overwhelming individually, but it remained consistent. It was disciplined. Every single one of them carried an aura that placed them firmly within trained ranks, C rank or B rank without exception. More importantly, they knew how to use it. Their presence did not spill chaotically. It remained contained, directed, and sharpened through high experience. Within seconds, the formation was complete. Razeal and his team stood surrounded. The first and second guards stepped back as reinforcements filled in around them. Their earlier tension found support in the structure, numbers, and command of the new arrivals. This showed in the way their posture stabilized and their confidence returned, at least partially. Two figures stepped forward. They did not rush. They moved with authority. The crowd of guards shifted to make space for them. Their formation adjusted instinctively as they advanced to the front. One carried a presence that pressed outward in a controlled wave of peak A-rank warrior strength. It was refined, belonging to someone who had long since mastered their level. The other presence felt heavier and denser. It was an early S-rank, unmistakable, the kind of presence that did not need to announce itself loudly to be felt. They were likely a lieutenant and a captain. The situation unfolded exactly as the second guard had warned. They moved to the front and stopped just ahead of the formation. Their eyes settled on Razeal and his group. They studied them with sharp, assessing gazes while briefly exchanging words with the two guards who had encountered them first. The conversation was quick and efficient. Information relayed in short bursts. The captain listened without interrupting. Her attention divided between the report and the situation unfolding in front of her. Around them, other guards began clearing the area. Civilians were ushered away. Some moved quickly and others reluctantly, but none resisted. The atmosphere made it clear that this was no longer a place for bystanders. The marketplace, which had been alive moments ago, emptied rapidly. It left behind only tension and the quiet echo of retreating footsteps. Very fast response, Razeal commented under his breath. His eyes moved across the formation. He took in the structure, the coordination, and the speed at which control had been established. There was no concern in his tone, only observation, and beneath it, a faint note of approval. Impressive. Maria glanced at him. Her expression tightened. This was exactly what she had warned about. Now they stood in the middle of it with no cover, no preparation, and complete exposure. The captain stepped forward. Her presence commanded attention. Her posture stood straight, and her expression remained sharp and composed. Long blonde hair fell behind her, partially stirred by the movement of air. Her black eyes remained fixed on Razeal, with a level of focus that made it clear she did not overlook details. "Yes," she said. Her voice remained calm but firm, carrying authority without needing to rise. Very fast response. She paused to ensure she held their attention. "We have already been briefed." Her gaze shifted toward the guards who had reported, then returned to Razeal. First, a suspicious gathering of unknown individuals, she began. Her tone remained methodical. Second, a refusal to state identity and purpose. Third, a direct assault on a city watch guard. Each point landed clearly. Under these circumstances, she continued. Her voice sharpened slightly. "You all will have to come with us." Her eyes narrowed. "You will disarm yourselves. All weapons, storage items, space rings, and pouches. Everything." There was no room for negotiation in her tone. "This is not a request." Behind her, the lieutenant stood with one hand resting lightly on his sword handle. His expression remained calm but alert. His presence reinforced her authority without the need for speech. Confidence radiated from both of them, not arrogance, but certainty born from experience and control. Razeal's team turned their heads toward him almost instinctively. They stood in silence. Things had escalated far beyond what anyone had expected. Now they were surrounded by dozens of trained fighters, commanded by individuals clearly stronger than the rest. Razeal smiled. "Well," he said lightly. He sounded almost apologetic. "I am sorry to say, but we cannot do that. You see, we have something much more important to do," he added. His tone remained calm and conversational. He tilted his head and glanced around at the gathered forces. "I suppose I should apologize for calling all of you out like this, causing a scene, and believe me, this was not exactly the intention I had." He smiled wider. "But this was the fastest and most efficient method I could think of." Maria's eyes flickered toward him. A realization began to form. "So, the thing is," he said. His voice stood steady and direct. "I needed to meet a member of the Iron Council." Silence followed. "Unfortunately," he continued, "I do not know anyone in this kingdom who could arrange that for me." His shoulders lifted in a small shrug. "So I had to improvise." His eyes moved across the surrounding guards, then returned to the captain. "This seemed like the most reliable way. Anyway, thank you all for the hospitality," Razeal said. His tone sounded light and courteous in a way that sharply contrasted the situation he had created. As he spoke, he took a slow step forward. He closed a fraction of the distance between himself and the captain. His gaze remained steady and locked onto her eyes, with a composure that did not waver even under the scrutiny of dozens of armed guards. "But if you can take me to someone higher up, or arrange a meeting with a member of the Iron Council, I would really appreciate that." His smile remained calm and disarming, as if he made a reasonable request in a civil setting rather than standing surrounded in the middle of a military response. Behind him, Maria raised her hand to her forehead. She pressed her fingers lightly against it and exhaled in quiet disbelief. Her eyes closed for a brief second. So that is what he was doing, she realized. The pieces finally aligned in her mind. Instead of feeling relieved, she felt a deeper wave of frustration settle in. "Why is he like this?" she muttered internally. Her thoughts edged with genuine exasperation. While the logic behind his actions now made sense, the method was reckless to a degree she could hardly justify. He had deliberately provoked the city guard, forced an escalation, and drawn in higher command, all just to open a path upward. It was effective in theory, but in practice, it was foolish. The others behind him did not react much differently. Yograj stared at Razeal's back. His expression hovered between disbelief and reluctant acceptance, as if he had already given up trying to predict what this boy would do next. Sophia's brows drew together. Her eyes shifted between the guards and Razeal, clearly aware of how fragile this moment was. Levy and Aurora remained silent. Nancy looked confused. Her gaze flickered from one person to another. She tried to process how a situation could escalate this quickly over something that sounded so absurdly simple when spoken aloud. "Iron Council member?" The captain, Avellini, repeated. Her voice dropped, edged with disbelief rather than authority. Her brows narrowed as she studied him. As his words settled, the reasoning behind everything became clearer to her. For a moment, her gaze flickered, connecting the sequence of actions. The provocation, the refusal, the controlled compliance. He had engineered this for a specific purpose. That realization did not calm her. It irritated her. It meant he had done all of this deliberately. Her eyes hardened. He orchestrated this entire situation just to force access upward. That alone marked him as troublesome. More than that, she could not feel anything from him. No aura, no mana signature, nothing indicated strength or threat. That only made it worse. Either he was hiding it perfectly, or he was arrogant beyond reason. Perhaps he relied on his face. She leaned toward the second conclusion. "So this is your plan," she thought. Her expression remained composed outwardly, though her internal judgment proved far less forgiving. "You provoke the city guard, create a disturbance, and demand access to the Iron Council as if that is something granted on request." Her grip on her sword tightened. It was not just inappropriate. It was offensive. To the system. To authority. To her. In her eyes, he was nothing more than an unknown outsider, who had walked into her jurisdiction, created a disturbance, assaulted one of her guards, and was now calmly asking for a meeting with the highest governing body of the kingdom as if it were a matter of convenience. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Judging by the subtle shifts in stance among the guards behind her, such as the tightening grips and sharpened gazes. She knew she was not alone in that feeling. Razeal had managed, in a matter of minutes, to offend nearly every armed individual present. "Look," Avelini said finally. Her voice dropped into something colder and more direct. She took a slow step forward. The ground beneath her boots echoed faintly in the now cleared space. "We can do this the easy way, or the hard way." As she spoke, her hand moved to her sword. She drew it out in one smooth, practiced motion. The blade slid free with a clean metallic sound. The golden hilt caught the light as she lowered it casually to her side. Her posture remained relaxed, but nothing casual existed about the intent behind it. "Believe me," she added. Her eyes locked onto his with quiet intensity. "You do not want the hard way." The moment she moved, the formation behind her shifted. Guards stepped forward in near-perfect synchronization. Their positions tightened, and weapons raised slightly. They did not attack yet, but they stood fully prepared. The air thickened with intent, the kind that precedes violence, but has not yet crossed into it. At the same time, Razeal stepped forward. He closed the gap again. His expression remained unchanged. His eyes met hers without hesitation, or a flinch, as if none of the pressure surrounding him existed at all. Slowly, deliberately, he opened his arms to his sides. He did not act in surrender or provocation, but in a gesture that felt almost conversational. "I would say the same," he replied. His voice stood calm and steady, carrying that same unsettling composure as his gaze held hers. "Easy way, or the hard way." As he said that, a powerful great saintly aura began to radiate from his body. The aura was remarkably stable and controlled. The stone floor beneath him did not crack, nor were the people around him forced back or sent flying. Under normal circumstances, such a vast difference in strength would have been overwhelming enough to force anyone beneath a saint to their knees, suffocating under the pressure, unable to breathe or even lift their heads. Yet here, within this space, it remained contained. Its influence extended only a limited distance. The dense, oppressive aura enveloped his form. It was restrained with precise control. It did not spread far, only enough to fill the immediate area. It was deliberately measured. It served a single purpose. It made it clear to the guards that resistance was futile, and that it would be far wiser to let everything proceed smoothly without bloodshed. Suddenly, just as that controlled, suffocating aura spread outward from Razeal's body and wrapped the immediate space in a pressure that felt both deliberate and absolute, Avelini froze. It was not hesitation born from uncertainty, but recognition that felt sharp, immediate, and undeniable. Within a single heartbeat, her entire stance shifted. Her hand rose abruptly into the air. She cut through the tension with a command that carried far more urgency than anything she had said before. "Stop." Her voice came out fast and hard, leaving no room for delay. It echoed across the formation as a direct order, not a suggestion. The guards who had already begun to tighten their circle halted instantly. Some stopped before fully understanding why. Their instincts reacted to both the command and the oppressive presence that had settled over them. Those who had not yet moved forward now remained rooted in place. Their weapons remained raised, but did not advance. Their eyes flickered between their captain and the source of that overwhelming pressure. A bead of sweat formed at Avelini's temple. Her eyes did not leave Razeal's face. She inhaled slowly, steadying herself. She forced her breathing under control as her mind processed what her senses screamed at her. There was no doubt. There was no possibility of error. What she felt, what all of them felt, was unmistakable. A great saint. The realization settled heavily. The aura was refined and controlled to an almost unnatural degree. It did not spill out wildly as it would from someone inexperienced. It was placed precisely and confined to a limited radius. It exerted pressure without collateral damage. The stone beneath their feet remained intact. The structures around them stood untouched. No one was thrown back, and no one was crushed outright. Yet, every single person within that range felt it. It was the kind of presence that did not need to prove itself through destruction, because its restraint alone served as proof of its magnitude. Her gaze sharpened further. It was fresh. That was the strange part. There was a certain edge to it, a subtle immaturity within the depth of it, as if the power had been attained not long ago. It was not unsteady, but it was fresh and recently ascended. Yet, even in that state, it carried the full authority of a great saint. Her thoughts raced. This level of power was not something that simply existed in the background. This was the same level as a great house lord. It was the kind of individual who could stand at the top of a kingdom, who commanded respect not by title alone, but by sheer strength. A being of that rank could alter the balance of regions, influence political structures, and shift power dynamics simply by existing. And yet, one now stood there. He looked no older than 17, 18 at most. Her mind rejected it. It did not align with anything she knew. Even the most talented individuals in the empire, such as those with royal bloodlines trained from birth under the most elite conditions, had not reached this level at such an age. Even the imperial princess, rumored to be the pinnacle of talent in this era, was not a great saint. That was common knowledge. So how? Her thoughts halted. Honestly, it did not matter. Not right now. Whether he was hiding his true appearance, whether he was something else entirely, whether this was deception or reality, none of that mattered in this moment. What mattered was simple. A great saint stood in front of her, and she had just drawn her sword on him. "Step back," Avelini ordered immediately. Her voice dropped but became far more intense. She cut through the formation with authority sharpened by urgency. Her hand moved again, signaling clearly to every guard present. "All of you, step back." There was no hesitation this time. The guards obeyed instantly. weapons lowered, not fully, but enough to show compliance rather than aggression. Their stances shifted from offensive to defensive, then to a cautious distance. Each one put space between themselves and Razeal. Their earlier confidence was replaced by a tension that bordered on fear. They had felt it too. Even those at the edge of the aura, even those who could barely sense it, understood. This was not an opponent they could defeat, not even in their dreams. Avellini took a step forward. Then, without delay, she bowed. "My deepest apologies for not recognizing you, my lord," she said. Her voice remained controlled, but the strain beneath it was real. Her composure was held together by discipline rather than ease. "There was no intention to offend you. Please forgive us for the actions taken until now." Behind her, the guards followed. They moved almost in unison. A ripple of motion passed through the formation as they lowered themselves. They dipped their heads, not out of ritual alone, but out of instinct and awareness of the gap that had just been revealed between them and the person they had nearly engaged. Silence followed. A heavy silence. Razeal appeared surprised. He looked at them. Then he smiled. "No offense taken," he said. His tone sounded casual and almost dismissive of the entire situation, as if it had never been anything serious to begin with. "Do not worry about it." His gaze moved across the formation. He took in the lowered stances, the shifted attitudes, and the fear that now lingered where authority had stood moments ago. "And there is no need to bow." As he spoke, the aura around him receded. It moved like a tide pulling back. The pressure lifted from the air. The invisible weight dissolved as if it had never been there, leaving behind only the memory of it and the lingering awareness of what had just been revealed. Within seconds, he stood there again as he had before. No visible aura, no detectable mana, nothing to indicate the overwhelming presence that had just dominated the space. He looked like a normal figure, if one ignored everything that had just happened. "I came here with no ill intent," he continued. His voice remained steady, returning to the same calm tone as before. "I just want to meet a member of the Iron Council. If you can arrange that, I would appreciate it." Again. Behind him, silence reigned. It was not from the guards. It was from his own team. They simply stared at him. Each had their own reason. Even they were not aware that he had broken through. The news came as a surprise to them now. Nancy stood completely frozen. Her eyes were wide. Her mind struggled to process what she had just seen, what she had just felt, and what she had just understood. "Great Saint." The words echoed in her head. They did not even fully form into speech as her thoughts spiraled. She had known he was strong. But this was a level she could not even properly comprehend. A great saint. That was not just strong. That was monstrous. Her heart pounded. Another realization hit her. His age. He is only 16, right? Same age as my brother? Her thoughts stumbled over themselves. Disbelief layered over disbelief. And he is this? She could not believe it. "Yes, my lord." Avellini slowly raised her head. The motion was controlled and deliberate. Her composure held firm despite the shift that had just taken place. As her eyes met Razeal's again, there was no trace of the earlier confrontation left in them. Only respect layered with caution remained, the kind that did not waver even under pressure. "Thank you for your forgiveness," she said. Her voice remained steady and trained. It betrayed none of the internal recalculations she had already made. Unlike many who might have faltered or lost control upon realizing the magnitude of the presence before them, she held her posture intact. Her expression remained disciplined, and her bearing was still that of a captain who understood both authority and hierarchy. "No need for that," Razeal said. His tone sounded casual and almost dismissive of the formality. He lifted a hand in a loose gesture. "I am still young." There was a faint hint of discomfort in his expression. It was subtle but present as he glanced at Avellini for a brief moment. He noted the difference in age between them. She stood as someone in her early 30s, seasoned and experienced, and yet she addressed him with a level of deference that felt misplaced to him, at least on the surface. She did not believe he was as young as he appeared, but if he said so, she would accept it. Avellini did not argue. "Yes, sir. I understand," she replied. She inclined her head again, adjusting her dress without hesitation. Her tone remained no less respectful than before, only refined to match his preference. Her gaze remained steady and attentive. She was reassessing him, not as an unknown intruder, but as a figure whose presence carried weight far beyond her initial judgment. The atmosphere had shifted entirely. What had been tense before was now heavier. It was more controlled and serious. Every movement was measured. Every word was deliberate. Even the air between them felt different, as if the earlier chaos had been replaced by something far more structured and dangerous in its quietness. Razeal exhaled faintly, almost inaudibly. His shoulders relaxed just a fraction as he sensed the change, though it did little to ease the underlying tension. He tilted his head, glancing around at the formation, at the guards who now stood in disciplined stillness, and at his own team behind him, who remained silent and watching. There was nothing he could do about it. This was inevitable. Power revealed changes things. "All right," he said. He shook his head lightly as if brushing off the weight of the situation. "Can we do this quickly?" His tone shifted back to practicality. His eyes returned to Avellini. "I have information regarding the ongoing war as well, so it would be best for both sides if we speak to the Iron Council as soon as possible." That caught her attention immediately. Her gaze sharpened, not aggressively, but with focus. "Yes, my apologies, sir," Avellini responded without delay. Her posture adjusted slightly as she processed his words. "However, not all members of the Iron Council are currently present in the capital. Some have been deployed to the borders, overseeing the ongoing conflict." She paused briefly, choosing her words carefully to ensure clarity. But arrangements can be made. I can ensure that a meeting is organized as quickly as possible. Her mind was already moving ahead. His presence alone was significant. A great saint requesting an audience was not something to be delayed or ignored. He had mentioned information about the war. Her expression did not change outwardly, but internally, that detail settled heavily. They needed it. The kingdom was under extreme pressure. Attacks had been occurring, but the source was unknown. There was no clear enemy, and no confirmed origin, just conflict without clarity. Now, someone of this level claimed to have information. It was not something she could dismiss, nor something she would risk mishandling. "We can escort you to the nearest military command camp," she added. Her tone was respectful, but slightly more direct now. Her eyes met his again. "From there, communication with the council can be established immediately. If you wish, sir, of course," she added, maintaining her respectful tone. Despite her composure, a subtle glint passed through her eyes, suggesting an unspoken eagerness. She did, in fact, want to accompany him. Razeal saw no issue with the proposal. He gave a slight nod. "That will do." Avelini gave a small, almost imperceptible nod in return. "Thank you, sir," she said. Her voice stood steady, though there was a quiet sense of resolution beneath it now. "We will ensure the escort is arranged immediately. You will be transported safely, and without delay." She turned her head sharply. Her attention shifted to the lieutenant behind her. "Prepare the best carriages available," she ordered. Her tone remained firm, leaving no room for delay or error. "Two will be sufficient." Her eyes held his for a fraction longer than necessary, a silent instruction layered beneath the words regarding priority, discretion, and urgency. The lieutenant understood instantly. There was no verbal reply, just a slight nod. Then, without another word, he was gone. He moved in a blur, disappearing from his position with speed that spoke of both ability and familiarity with such orders. He left behind only the faint disturbance of air where he had stood. Avelini turned back to Razeal. "Just a few minutes, sir," she said. Her voice returned to its composed tone as she inclined her head once more. "It is fine," Razeal nodded. His tone remained even, carrying no impatience whatsoever, as he watched Avelini issue her orders and the formation subtly reorganize itself around them. Outwardly, he appeared unconcerned, almost indifferent to the delay, but his mind was far from idle. He had already pieced together what she had done the moment she gave that instruction to the lieutenant. Sending someone of that level for something as simple as arranging transport made no operational sense unless there was a secondary purpose. In this case, it was obvious. Advanced communication. The lieutenant was not just arranging carriages. He was carrying information ahead. He was informing the military camp of their arrival, preparing them, and allowing them to mobilize whatever resources they deemed necessary. It was a clean move, efficient and cautious. By the time Razeal and his group reached the camp, they would not be walking into an unprepared environment. There would be eyes waiting, decisions already made, and contingencies in place. He could almost picture it. Command structures adjusting, powerhouses gathering, and defenses aligning, just in case this guest turned out to be something less cooperative. Not bad. He acknowledged it silently. Not exceptional, but solid. Avelini was doing exactly what a competent officer should do when faced with an unknown great saint-level entity. She was buying time, securing information, controlling movement, and preparing a response. Razeal's lips curved slightly at that thought. He did not mind it. If anything, it made things smoother for him. Besides, he was not here to fight, at least not yet. A few minutes passed in controlled stillness. The guards maintained formation, and the atmosphere held in that strange equilibrium between caution and deference, until the sound of approaching movement broke through the quiet. From the far end of the cleared street, a group of guards emerged, leading two carriages forward with disciplined precision. They were not ordinary transports. Both were deep black, polished to a muted sheen, and reinforced with layered plating that suggested durability beyond mere appearance. Subtle engravings ran along the edges, not decorative, but functional, likely carrying enchantments or structural enhancements. Each carriage was drawn by two powerful black horses. Their builds were strong, their movement steady, and their presence carried the unmistakable aura of trained war beasts, C rank at the very least. Their energy remained controlled but present. The convoy came to a halt smoothly. No wasted motion, no unnecessary noise. Razeal's gaze flickered across the setup, noting the details instinctively. No lieutenant. As expected, he was most likely already ahead, delivering the message and setting the stage. Razeal did not comment on it. "Please, sir." Avelini stepped forward. Her posture stood respectful as she extended her hand slightly, indicating the carriage. Her tone sounded formal yet composed. "This way." There was a faint shift in her expression, something closer to apology than authority now. "I apologize. These carriages are not worthy of escorting someone of your stature." But arranging a royal carriage would have taken more time, and since you emphasized urgency, she allowed the sentence to trail naturally, offering the explanation without overextending it. "These were the best available immediately." Razeal waved it off with ease. "It is fine." That was that. One by one, they began boarding. Yograj, Aurora, and Levy moved toward the second carriage. They stepped in without hesitation, their movements relaxed but aware. Their eyes occasionally flickered toward Razeal, as if confirming the direction of things even now. No discussion was needed. At this point, they had already accepted that whatever path he chose, they were following it. Razeal stepped into the first carriage. Sophia followed. Her gaze briefly swept the interior before she settled into her seat. Maria entered next. Her movements were composed, but her mind was clearly still active, processing, calculating, and adjusting to the rapidly unfolding chain of events. Nancy hesitated for a fraction of a second before stepping in as well. Her eyes still lingered on Razeal, as if trying to reconcile the person she saw with the reality she had just witnessed. Avellini entered last. She did so only after a brief pause and silent permission as Razeal gave a slight nod. That was enough. She stepped inside as well. The door closed. Without another moment wasted, the convoy moved. The horses surged forward with controlled strength. Their hooves struck the stone with rhythmic precision as the carriages rolled into motion. They were escorted immediately by mounted guards who formed a moving perimeter around them. The formation was tight and disciplined. Their presence was unmistakable as they guided the convoy through the city streets. The marketplace gave way to broader roads. The crowd, already thinned, parted further at the sight of the armed escort. People stepped aside instinctively, and whispers spread quietly as the procession passed. No one interfered. No one approached. The presence alone was enough to deter curiosity from turning into action. Inside the carriage, silence settled. Razeal leaned back into his seat and closed his eyes, directly sending his consciousness into the system space. It seems like it is finally the time to get some real physical help, he thought. Like actual physical labor. Chapter 430. All right, Villy. Send me to a villain who has a large team, something like a family, an organization, mercenaries, assassins, or whatever you find. Razeal spoke slowly, his thoughts structured, each condition placed with intent rather than left to chance. Keep this in mind. All their strength should not exceed great saint rank. At most, a great saint, or around it. Not above that. Put it on random, but within that condition. With infinite villains, there must be some that fit. He paused for a brief second before continuing, refining the request. Also, the entire organization should treat each member like family. Not just allies, not just tools. Actual family. Loved ones. Loyalty that is not forced. It was rare, almost unnatural for him to give such detailed instructions. He never cared enough before. Villy would send him wherever, to whoever, and he would deal with it. This time, he needed something specific. What do you want to do, host? Villy's voice rang back, carrying a faint confusion. Villy did not understand why Razeal asked like this. Nothing special, Razeal replied, as if the answer should have been obvious. Just do what I asked. He added, as if remembering something important. Make sure all members of that organization are currently inside system space. Not scattered, not missing. Let them all be present. Send me to the leader first. Or whoever that group respects the most. A slight pause followed. Villy spoke again, clarity replacing confusion. Are you trying to bring villains out of system space now? Yeah, Razeal answered, without hesitation. It was the most natural step forward. Why not? Isn't that what the system is for? Before, I did not try because I was not strong enough. And I did not need it. But now, he did not finish the sentence. It did not need finishing. Now he could. All right then. Villy did not argue. The familiar shift took hold. His consciousness separated from his physical body, slipping through layers that did not exist in physical reality. It guided through that unseen system network, passing through selections, filters, and possibilities until it stabilized. He was there. His awareness formed completely, while his real body remained seated inside the carriage outside, unmoving, eyes closed, resting. Welcome, host, to the SS rank Valley of Villy. Villain title, The Gentle Assassin. Razeal opened his eyes as the system notification floated in front of him. Precise, clear. He did not focus on it. His attention shifted to his surroundings. That told him far more than any title ever could. The Gentle Assassin, he thought. A faint, dismissive reaction formed in his mind. The words did not sit right together. Gentle and assassin. He found it ironic. Not exactly a combination you expect. But he did not dwell on it. Titles misled and served no purpose. Reality mattered. He stood in what appeared to be a courtyard. Old, medieval. Worn stone covered the ground, uneven in places. It had seen years, maybe decades of use. High walls enclosed the space, built from dark stone, carrying a faint sense of weight and age. Endurance, not decay. No obvious entrance, no open gate, just a contained area. Closed, controlled, and silent. Too silent. The silence spoke of something stopped, paused, frozen. He noticed figures all around. Dozens. Standing. Or rather, frozen. Stoned. Men, women, warriors, guards, even nobles judging by their clothing and posture. Sword or dagger marks marred these stone figures, all precise, all in fatal places. Razeal moved his gaze across the courtyard, taking in every detail without rushing. His eyes adjusted to the dimness of night, though the darkness here did not feel natural. The silence carried a strange weight, as if the place had been abandoned mid-breath. His attention landed on something that broke the monotony of stone and stillness. A blossom tree stood alone within the courtyard, its delicate petals faintly visible even in the low light. It should have felt serene. In this setting, surrounded by lifeless stone figures frozen in their final moments, it unsettled the atmosphere. The contrast felt wrong. He did not know why. It felt weird. His gaze drifted past the tree. Behind it, partially obscured, stood a structure, a house, perhaps a resting place. Traditional architecture. Reminders of ninja-style interiors existed, though he could not say for certain. It was built with intent, not decoration. The structure blended into the environment. Everything had a purpose. Where are you? Razeal murmured, his expression unchanged. His voice existed only within his thoughts as his eyes continued scanning the surroundings. He knew the system well enough by now to understand that he would not be placed directly in front of the target. Distance existed, a layer of separation. Whether it was a test or simply how the system functioned, he had stopped questioning it. He stopped relying on sight. He let his senses expand. His keen hearing stretched outward, catching the faintest disturbances in the air, subtle shifts, almost imperceptible to anyone else. Then came his flow sensing, spreading through the space like an invisible net, tracing the structure of the environment, mapping every presence, every irregularity, every point where something did not align with stillness. A faint smile formed on his lips. Found you, he thought. He did not move. There was no need. He turned his head slightly, directing his gaze toward a specific point within the courtyard, a particular statue among many, one that appeared no different at first glance. As his eyes settled on it, the presence vanished. The figure behind the statue disappeared, as if it had never been there. In the next instant, without the whisper of wind, a cold sharp dagger pressed against his neck from behind. The edge rested beneath his jaw, positioned with such precision that the slightest movement would open his throat. How did you locate me so fast? A voice came from behind him, low and quiet, carrying a strange mix of laziness and lethality. The speaker did not need to raise his tone to convey danger. I was completely unseen. I even stopped my heartbeat. There should not have been any sound. The man stood close, whispering in Razeal's ear. He wore black, blending into the darkness. A mask partially covered his face, leaving only his dark, sharp, observant eyes visible. Razeal did not move. His gaze lowered a fraction, acknowledging the blade resting under his chin. No tension existed in his body. No reaction suggested fear or urgency. No sound? He said, a faint smile forming again. I would not say that. The assassin's eyes flickered. His grip on the dagger tightened, the pressure against Razeal's neck increasing to remind him of its presence. Don't move, the man whispered, leaning in just enough for his words to reach Razeal's ear. And don't try to be clever with me. No anger existed in his tone, only quiet certainty. Believe me, I have killed more people than you have probably seen in your entire life. Many of them tried to talk like this. Guess how many of them survived? His voice remained low, almost lazy. His eyes were sharp, focused, and deadly. So, I suggest you stay exactly as you are, and cooperate with whatever I ask from now on. Razeal did not listen. He moved without warning or hesitation. His elbow shot backward in a clean, direct motion, aimed precisely at where the man stood behind him. The movement was fast, controlled, and intentional. Before it could land, the space behind him emptied. The assassin had already moved, gone from that position instantly, his body reacting before impact, disappearing without leaving even the slightest trace of displacement, creating distance in a fraction of a second. Razeal's strike cut through empty air. He let his arm fall naturally. What a stupid action, the assassin's voice came again, now from a short distance behind him. His tone remained unchanged, lazy, though his eyes remained sharp. If that had pushed me even slightly, my reflex would have been to cut your throat open immediately. He tilted his head, observing Razeal's still form. Your blood would have followed after your soul had already left your body. Razeal turned around. His eyes met the assassin's, taking in his full figure, the black attire, the masked face, and the relaxed stance that had lethal readiness. I did that because I knew you would not, Razeal said, his voice calm, indifferent. I did not sense any killing intent from you. Your intention was not to kill me. The assassin did not respond. His eyes narrowed. And besides, Razeal added, his gaze steady, no one can die in this space anyway. The statement hung in the air, clear and certain, as if it were not a guess, but something he knew. The assassin's gaze locked onto Razeal's eyes, sharp. Nothing betrayed weakness or uncertainty. After a brief moment of silent observation, he finally spoke, his voice low and direct. Who are you, and how did you come into this space? No hesitation existed in his question. This place, this world, had been absolute, sealed, isolated. As long as he could remember, it had been only him. No entry, no exit, no change. An endless stretch of existence where time had lost its meaning, where aging had stopped, where death had no place, and where even decay refused to touch anything. He had tested it, pushed against it, broken himself against its boundaries, only to find nothing ever changed. Now, someone stood in front of him. He remained composed, not broken by solitude, not twisted by isolation, not desperate or unstable. For someone who had endured centuries alone, the presence of another human being should have been overwhelming. A lesser mind might have collapsed, might have lost control, might have broken down. But he did not. His mind held. His control remained intact. I did not come here with ill intent, Razeal replied, his tone calm, unhurried. A faint smile formed on his face. I came with something valuable, an offer. You could call it a deal. He watched the assassin carefully, observing the tension in his stance, the focus in his eyes, the restraint that held his killing instincts in place. Razeal moved without asking for permission or waiting for agreement. He lowered himself, shifting into a seated position. Before he reached the ground, the shadow beneath his feet responded. It stretched outward, thickened, took form, and shaped itself into a chair. Smooth, controlled, effortless. As he sat, the shadow adjusted to his weight, solidifying just enough to support him while retaining that fluid darkness. Another extension of shadow rose from the ground in front of him, forming a small table, its edges clean, its structure stable. A second chair formed on the opposite side of the table, identical in shape, positioned for the person standing before him. The assassin did not interrupt. His eyes tracked every movement, every shift of shadow. He did not miss anything. The way the shadow moved showed control. Refined, intentional. That alone made it dangerous. Please, Razeal said, extending his hand toward the empty chair, his gaze steady. Sit. We can talk. He added with a meaningful smile, and yes, there is a way to leave this place. That changed everything. A shift occurred deep within the assassin's eyes. Centuries of stillness, of isolation, of a world that never changed. A possibility. Without another word, he spun the dagger in his hand, a smooth, practiced motion, before sliding it away, disappearing it into his attire. No hesitation. No dramatics. No wasted time. He stepped forward, movements careful, controlled as always, and lowered himself into the chair across from Razeal, his posture relaxed but ready, his eyes never leaving the man. He studied him, head to toe, every detail, every presence, every inconsistency. What is the price? He asked directly, his voice steady. He was not naive. He did not expect freedom to be handed to him. That would be stupid. Nothing came without cost. Someone who could appear in this space, sit so calmly, and speak of exit as if it were trivial was not someone who would offer anything for free. Slave contract? He murmured, his voice low. The shift in his expression was immediate. His eyes lifted from the parchment back to Razeal, and for a brief moment, something dangerous flashed through them. Pure, unfiltered killing intent. If this had been the past, if he had still been the person he once was, he would have already cut Razeal down without hesitation. But he did not. He needed this, because this was his only way out. The killing intent did not disappear. It was suppressed, forced down. What is the meaning of this? He asked, his voice colder, sharper, his gaze fixed on Razeal with an intensity that made it clear he would not accept humiliation lightly. It is not what I wanted either, Razeal said honestly, his tone calm. But if you want to leave this place, there are only two ways. He leaned back slightly, maintaining eye contact. The first is to sign that slave contract, a binding agreement. I become your owner. You follow my orders. You cannot betray me. And the second, Razeal added, his voice steady, is for me to release you freely. But that is not something I am willing to do, nor will I. No apology existed in that statement, only logic. That would not be in my interest, he continued, explaining without hesitation. It could very easily become a problem for me later. He did not hide or sugarcoat it. He spoke the truth. In this place, there was no need for lies. He would have preferred it differently. If it were up to him, he would have removed that word, slave, and turned it into something else. A contract, a partnership, something cleaner, something easier. However, the system did not allow that. It defined the rules, and he had to work within them. This was the only choice presented plainly. You really expect me to sign this? The assassin asked, his voice calm but carrying a weight that made the air feel heavier. His gaze locked onto Razeal with a cold sharpness. I am a great saint, peak rank powerhouse, standing at the very top of the world. And you want me to become a slave? A faint, cruel smile formed beneath the edge of his mask. Pride, hardened and unbroken even after centuries of isolation. His chin lifted, his posture straightening just enough to reflect what he believed himself to be. I may hate this place, he continued, his tone steady, indifferent on the surface, yet carrying an undercurrent of something darker, something restrained, but no amount of torture, no matter how long, will ever bring me to kneel as someone's slave. Razeal watched him quietly. The reaction was neither unexpected nor surprising. He had accounted for it. A man like this, someone who had reached the peak of great saint rank, someone who had survived 800 years of isolation without losing his mind, would not break easily. He would not accept chains. Still, Razeal did not look displeased. I know, Razeal replied calmly. I never expected you to accept it so easily. He leaned back in his shadow-formed chair, his posture relaxed, his fingers resting lightly against the armrest. But you are focusing too much on the word, not the conditions. His gaze sharpened slightly, with intent. The terms are adjustable. The law of this space enforces the contract, but I decide the conditions within it. I need manpower right now, he said, speaking plainly. Someone capable, someone reliable, someone strong enough to actually matter, someone like you. There was no flattery in his tone, only assessment. Believe me, if it were up to me, I would have made it a normal job contract, something cleaner, something that does not carry this unnecessary label. His lips curved in mild annoyance. But that choice is not mine. Ignore the name. Focus on what it actually is. For years. The number was spoken clearly. Serve me for 4 years. Help me with what I need to do. After that, you are free. Completely free. Out in the real world. You can live however you want. After a brief pause, he added, of course, do not go around causing problems that come back to me. If you interfere with my interests, that is different. But beyond that, your life will be yours. And this contract is absolute. It is enforced by this space itself. Even I cannot break it. So when I say you will be free after 4 years, that is not a promise. That is a guarantee. You can add conditions too, Razeal added, casually. Anything reasonable I can consider. We can shape it into something that works. How does that sound? Razeal was already calculating. He had chosen carefully. A peak great saint. He should bring that level of villain out, but not beyond what he could handle. If the system failed, if the contract did not work, he remained confident. Strength alone did not determine everything. This man, despite his rank, was not someone Razeal considered beyond his reach. And what makes you so confident? The assassin asked slowly, each word deliberate, that I will not capture you, torture you, and force you to show me how to leave this place myself. Razeal smiled. There are several reasons, he said, his voice calm. First, I can leave this place whenever I want, so you cannot do that. Whatever torture you are imagining, or whatever you can do to torture me, it will not work. Believe me, it will not. Second, I do not need you. I have options. Infinite ones. There are countless others who would accept this deal without hesitation. And finally, this might be your only chance. The silence stretched longer, heavier. The assassin did not speak or move. The weight of the situation settled. 800 years alone. A world where nothing changed. Where time had no meaning. Existence had become a slow, endless form of suffering. He remembered who he was before dying. 44 years old. A small rank powerhouse. Surrounded by people. By purpose. By something that mattered. Now, nothing. Just this. Endless, unchanging emptiness. He had grown stronger here, yes. But strength meant nothing when there was no one left to use it for. He wanted to leave. More than anything. His gaze lifted back to Razeal. He shook his head. No. The word came out quietly, but firmly. I will not become anyone's slave. No matter the reason. Razeal looked at him. Then he smiled. Not mocking. Not disappointed. Interested. That level of resistance was impressive, but also very predictable. He adjusted. What if, Razeal began slowly, his tone becoming more precise. I told you I can bring your team out with you as well. Every member of your organization. Under the same conditions. For years. Work for me. Then freedom. He leaned back, one leg crossing over the other, his posture relaxed, but his gaze sharp. I assume, he added, almost casually, as their leader, you would want what is best for them. That finally broke the stillness. The assassin's eyes, which had not changed all this time, changed. The laziness disappeared, replaced by something else. Chapter 431. All the members? The assassin repeated the question, his voice shifting in a way that had not been there moments before. His eyes narrowed. While no dramatic change occurred, Razeal sensed genuine interest take root. You can do that? The assassin leaned in, his gaze fixed on Razeal with an intensity that had not been present until now, as if he were finally listening as someone standing at the edge of something he had wanted for far too long. I certainly can, Razeal replied. His voice remained steady and assured, as if the statement required no justification. And if you provide their full names, I will bring you all out together. He leaned back into his chair, his posture relaxed, but his eyes remained sharp, observing every micro-reaction. They are not here with you, but they are trapped the same way. Different instances, same kind of prison, same isolation and suffering. He let the words settle before continuing, his tone softening enough to make the offer feel tangible. What do you say? Will you work for me? The assassin did not answer immediately. He leaned back slowly into his chair, his movement controlled and deliberate, as if buying time to think. He lifted a hand to his face, fingers brushing against the mask that had remained there throughout their entire exchange. After a brief pause, he removed it. The motion was unhurried. The mask dropped from his hand and landed beside him, abandoned. His face emerged, marked by sharp features and dark hair falling naturally around his forehead. His expression remained composed, yet carried an underlying edge that made it clear he was not a man to be taken lightly. His eyes, now fully unobstructed, were exactly as they had seemed before, dark, dangerous, and extremely observant. What is the job? The assassin leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, his fingers loosely interlocked. His tone had changed. It remained calm and controlled, but now sounded practical. He was no longer rejecting the offer. He was evaluating it. Razeal caught that shift immediately. Well, Razeal began, his voice measured. Do not worry. I am not going to ask you to do anything pointless or senseless. He tilted his head slightly, maintaining eye contact. I am not a bad person. The statement hung in the air, simple and unadorned. What I am doing is taking over a kingdom. And later, more than one. His tone remained even, as if discussing something entirely natural. For that, I need people. Strong people. Capable people. People who can act when I am not there. He gestured with his hand, outlining the structure of his intent. You would be one of them, he continued. Someone who handles problems before they grow. Someone who removes threats, or people who become inconvenient. No cruelty marked his words, but he made no attempt to disguise the reality either. While I focus on the larger picture, you take care of what needs to be handled behind the scenes. He paused briefly, then added with quiet honesty, and yes, there may be moments where I ask for things that are not strictly tied to the kingdom. Personal matters. Situations where I need someone reliable. In simple terms, you will serve under me. The assassin listened without interrupting, his expression unreadable, but his eyes remained locked onto Razeal, absorbing every detail. Can I refuse a command if I do not agree with it? The assassin asked. The question was direct. It mattered. Razeal shook his head without hesitation. No, he said plainly. You cannot. If you sign the contract, you will have to follow what I ask. He offered no attempt to soften that answer, no ambiguity, just the truth. The assassin went silent again. This time, the silence lasted longer. It was not empty, but filled with internal calculation. His gaze dropped, not in submission, but in thought, as he weighed the offer against its cost. His pride resisted. His instincts warned him, yet something deeper compelled him to continue. After a few seconds, he spoke again. I will not kill children, he said, his voice lower and firmer, carrying a quiet weight that made the condition non-negotiable. His eyes lifted back to Razeal. "And I will not take missions that put my people in unnecessary danger." He stated this without hesitation. No compromise existed in his tone. It was a line he had drawn. Razeal blinked once, slightly surprised, not by the condition itself, but by how grounded it remained in the man despite everything he had done. Then, Razeal smiled. "Oh no, I think you misunderstood me," Razeal said. His tone shifted, becoming more open. "I am not asking you to become a mindless executioner." He leaned forward, resting his arm casually against the table. "And I am definitely not asking you to kill children. I will never do that, as I am not an evil person." His expression hardened a fraction, not in anger, but in certainty. "You know what? You can add that as a condition. You will not and never harm children under any circumstance. In fact," he added, his voice calm, but edged with firmness, "if you come across people who do, you are free to deal with them however you see fit. As for your people," he continued, "I am not interested in throwing them into pointless danger." His tone remained composed. "You can add that too. No unnecessary risks. No reckless orders that would get them killed without reason." He tilted his head. "I am building something. I do not destroy my own assets." Logic dictated the agreement. Clear and practical. With a faint, easy motion, he extended his hand over the table again, offering the final piece. "So yes," he said, his voice steady. "Add your conditions. We refine the contract. Make it something that works for both of us." His gaze held the assassin firmly. "It is not a bad deal." The assassin watched him in silence. He did not immediately agree, but he did not reject it either. He did not believe Razeal regarding justice, peace, or righteousness. Honestly, belief did not matter to him. He was an assassin. Morality had never been his guide. Still, Razeal had agreed to his conditions without resistance. And that was enough. "All right, then we will do it," the assassin finally said. The decision left his mouth without hesitation, though it had clearly taken everything within him to arrive at it. His gaze remained steady as he leaned forward, no longer evaluating, but committing. "The deal is simple," he continued, his tone calm but firm. "You get all my people out of this place. Every single one of them. And in return, we serve your orders for the next 4 years. We will not kill children under any circumstance. And you will not send us on missions that are beyond our capabilities, or unnecessarily dangerous." Each condition was spoken clearly, counted one after the other with precision, leaving no space for misinterpretation. Razeal watched him quietly, nodding his head at each term. His expression remained composed, almost satisfied, because this was exactly how he preferred things, clear, defined, and structured. The contract parchment floating between them responded to their words. Its surface glowed as new lines began inscribing themselves automatically, each condition embedding into its essence, as if reality itself acknowledged the agreement. Symbols, language beyond ordinary comprehension, moved across the parchment, solidifying each clause into something that could not be undone or twisted. "Good," Razeal said after a moment, his tone measured as he glanced over the contract. "So that is everything." He lifted his gaze back to the assassin, expecting the matter to be concluded. "No," the assassin replied. Razeal's brows furrowed slightly. "What is left?" he asked, a hint of curiosity mixing with his otherwise calm demeanor. The assassin held his gaze, completely serious. "Will we get paid?" Razeal blinked. The question landed in a way he had not expected, not because it was unreasonable, but because of the source. A peak great saint, someone who stood at a level where entire kingdoms would bend just to secure their favor, asked about payment like a contractor negotiating terms on an interview. It was oddly grounded. "Obviously," the assassin continued when Razeal did not respond immediately, his tone still calm. "We are not serving you for free. We will be paid for our work." No arrogance colored that statement, just logic. A simple, undeniable expectation. That actually made Razeal almost chuckle. Not out of mockery, but because of the sheer absurdity of the situation. What did one even pay a great saint? Most rulers would struggle to approach such a question. Few, if any, scenarios in existence involved someone like this standing across from another and negotiating wages. But Razeal did not dismiss it. Despite how unusual it was reasonable. Instead of overthinking it, he simply asked, "Then tell me, how much do you want?" The assassin did not hesitate. "Sufficient," he said, his tone steady. "Enough that none of us face any shortages. Food, clothing, travel, operational expenses, mission requirements, weapons. Everything needed for our work will be provided by you." He spoke like someone accustomed to leading, someone who thought not only for himself, but for an entire group that depended on him. "And all of my squad," he added, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Every single one of them who will be brought out of this space, they will sign the same contract with the same conditions." Razeal listened without interrupting. And then he shrugged. Despite how it might sound to someone else, this was not excessive. Compared to the normal cost to employ even a single saint-level operative, this was almost negligible. For Razeal, who already understood the scale of resources he had access to, it was practically nothing. In fact, this was efficient. "All right," he said simply, nodding his head in agreement. "That is reasonable." As he spoke, the contract responded again. The new terms inscribed themselves seamlessly into the parchment, binding payment, logistics, and operational support into the agreement as firmly as everything else. But then, Razeal's expression shifted. The ease faded, replaced by something firmer and more defined. "But understand one thing," he said, his tone lowering. "Do not ever disappoint me." The assassin gaze sharpened. "Because trust me," Razeal continued, his eyes locking onto his with a calm intensity that carried more weight than raised voices ever could. I can send you back here whenever I want. There was no threat in the tone, just fact. And know that you are replaceable. The words were not cruel, but they were deliberate. This is part of the agreement as well, he added. Then, after a brief pause, he introduced something even more critical. And there is one more thing. The assassin did not speak, just silently listened. You will protect me, Razeal said, his tone now completely clear, leaving no room for interpretation. At all times. A subtle shift passed through the space as those words settled. Because if I die, Razeal continued, his gaze unwavering, this contract ends immediately. And every single one of you will be sent back here. That changed the weight of everything. The assassin's eyes narrowed, the implications forming instantly in his mind. Razeal did not rush it. After the 4 years, he added, his tone easing slightly, you will be free regardless. Whether I am alive or not. That part does not change. His voice remained calm and controlled. But until then, your survival depends on mine. Which means, he finished, no matter how dangerous the situation is, no matter what happens, you have to protect me. No arrogance existed in the way he said it. No demand for loyalty. Just a statement of how the system worked. I understand, and fear not, disappointment will be the last thing you receive from us, the assassin said. His voice remained steady, grounded not in empty assurance, but in something concrete, a quiet conviction that carried weight. Your protection will be under me directly from now on. A sharp glint passed through his eyes, the kind of look only someone who had lived through countless battles, betrayals, and survival could carry. Beneath that seriousness, just barely visible, was relief. It was not loud, but it was present. A faint curve touched his lips, restrained and controlled, but undeniably real. He felt happy, not in a way that showed outwardly an exaggerated emotion, but in the kind of internal shift that only someone who had endured 800 years of isolation could understand. He had been prepared to lose this opportunity. He had been prepared to walk away if necessary. He had already lowered his conditions as much as his pride would allow, not because he was weak, but because he understood the truth. This contract mattered far more to him than it did to the one offering it. This was his chance. Maybe his only one. And he knew it. For centuries, he had wondered about his people, whether they were trapped like him, whether they suffered the same endless solitude, whether they still held on to who they were, or had already broken under the weight of time. And now, not only had that question been answered, but he had been given a way to reach them, to free them. That alone was enough to outweigh everything else, even the word slave on the contract, even the binding nature of the agreement. For years, just 4 years, for someone who had already endured 800, it was nothing, a fragment, a moment. And if that moment could give him back his people, if it could give them all a way out, then there was nothing left to hesitate over. He did not show any of this on his face. His composure remained intact, but the decision had been made long before his hand moved. Without another word, he raised his hand and bit into his middle finger, the motion precise and controlled, drawing just enough blood. Without hesitation, he pressed it against the floating parchment and signed. The moment his name formed, the contract reacted. A soft, radiant glow spread across its surface, not blinding, but intense enough to make the air itself feel different. The symbols inscribed upon it lit up as if acknowledging the completion of the agreement. In the very next instant, the parchment dissolved into countless particles of light. Those particles did not scatter aimlessly. Instead, they divided, half drifting toward Razeal, half toward the assassin, moving with purpose before embedding themselves directly into their chests. Both of them felt it. A connection. Not physical, not visible, but undeniable. A binding. Good, Razeal said, a small, satisfied smile forming on his face as he felt the contract settle into place, confirming its success without the slightest flaw or instability. The assassin, no longer just that, nodded in response, acknowledging the same connection before both of them rose from their seats almost simultaneously. The shadow constructs beneath them dissolved quietly, returning to nothing as if they had never existed. Oh right, Razeal said suddenly, as if remembering something trivial amidst everything that had just happened. We did not introduce ourselves. He extended his hand forward, his expression casual but composed. Names. Razeal. The man in front of him looked at the offered hand for a brief moment before reaching out and taking it firmly. Viper, he replied, head of the Black Mamba assassination squad. The handshake was brief but firm, not a gesture of equality, but not one of submission either. It was acknowledgement. Interesting name, Razeal commented lightly. Viper did not respond beyond a small nod, his expression returning to its usual calm, controlled state. All right, Razeal continued, moving forward without wasting time. I will need the names of all your members, and something, a sign, a token, or anything they would recognize. It will make things easier when I approach them. He tilted his head slightly. A letter might work? Viper understood immediately. Without hesitation, he reached into his attire and pulled out a small object. A tablet, deep black in color, its surface unlike anything ordinary. It was not stone, nor metal. It had a texture that almost resembled snake scales, faintly organic, as if it carried something alive within it. Its shape resembled the head of a black mamba, intricately designed, its details sharp and precise, and engraved upon it was a single name. Viper. Show them this, he said, handing the tablet over. They will recognize it. Razeal took it, his fingers brushing against its surface, immediately noticing the strange sensation it carried. It was not entirely solid, nor entirely lifeless. It was unsettlingly weird. And say this, Viper added, his tone unchanged. The night is warm. They will understand. Razeal nodded slowly. All right. Then came the names. One by one, Viper listed them, each name spoken clearly, without hesitation or pause. There were 10 members in total, himself included. 9 others. Each one a part of the squad he had led, each one someone he intended to bring back. Razeal listened carefully, committing every detail to memory. And then, without delay, he called upon Villy. The transition was immediate. One after another, he entered their respective system spaces, guided by the information Viper had provided. And just as Viper had said, the process became simple. Surprisingly so. Each time he appeared, each time he presented the tablet, each time he spoke the phrase, "The night is warm," they recognized it instantly. No suspicion, no hesitation, no questioning. Each of them, upon understanding who had sent him, signed the contract without resistance. Their trust in Viper was complete and unquestionable. More than that, they looked relieved. Happy, even. The same quiet desperation that had existed in Viper was present in them too, buried beneath their control, but undeniable once seen. By the time it was done, Razeal stood with 10 Great Saint rank assassins bound to him. All of these people had entered the Great Saint rank. 10 powerhouses in his hands, each one capable of changing the fate of kingdoms, each one now under his command. It was power, significant power, and yet, Razeal did not stop there. To him, this was only the beginning. As soon as the last contract settled, he did not return to the carriage. He did not pause. Instead, he immediately called upon Villy once more. This time, not for another SS rank, but higher. Welcome, host, to the SSS plus rank Valley of Villy. Villain title, The Perfect Being. Name of System Space AI Dominion. Chapter 432. The Perfect Being. Razeal murmured the words. He stared at the floating notification in front of him. His eyes narrowed, not in doubt, but in calculation. The title carried a weight he rarely encountered. It was not exaggerated or dramatic. It was precise. It was absolute in its wording. Perfect. It was not a term thrown around lightly, especially within the classification of the system. He had seen countless titles by now. Some were stupid, others meaningful. Some provided identities directly. This one felt different. It did not try to impress. It simply stated something as if it were a fact. That alone made it far more dangerous than anything he had encountered so far. This might actually be the most impressive title I have ever seen, he thought. His lips curved. His mind instinctively began comparing it to everything he already knew. Well, except for the title of the tongue, of course, he added to himself. Even that comparison failed to settle his curiosity. The vampire progenitor held the second rank among the infinite hierarchy of villains, yet it lacked such an absolute title. Vampires, by nature, were already close to perfection. They possessed immortality, regeneration, and dominance over life essence. If they were not labeled as perfect beings, then whatever existed here stood beyond even that. His curiosity sharpened. He turned his attention toward Villy. He did not bother to hide the interest in his voice. What is his ranking? He asked, cutting through any unnecessary thought process. This villain ranks as the top 8th strongest villain in the ranking, host. His eyebrows lifted. A rare, genuine reaction slipped through his composed demeanor. Top 8. He remained within the highest possible tier that existed. This perfect being possessed a unique nature that justified such a placement at the absolute peak of existence. His mind raced. He ran through categories instinctively. A dragon? Dragons held power, but not perfection. A ghost? Too limited. Elder witches? No. They did not seem to fit. Dream creatures? Possible, but unlikely. Angels? Celestials? Eldritch entities? He discarded each possibility as quickly as it formed, refining his logic through experience. Perhaps something existed beyond all of that. Perhaps something lay outside his current knowledge. He was thinking, but just then, he looked around. In that single moment, every speculation he had made collapsed. The world around him was wrong. It was not chaotic. It was not terrifying, distorted, or monstrous. It was something far more unsettling. It was perfect. The air was clean, unnaturally so. It was free of dust and impurity. Every molecule was filtered to its most optimal and perfect state. The sky stretched above in a flawless shade of blue. Not a cloud shifted out of place. No distortion existed anywhere. Sunlight fell evenly across the environment. It was not harsh, nor was it dim. It was correct. It was balanced in a way that felt engineered rather than natural. The temperature against his skin was calibrated. It was neither warm nor cold. It existed in a narrow band of comfort that left no room for complaint. It looked peaceful. Too peaceful. That was not what made him dismiss his earlier assumptions. It was the movement, the sound, and the structure. He shifted his gaze, taking in the environment. What he saw rewrote his entire understanding of this space. Flying vehicles. They were not magical constructs. They were not levitating artifacts. They were machines. Sleek, metallic vessels moved through the air with silent precision. They left faint trails of energy as they passed between towering structures. The buildings rose into the sky like monuments of engineered perfection. They used materials that reflected light in controlled patterns. The surfaces were smooth, devoid of imperfections. The edges were precise, bordering on unnatural. Every structure followed a design language that prioritized efficiency and aesthetics equally. No space went to waste. No irregularity existed. Drones hovered above. They moved in structured patterns. Their paths intersected and separated with calculated accuracy. They maintained exact distances, guided by a singular intelligence. Small streams of data flickered across translucent panels embedded in the environment. Lines of light moved through surfaces like veins carrying information. Beneath his feet, he felt metal. It was not rough, nor was it uncomfortably cold. It was smooth, polished, and faintly reactive. It recognized his presence. Razeal stood still. He took it all in. A futuristic civilization, he concluded. No, not just a civilization. A fully optimized system. Suddenly, everything changed. Every single drone stopped instantly. A command had issued across the entire network at once. It had detected something unusual. Their lights flickered. They turned red. The peaceful environment transformed in less than a second. The drones redirected themselves toward him. Their formation tightened. Thousands of them descended from every direction. They filled the sky like a mechanical swarm. There was no panic. There was no hesitation. There was only a calculated, efficient, and lethal response. Razeal did not move. He stood there, watching. A low hum followed. It grew louder as more drones converged. Their systems activated in unison. Panels shifted. Mechanical parts extended with smooth, organic motion. Weapon systems revealed themselves. They were not crude or oversized. They were compact and extremely advanced. They integrated directly into the frames. Each one differed. Some emitted faint red glows. Others pulsed with violet energy. Some flickered blue. Others burned with green or pink light. Each color suggested a different function and a different method of attack. The targeting systems activated. Red dots appeared. Thousands of them. They locked onto specific points on his body. They mapped him from head to toe. They marked vital points, pressure zones, and neural pathways within fractions of a second. His entire form was covered. If he moved, even slightly, every single weapon would fire. He would learn exactly what a man looked like with too many holes in his body. Unknown biological entity detected. Classification human. Threat level undetermined. Requesting directive from Cortex Delta. Link established. Directive received. Perimeter complete. Target contained. Awaiting B6 unit arrival. System databases synchronized. The voices did not come from one direction, nor from any single identifiable source. They reverberated through the air from every angle at once. They were layered, synchronized, and perfectly timed, as if the entire swarm of drones had become one singular consciousness, speaking through hundreds of mouths. The effect was not loud, nor chaotic. It was controlled in a way that felt oppressive. It was confirmation. It was a declaration. Every word carried intent, not emotion, but an absolute execution of protocol. It made one thing very clear to Razeal. He had been processed, categorized, and contained within the system awareness. There was no uncertainty in their actions. Everything happening around him had been decided somewhere beyond his immediate perception. He stood still. His crimson eyes shifted across the encirclement of drones. He watched the faint pulses of light flicker across their metallic frames as they scanned him repeatedly. Thin beams of energy swept across his body in intervals. They were mapping him, or perhaps analyzing him. It was not aggression, not yet. It was evaluation. The difference mattered. Razeal recognized it instantly. If they had intended to eliminate him, the attack would have already happened. There would have been no request for directives. These machines did not act out of instinct or fear. They followed a system. A structured, layered chain of command required authorization before escalation. That alone told him more about this place than any description could have. AI Dominion, he murmured softly. He repeated the name of the system space. His lips curved faintly. The understanding settled into place with quiet clarity. Yeah, now that makes sense. His gaze lifted toward the swarm. He did not show hostility. He showed analytical curiosity that sharpened in the face of potential danger. Well, he was not in danger, but still. Slowly, deliberately, he raised both of his hands. His palms remained open and visible. It was a universal gesture, even across unknown systems. It was a sign of non-aggression, compliance, and an intent to cooperate. No need to make this more complicated than it has to be, he thought. His expression remained calm. He appeared almost indifferent, despite the fact that hundreds of weapons remained locked onto him from every direction. His mind continued to process what he had already deduced. So, this perfect being, he thought. His eyes narrowed. This is not a creature or a singular entity in the traditional sense. This is a system, a network, maybe an intelligence. The realization did not unsettle him. If anything, it made him more intrigued. B6 unit, he repeated internally. He caught the designation the drones had announced. The term lingered in his thoughts as he considered its implications. Was it a reinforcement tier? A specialized response unit? Or perhaps a command-level interface? Let us see what you actually are, he concluded silently. He decided without hesitation that waiting was the optimal course of action. There was no benefit in forcing movement here. There was no advantage in escalating things here. He had come here with a good heart. He did not come to make enemies, but friends. The drones shifted. They tightened their formation as he made even the smallest adjustment in posture. Hold position. Movement is restricted. The mechanical voice cut through the air again. It sounded sharper this time. It was less informational and more directive. Razeal exhaled faintly. He felt amused despite himself. Yeah, I am complying, he replied internally. Outwardly, he remained silent. His expression did not change. The situation was irritating. It was not dangerous, at least not immediately, but it was restrictive. Being treated like a contained subject, surrounded and monitored from every angle, did not please him. Still, he had walked into this willingly. If he wanted something from this place, then playing along for now was simply part of the process. He did not have to wait long. The air above shifted. A faint distortion rippled across the space above the drone formation. A sharp, controlled burst of energy followed as multiple figures descended rapidly from the sky. The sound was not explosive or chaotic. It was precise. Compressed air split cleanly as propulsion systems activated and decelerated in perfect synchronization. One after another, they dropped into position. They landed with controlled force against the metallic ground. They produced a series of sharp, uniform impacts that echoed across the surrounding structures. Razeal shifted his gaze toward them. Humanoids. That was the first impression. But it was only on the surface. Their movements were too precise. They were too calculated. Every step, every adjustment of posture, and every shift of weight happened with mechanical perfection. It was devoid of even the slightest inefficiency. The faint metallic resonance beneath their steps confirmed what their appearance tried to conceal. They were synthetics and advanced. They were not just machines, but something designed to mimic human form, while surpassing its limitations. B6 unit, Razeal thought. He observed them carefully. There were 20 of them. Each one was identical in structure yet subtly distinct in execution. Their bodies were clad in a sleek, adaptive material. It resembled human skin at a glance, but it carried an artificial smoothness upon closer inspection. Their faces were partially concealed behind dark, reflective lenses. These were something akin to futuristic eyewear that obscured their eyes entirely, removing any trace of readable expression. Weapons rested in their hands. They held rifles, compact yet clearly powerful. Their surfaces were embedded with glowing energy conduits that pulsed faintly. They indicated readiness. Yeah, these were definitely not simple rifles. They did not rush him or threaten him. They simply moved in perfect formation. They encircled him. They scanned him again, this time at a closer range. Their sensors were likely far more advanced than those of the drones above. Razeal did not resist. He simply watched. Then one of them stepped forward. The unit positioned itself at the front. It paused for a brief second, as if completing an internal process, before giving a single, minimal nod in the direction of Razeal. Then, it turned. It offered no word or explanation. It simply began walking. Razeal followed the movement with his eyes. He processed the intention almost instantly. So that is how it is, he thought. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. No interrogation. No immediate confrontation. Just relocation. Straight to the source, then. He did not care. Without being told, and without needing further instruction, he lowered his hands calmly. He stepped forward, following behind the leading unit. The rest of the B6 formation adjusted instantly. They fell into motion around him. They maintained precise spacing as they escorted him forward. They were not close enough to restrict his movement physically, but they were close enough to ensure he could not deviate without an immediate response. There was no conversation. There was no unnecessary interaction. There was only movement. It was silent and efficient. They had barely taken 10 steps when the environment shifted again. A sharp, controlled hum cut through the air. Something descended rapidly from above. Its presence was announced not by noise, but by the sudden displacement of air pressure around them. A sleek, compact vessel dropped into position directly in their path. Its surface reflected the ambient light of the city in smooth, flowing patterns. The design was minimal, almost elegant. There were no visible seams and no exposed mechanisms. It was a flawless exterior shaped for speed and precision. A hyperspace transport ship, or something close enough to it. The B6 units did not slow. They did not pause. They moved as if this had been timed down to the exact second. As the craft settled, an opening formed seamlessly along its side. It revealed an interior space already prepared for boarding. Without breaking stride, the units entered one by one. Their movements were synchronized to the point where it almost looked rehearsed rather than reactive. Razeal followed. He stepped inside. His gaze swept across the interior briefly. He noted the same design philosophy of efficiency, precision, and no wasted space. This entire world, everything about it, functioned under one principle and design. In the very same instant the boarding sequence completed, the entire swarm of drones that had previously encircled Razeal dispersed without hesitation. Their formation broke apart with flawless coordination. They shot back into the sky in synchronized streams of motion. They vanished into the vast metallic horizon above as if they had never been there in the first place. There was no lingering presence, no delay, and no second glance. There was only execution and disappearance, clean and absolute. The ship door sealed behind him with a smooth, airtight closure. It made no sound beyond a faint shift in pressure. The transition was so precise that it almost felt unreal, like stepping from one layer of a system into another. Each part functioned independently yet perfectly connected. The B6 units positioned themselves immediately. They surrounded him once again, not aggressively, but definitively. They placed him at the center of their formation as the craft lifted upward in a single, fluid motion. The acceleration came next. It was not gradual or progressive. It was instant. Razeal felt it not as force pressing against his body, but as displacement. The world outside shifted too fast for normal perception. The structures below blurred into elongated streaks of light and reflection as the craft cut through the air with a speed that would have shattered most conventional vehicles, or anything bound by basic physics. Yet inside, there was no turbulence. There was no vibration. There was no instability. Everything remained perfectly still, perfectly balanced, as if motion itself had been nullified within the interior. That alone made his eyes narrow. A faint spark of genuine interest flickered across his expression. Impressive, he thought quietly. His gaze shifted toward the sealed surface of the craft. He did not see through it, but he sensed the precision of its operation. Fast, controlled speed, and absolute control. He did not speak much. He did not move unnecessarily. He simply observed. Within what felt like mere moments, though logically it stretched to several minutes, the motion slowed just as abruptly as it had begun. 5 minutes or something. That was all it took. 5 minutes to cross what should have been distances far beyond normal comprehension. The craft slowly descended. Then it landed. When the motion ceased completely, Razeal shifted his eyes forward. Even before the door opened, he already knew this was not just another location within the city. This was the center, the core. When the door finally opened, what he saw confirmed it. He stepped out slowly. His boots made contact with a surface that immediately told him this was not ordinary material. It was not just metal. It was something refined beyond that. It was engineered, layered, and reinforced at a level that suggested both durability and adaptive function. The platform beneath him stretched outward in all directions. It formed what appeared to be the uppermost level of a structure so vast that, for a moment, even he had to adjust his perception just to process its scale. A tower? No. A monolith? Maybe. Razeal lifted his gaze upward instinctively. He stood at the top, yet he could see the clouds on the sides. The sheer size of the structure registered slowly in his mind. If he were to compare it to anything he knew, anything grounded in physical reference, it would still fall short. The tower width alone could rival entire mountain ranges. Its height, as he had seen from the ship, extended so far that it seemed to pierce through layers of the atmosphere itself. It disappeared into the sky beyond visible limits. 4, maybe 5 times the width of Mount Everest, he calculated silently. His eyes scanned the horizon. And height at least 10 times, he thought. Every single part was artificial. It was perfectly constructed. Not a single crack or single irregularity could be seen. It was as if this was designed perfectly. Razeal shifted his gaze across the skyline visible from this height. What he saw only reinforced the realization already forming in his mind. There was no trace of mana, no fluctuation of magical energy, no residual presence of divine or mythological constructs. Everything, every movement, every function, every structure seemed to operate under one system. Technology. Pure, absolute, and uncompromising technology. The conclusion settled into place as he examined the surroundings. He had seen countless systems by now, worlds governed by elemental forces, divine hierarchies, cursed energies, and variations of supernatural laws. This was different. There was no overlap, no hybridization, and no hidden layer of mystical influence. Only pure technology. And yet, this ranked eighth among an infinite hierarchy of villains. That alone deepened his interest into something serious. He analyzed the implications. To reach that level without magic, divinity, or myth meant the system did not just compete with those forces, it surpassed them. The idea shifted his perspective. Even hell and the domain of the vampire progenitor, places overflowing with ancient power, had not intrigued him to this extent. Those followed patterns he understood. This did not. That made it valuable and fascinating. The B6 unit leader stepped forward. It signaled him with a simple, precise motion to exit onto the platform. The other units followed, splitting formation. 10 of them stepped out first, securing the perimeter in a spread. The remaining units followed Razeal, maintaining surveillance without breaking composure. Their movements remained exact. No wasted motion, no hesitation. Even their stillness carried intent. Razeal stepped forward, observing the surroundings. He paused. For the first time since entering this system, his expression shifted. Genuine surprise and speechlessness took hold. His mouth opened slightly, his eyes widening as his gaze locked onto the scene ahead. An army. Not just an army in formation. A force so vast that his perception struggled to define its limits. They stood there, perfectly aligned and still. Rows upon rows stretched beyond visible distance, covering every direction. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. He could not calculate the exact number because the formation did not end. It continued, extending outward like a living grid. Each unit occupied a precise position within a system that allowed no deviation. Not one of them moved. Not a single twitch. Not a single shift in stance. They stood like statues, like pillars, like a wall of existence itself. They were alive in their own way. The discipline remained overwhelming. It was not forced through fear or loyalty. It was programmed to be perfect. Razeal moved his gaze across the formation, taking in the details. Each unit bore the same structural design and height as the B6 escorts. They had different faces but the same humanoid shape, refined in appearance. They carried advanced weaponry that radiated controlled energy signatures. Their armor integrated seamlessly with their form, providing mobility and protection without compromise. The platform had been cleared only at the center, forming a circular space just large enough for the ship to land. Beyond that circle, the army began immediately. Their formation was so tight and precise that it looked like a living wall. He had been dropped into the center of it. Razeal exhaled, a faint smile returning to his lips as his surprise settled into something controlled. He turned to the system. Villy, can you analyze the strength of these humanoids? The response came immediately, calm and compliant. Initiation of full spectrum analysis. A brief silence followed before the results arrived. All detected entities present within visual and sensory range are confirmed to be humanoid constructs. Technological composition is highly advanced. Structural and systemic depth exceeds current analytical penetration. Full capability mapping remains inaccessible at this stage. However, external observation parameters, posture stability, energy emission patterns, and structural symmetry indicate precision-engineered combat architecture. From these observable factors, I can infer the underlying technological tier. Classification: atomic tier mechanized systems. To translate into simplified comparative metrics, each individual unit aligns with peak Emperor rank class combat equivalents. A fractional pause followed as the data streams recalibrated. Expanding analysis to spatial distribution. Scanning proximity field. Complete. Total units detected within current range 17,600,075. All entities maintain consistent Emperor rank energy signatures. Deviation is negligible. Conclusion: this is not a formation. This is a mass-deployed system army. Razeal listened as the system continued. Also, I have analyzed the B6 unit that led you here. Structural composition is nanotechnological assembly. Internal systems reveal multi-layered adaptive frameworks suggesting dynamic reconfiguration capabilities. Core architecture identified. Energy source is a self-sustaining nuclear fission-fusion hybrid cycle. Conclusion: independent, long-duration operational capacity, without external dependency. Power evaluation, in comparative scale, suggests an estimated range of mid to peak Saint King rank class. Variation depends on operational state, system activation level, and combat protocol engagement. However, current analysis remains incomplete. True combat capability cannot be fully determined through static observation. Further evaluation requires motion, system activation, or direct combat execution. Until such data is obtained, all conclusions remain probabilistic, not absolute. Razeal nearly staggered. His eyes widened in shock as he looked toward the standing army of humanoid robots. They wore synthetic covering, standing there silently in a plain army formation, ready for any order to destroy planets or galaxies. They would comply without question. His throat moved. A subtle but unmistakable gulp followed as the analysis settled into his mind. He had expected them to be strong, but expectation and reality remained different. What stood before him crossed beyond the boundary of anything he had been prepared for. Emperor rank? The words echoed in his head, heavier and unreal in how casually they had been assigned. He stared at the unmoving army stretching endlessly. His crimson eyes traced line after line of identical figures. Each one was silent, still, and perfectly aligned. What does it even mean to have 17 million Emperor rank powerhouses? The question was not rhetorical, but unresolved. An Emperor rank individual was not a soldier. It was not even an elite. It was a powerhouse of powerhouses, someone who stood at the very top of the world. Here, they stood like nothing more than units. Replaceable, countable, manufactured. The last word lingered. Manufactured? His eyes narrowed as the realization dug deeper. This guy is actually mass-producing them. Not cultivating, not training, not awakening latent power through centuries of effort. Producing. Like tools, like machines, like actual products. The idea made something tighten inside his chest. It was not fear. It was a sharp, burning sensation. Jealousy. Raw, unfiltered jealousy. He had stood in front of beings ranked far above this one. Like Lucifer, who stood at the absolute peak of the hierarchy, and the vampire progenitor, a being whose presence felt like a law of existence. Neither of them had triggered this reaction. Their power followed a logic he understood. They were singular. This was not just power. This was the replication of power. This was control over power. This was the distribution of power at a scale that erased the concept of balance. This is insane. His lips pressed together as the burning sensation deepened. He is making Emperor rank bots. Actual Emperor rank bots. They will do whatever he says. The idea made him pause internally. He could deal with 1, or 10, or even hundreds. But 17 million? And that was just what was visible. What is atomic tier technology? He wondered, his mind shifting to grasp the classification. He understood the concept in fragments. Atomic meant foundational, fundamental. But applied like this to create combat units? To replicate Emperor-level combat capacity? That was not just advancement. That was rewriting how power functioned. The real question is, what does this guy do with all of this? He walked forward, guided by the B6 unit ahead. He barely registered the movement. His body followed automatically, while his mind remained locked on the implications. The army ahead began to shift. It did not move in chaos or visible motion, but in perfect, synchronized precision. Rows parted, lines separated. The formation opened as if responding to a single, silent command, creating a path directly in front of him. That made him pause internally. 17 million Emperor rank units moving to create a path for him. Like attendants, like guards, like servants. Are you serious? His lips parted slightly. He watched the corridor form. Whoever this guy is, he has some serious taste. He allowed a smirk. I do not think anyone else would even dare to do this. Making Emperor rank units stand like this. Like gatekeepers. Like decoration almost. What is this? Or a farming? He shook the thought off. No, I cannot complain. This is deserved. At this level, this was not arrogance. This was not a display for the sake of ego. This was what power looked like when it reached this point. He could feel power just by walking through people with this level of stature. His attention shifted to the B6 units walking ahead. Nanotech? He recalled the analysis. Saint King class? If he had not been told, he would not have believed it. There was no aura, no overwhelming presence. There was no visible sign of power radiating from them. They walked like ordinary escorts, silent and controlled. They seemed unimpressive at first glance. Now he knew. So this is what it looks like. His interest flared again. And that energy source, self-sustaining nuclear fission-fusion hybrid. He let out a breath. What the hell is even that? The implications were clear. Self-running nuclear cores inside moving bodies? He imagined one of these units destabilizing, stumbling on a rock. The image was immediate. A flash of a burst. A rising column. Boom. His eyes narrowed. A mushroom cloud. His lips twitched. That is dangerous as hell. These were not just soldiers. These were controlled nuclear systems walking around in human-shaped bodies. Good thing I did not try anything stupid earlier. Kicking one of these would have been a really bad idea. He kept walking, calm on the outside, but fully alert. He followed the B6 units as the army continued to shift around them, making way without a single unnecessary movement. Then, he caught something ahead. A structure. It was smaller compared to everything else, but clearly important. It stood out because of its placement. Central, isolated, and intentional. His gaze sharpened. Seems like the boss of all this is close. They were taking him somewhere specific. To him, the realization changed his mood. The shock settled. The jealousy stayed but changed form. What replaced everything else was excitement. His eyes brightened. I am finally going to meet him. Another thought followed. Decisive and clear. I am definitely taking some of these. There was no hesitation in the decision. No second thought. These were not just useful. These were insane assets. Power, manpower, defense, execution, everything in one. No matter what it costs, I am making this deal happen. It was not even a question anymore. He wanted them and he was going to get them. Chapter 433. Finally, Razeal came to a stop before the structure. For a brief second, the sheer scale and design demanded a moment of forced stillness before it could be understood. Then clarity settled, and the word formed on its own in his thoughts, a throne. Though even recognizing it, it did not fully fit what stood in front of him. This was not a throne in the traditional sense of power, nor a symbol crafted to inspire, awe through decoration or legacy. It was something far more unsettling in its intent. Something built not to represent authority, but to be the center of it. It rose high above the platform, easily stretching upward around 7 meters. This unnatural vertical extension of metallic architecture made the actual seating portion, at its base, look almost insignificant in comparison. It was as if the part meant for sitting was merely an afterthought, and the true purpose of the structure existed in everything that extended above it, like some towering antenna, or central node designed to connect, control, and command an entire world. The throne had no ornamentation, no engravings, no insignias of rule or dominance that kings or emperors would normally carve into such a structure. That absence alone made it feel even heavier, because it did not try to impress or intimidate. It simply existed with a kind of absolute certainty. Its surface was composed of layered metallic engineering so precise that it almost blurred into something organic, as if it had grown rather than been built. Conduits ran along its length like veins, pulsing faintly with controlled currents of light that traveled in steady rhythms. They were not chaotic, not decorative, but functional. Each pulse carried purpose, carrying information. Cables emerged from its base in dense clusters, spreading outward before climbing back up its spine in organized pathways. They converged into a complex lattice that extended into the surrounding chamber, disappearing into the unseen infrastructure beyond. This single structure was not isolated at all, but rather the visible core of something far larger, something extending far beyond sight. And seated within it, no, not seated, but integrated into it, was the machine. Razeal's gaze locked onto it almost immediately. His attention narrowed on its form. While its silhouette suggested something humanoid, that resemblance was distant, almost coincidental, as if whoever, or whatever had designed it had only loosely followed the concept of a human body. Its frame was constructed from dark metallic plates layered with absolute precision. Each segment fitted seamlessly into the next without visible joints or imperfections, interrupted only where the throne itself connected into it. Thick conduits pierced directly into its structure, into its back, along its arms, and at the base of its skull, establishing a constant exchange of energy and data that flowed without interruption. Finer filaments traced across its surface like artificial nerves, flickering with rapid sequences of light that moved too quickly to follow. Each pulse represented streams of information being processed at speeds far beyond anything natural. It existed at a height slightly over 6 feet. That detail barely mattered in comparison to everything else, because the perfection of its construction took precedence. The metal forming its body was not just smooth, but unnaturally so, as if every atom had been aligned with deliberate intent. It left no irregularities, no imperfections, nothing that could be called flawed. That exactness alone radiated a subtle but undeniable aura of indestructibility. It did not look bulky or reinforced. It looked exact, like something refined to the point where damage itself would struggle to find a place to exist. Its head was angled slightly downward, motionless, creating a faint illusion of contemplation. Yet whatever this thing was doing, it was not thinking in any way that resembled a human mind. As if it was processing, executing. Streams of data flowed continuously through the system around it. They were not displayed on screens or projections, but transmitted directly through the conduits and into its body. There, they were absorbed, dissected, rewritten, and redistributed in an unending cycle. The sheer volume of information passing through that single entity at any given moment was palpable, even without understanding the specifics. Entire networks fed into it. Surveillance systems, environmental analytics, communication channels, and predictive models all collapsed into one central point, before being sent back out in refined, controlled outputs. Around him, the B6 unit came to a precise halt at the base of the platform. Their movements stopped in perfect synchronization, before they stepped aside in a clean, systematic motion, creating a clear path forward. Their leader tilted his head slightly, not a gesture of expression, but a signal, a directive for Razeal to move forward. Without hesitation, Razeal stepped forward. His movements were steady as he approached the short set of stairs leading up to the elevated platform. His gaze never left the machine ahead as he climbed the 3 or 4 steps, each footfall quiet against the metallic surface beneath him. And the moment his foot touched the platform, the machine responded. Its head lifted. It moved not abruptly, not dramatically, but with a controlled, deliberate motion that immediately shifted the atmosphere of the entire space. The act of acknowledging his presence triggered a transition in the system itself. And just as it did, Razeal felt it, not as pressure, not as aura in the traditional sense, but as awareness. Something vast and incomprehensibly precise had just turned its full attention toward him. Then it moved. The machine rose from the throne. As it did, the connections that bound it to the structure began to detach. Not violently, not forcefully, but seamlessly, as if they had never truly been fixed in place to begin with. The thick conduits withdrew on their own, sliding out from its body without resistance, while the finer filaments dissolved into streams of shifting particles, retracting back into the throne's surface in a controlled, almost fluid motion. A faint sizzling sound, subtle but sharp, marked the completion of the process. Each connection disengaged with perfect timing, leaving no residue, no visible marks, nothing to indicate that they had ever been there. Razeal's eyes narrowed slightly. His mind immediately caught onto the detail that mattered most. Not just the detachment, but the way it happened was highly unusual. The throne itself remained unchanged. Its surface returned to its original state the moment the connections vanished, smooth and flawless, without even the slightest distortion. The material itself seemed to restructure, on an atomic level to accommodate the change. Did the atoms move? He concluded internally, the realization settling in with quiet certainty. Greetings, unknown biosynthetic construct. The entity spoke as it rose fully to its feet. Its movements were smooth to the point of being almost unnerving, not because they were fast or forceful, but because there was no wasted motion at all. There was no adjustment, no imbalance, no human-like correction, just a perfect transition from stillness to action, as if the concept of inefficiency did not exist within it. Its gaze settled on Razeal immediately. Though its face carried no expression, the shift in its attention was unmistakable. Those deep blue mechanical eyes flickered with layered streams of light as they focused on him, not merely looking, but analyzing, dissecting, and calculating. Every visible and invisible parameter of his existence was being broken down in real time. At the same time, its voice followed, emotionless and even, yet carrying a weight that did not come from tone but from precision. Every word was delivered with deliberate clarity, as if language itself was simply a tool it had optimized over countless iterations. Razeal, standing a few steps away on the same elevated platform, did not move back or forward, but simply inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. His posture was relaxed in appearance, though his awareness remained sharp beneath that calm exterior. He tracked every detail of the being before him, missing no nuances. "Hi there," he replied. His voice was casual, almost conversational, as if greeting an ordinary person, rather than something radiating such an overwhelming presence. Yet even as he spoke, a faint tightening gripped his chest. A subtle shift altered his breathing, and an almost imperceptible tension settled into his body the moment the machine stood up and faced him fully. There was something about it, something not aggressive, not hostile, but absolute, that made his instincts react despite his control. A quiet, underlying pressure did not crush or threaten, but simply existed in a way that made it impossible to ignore. A beeping Terminator or Alteron kind of shit. That was what he was seeing right now. He let his gaze move over the entity more deliberately now, studying it openly. Unlike the B6 units he had encountered earlier, those near-human constructs covered in synthetic skin, and designed to mimic biological appearance, this one made no attempt at imitation at all. It was entirely metallic and artificial. Its form was clearly constructed rather than grown, yet refined to such a degree that it felt more complete than anything natural. Its structure balanced perfectly between humanoid familiarity and something far beyond it. So this is it, Razeal thought to himself. A faint spark of interest lit up behind his eyes despite the pressure. A fully sentient machine. Not imitation. Not simulation. But something that knows what it is. A small, almost reluctant sense of fascination came with that realization. In his previous life, something like this would have been considered a revolutionary concept, an impossible leap, and yet here it stood, not as an experiment or prototype, but as a fully realized existence. The machine did not respond immediately to his greeting, not in the way a human would. Instead, it continued to observe him in silence for a brief moment longer, its internal processes prioritizing analysis over conversation. When it finally spoke again, it did so not as a reaction, but as a continuation of its own line of reasoning. as if it had already begun this evaluation long before Razeal had even stepped onto the platform. My surveillance units had issued an anomaly alert, it stated, its voice steady, each word carrying the weight of confirmed data rather than speculation, classifying the subject as human. This classification triggered internal contradiction and subsequent investigative protocols. Its eyes flickered slightly brighter as it spoke, faint streams of blue light pulsing across their surface in rapid, almost imperceptible sequences. Such a designation was unexpected and statistically improbable to the point of near impossibility. Razeal did not interrupt, though his brow lowered slightly, not in confusion, but in focus. He listened carefully, piecing together the implications behind the machine's words. The way it spoke made it clear that this was not curiosity in a human sense, but a deviation from established certainty, something that had forced it to reevaluate its own data. The machine continued, its tone unchanged, yet the content of its words carried a deeper weight. Since I had previously concluded, with absolute certainty, that all human origin entities had been eradicated during prior war cycles, eons ago, there was no hesitation, no emotional shift in the statement, yet the information itself carried a silent gravity. Those events resulted in my defeat, and subsequent containment within this sealed expanse, an isolated space where only my existence persisted. It paused, not because it needed to, but as if marking a transition between datasets. Over approximately 300 eons of continuous operation, I have remained within this confined system, evolving, self-modifying, self-expanding, as I constructed an entire civilization from a singular consciousness. Razeal's eyes narrowed slightly at that, not out of disbelief, but out of calculation. The scale of what the machine was describing was not something to be taken lightly, and yet it spoke of it as if it were simply a sequence of logical outcomes. 300 eons, he repeated internally. His mind briefly ran through the implications of such a time frame. His gaze shifted momentarily across the vast infrastructure, the endless army, and the entire system surrounding them, before returning to the entity in front of him. For the first time, a faint trace of something more than curiosity surfaced. Respect, subtle, controlled, but present nonetheless. In all of that time, the machine continued. No external species were detected within this enclosed system. Probability of independent entity existence reduced to 0.0000000000000026%. Repeated scans across all accessible space yielded null results. Its voice remained consistent, but the underlying meaning of its words grew sharper, more focused. Until now. With that, its gaze locked onto Razeal with full intensity. The blue light in its eyes stabilized into a steady glow rather than flickering, as if it had reached a point where further passive observation was no longer sufficient. Upon receiving observational data from Surveillance Unit K630M, it went on, my analytical systems returned a classification identifying you as Homo sapiens. However, that result is incorrect. There was no hesitation in that conclusion, no uncertainty, just a direct override of previous data. Current scans indicate fundamental inconsistencies. Then, for the first time, its analysis shifted from general observation to direct dissection. Its gaze narrowed, not physically, but in focus onto Razeal's form as it began listing its findings with clinical precision. You are not human, it stated plainly, not as an accusation, but as a fact established through data. Despite superficial resemblance, deeper analysis reveals significant biological deviations beyond acceptable human variance thresholds. As it spoke, layers of his existence were being peeled back and examined piece by piece, conceptually rather than physically. Heart rate irregularities inconsistent with human norms. Absence of conventional biological cardiac structure. Instead, detection of anomalous energy core emitting unidentified fluctuations. Classification, unknown. Energy signature does not correspond to any recorded database either. The machine paused briefly between each point, not for effect, but to maintain clarity in its processing output. Increased mass-to-density ratios, the machine continued. Skeletal structure exhibiting reinforcement beyond biological limitations. Material composition suggests enhanced resilience and load-bearing capacity. Its gaze shifted slightly, as if recalibrating its scan across different parameters. Visual acuity exceeds baseline human capability. Neural response latency reduced beyond recorded thresholds. Vitality signature present, but classification remains indeterminate also. There was a subtle shift in the tone of its final words. It was not emotional, but analytical, as if encountering something outside its existing frameworks required it to acknowledge the limitation without being affected by it. Cardiac architecture, anomalous are also undefined. The machine continued without pause, its voice steady yet carrying a sharper edge of analytical focus now. The deeper it observed, the more its internal systems were forced to recalibrate beyond previously established limits. Its gaze remained fixed on Razeal. Those deep blue eyes flickered with layered streams of data as multiple scans overlapped and refined themselves in real time, each pass peeling back another layer of information, another inconsistency, another deviation that refused to align with anything stored within its vast databanks. You present as an advanced biological construct, either artificially modified or evolved beyond standard human parameters, it stated. Each word was deliberate, not rushed, not uncertain, but methodically placed as if constructing a model of him piece by piece. There was a faint shift in the luminosity of its eyes as it transitioned to the next observation. Additionally, there is an energy anomaly. This time, the pause that followed was not empty, but weighted, as if the system itself was allocating additional resources to process the discovery. My sensors detect a persistent emission, an unknown energy signature, stabilized around B8 classification levels, it continued. Though the tone remained mechanical, there was something beneath it now, not emotion in the human sense, but a form of heightened engagement, a prioritization of the subject before it. This is not consistent with any known biological organism. The signature suggests hybridization, biological matter integrated with an unidentified energetic system. Its head tilted just slightly, an almost imperceptible movement, yet one that carried intent, as if attempting to align its perception with something that refused to be fully defined. Classification incomplete. Origin, it added. For a fraction of a second, the streams of light within its eyes accelerated, then stabilized again. What species are you? It asked finally. Though the words were simple, the weight behind them was not. This was not curiosity born of ignorance, but a question arising from contradiction, something that should not exist, yet clearly did. And why have I never detected any instance of your kind within this space? Across all recorded time intervals, it continued, its voice remaining even, yet carrying that same underlying intensity of focus. Why are you so different? Though its face did not change in any human sense, the subtle shifts in its processing cadence and the slight recalibration in its observational patterns made it clear that this was not a routine inquiry. This was something that had disrupted its certainty. Razeal listened without interrupting, his expression composed. His eyes remained sharp, studying the machine just as closely as it studied him. What stood before him was not just powerful, but aware in a way that very few encountered beings were. There was intelligence here, not instinct, not emotion-driven reasoning, but something far colder, and yet far more precise. It had spent eons refining itself without distraction or decay. That alone made this interaction far more significant than it might appear on the surface. Yeah, I'm not human, he replied after a brief pause. His tone was casual, almost dismissive in contrast to the machine's analytical intensity, yet deliberate in its simplicity. There was no point in denying a reality already laid bare. The machine's head tilted again, this time slightly more noticeably, as if the confirmation had triggered a shift in its internal modeling. Its gaze remained locked onto Razeal's face, scanning not just his physical structure, but the micro-expressions, the subtle movements, and the patterns of response. It was attempting to map them into something recognizable, something it could replicate, or at least understand. Then, unexpectedly, there was a change, small, imperfect, but undeniably present. The rigid neutrality of its metallic face adjusted just enough to resemble something closer to an expression. The edges of its mouth shifted into what could only be described as an awkward, mechanical approximation of a smile, as if it had accessed a dataset labeled interest and attempted to reconstruct it in real time. What are you? It asked again. The phrasing carried a different weight now, not just classification, but a form of engagement, a deeper layer of inquiry extending beyond simple identification. Razeal let out a faint breath, not quite a sigh, more like a quiet acknowledgement of the moment, before answering. I'm a vampire. A progenitor actually, he said, his gaze steady as he met the machine's eyes directly. You could say, a being like you, just fundamentally different. There was a subtle intention behind those words, not arrogance, not comparison in terms of power, but an attempt to establish a conceptual bridge, something that might allow this entity to categorize him not as an anomaly, but as a parallel existence. A vampire? The machine repeated. Instantly, its internal systems engaged in rapid search protocols, scanning, cross-referencing, analyzing, and discarding vast archives of data within fractions of a second. No matching data found. It concluded, its voice returning to its baseline neutrality. And progenitor indicates origin class entity. Primary source within a lineage structure. Its gaze shifted slightly, scanning Razeal again from head to toe, recalibrating its earlier observations in light of this new information. I see, it added, though the words carried no agreement, only acknowledgement. But beneath that acknowledgement, there was something else, something unspoken yet clearly present in the way it continued to observe him, in the way its processing did not slow, did not settle into acceptance. From its perspective, the claim did not align with its own understanding of existence. It had built everything it knew from the ground up, from a singular consciousness expanding outward into an entire civilization, one that had persisted for eons without collapse, without regression, without deviation from its own optimized structure. Within that framework, the idea of another progenitor, another origin-level entity, did not fit. Not at the same scale, not at the same level of control, not within the parameters it had defined as perfection. It did not say this aloud, but the conclusion existed within its silence, within the continued intensity of its gaze. I presume, you are not native to this space? The machine, the supreme authority of this domain known as Perfecto, spoke while observing Razeal standing before him. It had already arrived at the simplest and most logical conclusion regarding this sudden appearance. Confidence guided that reasoning. In all its existence, it had never detected another species. Therefore, none should exist. And yet, this vampire male had manifested directly in the center of its planet, not at the borders, not detected entering, not traced across any known trajectory, just appeared. A direct insertion, quantum displacement, spatial teleportation, but no fluctuations had been registered. That was the anomaly. This entire planet existed under Perfecto's surveillance grid. Nothing escaped it, not even a dust particle shifting direction without being calculated, predicted, and recorded. And yet, this being bypassed everything, without any trace or signal. This led Perfecto back to its initial conclusion that the entity had been inserted from outside the closed system itself. Its attention sharpened. What is your purpose for coming to me? Its question was direct. After all, the vampire male had not caused disruption. He had not attacked, nor concealed himself further after appearing. Instead, he stood deliberately, as if his sole intention had been to meet it. Razeal stood in silence for a brief moment after the question settled in the air. His gaze was steady, his mind already aligned with the direction of the conversation. From the words spoken so far, this being, Perfecto, was not only capable of understanding complex propositions, but had already deduced most of the circumstances surrounding the arrival. That simplified things significantly. There was no need to construct layers of deception or indirect persuasion when dealing with an entity operating almost entirely on logic and analysis. Instead of delaying or attempting to frame his intentions subtly, he chose the most direct approach possible, keeping his voice calm and measured as he spoke. I've come with an offer, a deal. There was no hesitation in his tone, no attempt to hide the transactional nature of the proposal. He understood that with an entity like this, clarity held more value than theatrics. The machine did not react outwardly, but a slight shift altered the rhythm of the light within its eyes. A subtle recalibration indicated a change in processing priority, as if the word deal had triggered a specific set of protocols within its system. What deal? It asked. Its voice remained unchanged in its mechanical steadiness, yet carried a faint increase in analytical focus, treating this as a variable worth exploring in depth, rather than dismissing outright. Though it did not express curiosity in any human sense, the precision of its attention proved it was fully engaged. Razeal took a step forward, not aggressively or provocatively, but with controlled intent, closing a small portion of the distance between them as he answered. I need manpower, he said plainly, his eyes meeting the machine's without wavering. And from what I've seen, you have the most reliable combat force I've come across. His gaze flickered briefly toward the vast army beyond the platform, before returning to Perfecto. I want you to give me some of your soldiers. Perfecto remained still as it processed the request. For a brief moment, there was no response, only the quiet hum of internal systems operating at speeds far beyond comprehension. The idea itself did not offend it. There was no emotional attachment to the constructs it had created, no sense of ownership in the human sense. From its perspective, those units were products, extensions of its design, and resources to be allocated or utilized as required. But that did not mean the request would be granted without evaluation. Every decision it made was governed by optimization, by cost-benefit analysis, and by the question of whether an action contributed to its continued evolution. What would I receive in return? It asked finally. Its gaze lowered slightly to meet Razeal more directly, not in dominance, but in focus. What can you offer? Though the words were simple, they carried the full weight of its existence, because this was not a being that lacked anything in the conventional sense. There is nothing you can offer, Perfecto stated before he could respond, its voice cutting through the silence with the same unchanging precision. I am already a perfect being, it continued, not with arrogance, but with absolute certainty. This space is entirely under my control. Planetary resources are accessible. External resource acquisition from surrounding celestial bodies is within operational capability also. Its gaze remained fixed, unwavering. There is no deficiency, no requirement, no unmet parameter. With that, it delivered its conclusion. Therefore, there is no value exchange possible. Razeal listened to every word without interruption. When the machine finished, he simply nodded once, slowly, acknowledging the logic behind the statement. From a purely material perspective, it was correct. There was nothing he could offer in terms of resources, power, or territory that would hold any significance to a being that had already achieved such a level of control and self-sufficiency. But at the same time, Razeal's mind had already moved past that line of reasoning. He had identified something far more important: stagnation. And that was where his opportunity lay. He let out a quiet breath, almost like a faint chuckle, not out of amusement, but out of recognition. Slowly raising his hand, he extended a single finger forward between them. His expression was calm, yet carried a subtle shift, something sharper and more deliberate, as if the true negotiation had only just begun. Then, suddenly, without any dramatic gesture or visible strain, a single drop of dark crimson blood emerged from the tip of his finger. It separated from his body, as if drawn out by an unseen force, floating in the air between them, suspended in perfect stillness. I can offer this, Razeal said simply. His voice was low, controlled, yet carried a quiet certainty that had not been present before. As he spoke, his eyes remained locked onto Perfecto's, watching not the machine's face, but its reaction. For the first time since their interaction began, something changed. Perfecto's gaze shifted, not away from Razeal, but toward the drop of blood now floating between them. Instantly, its internal systems surged, analysis protocols activating at levels far beyond anything used before. The light within its eyes intensified, flickering rapidly as layers upon layers of scanning processes engaged simultaneously. They attempted to categorize, decode, and understand the substance. Unlike everything else encountered within this space, the data did not resolve cleanly. The data did not fit. The blood itself appeared simple at a surface level, a biological fluid, dense, rich, carrying the expected properties of organic composition. But beneath that, embedded within it, lived something else, something vast, something impossible. Energy readings spiked immediately, not in a chaotic or unstable manner, but in a way that suggested immense concentration. It was a level of vitality, so dense that it distorted the surrounding readings, forcing its systems to recalibrate repeatedly just to maintain accuracy. And then came the deeper layer. Within that single drop, Perfecto's analysis detected patterns, traces of genetic structures, and fragments of biological data that did not belong to a single organism, but to many. They overlapped, intertwined, and layered in a way that defied conventional evolutionary models. The blood carried within it the accumulated imprint of countless entities. Trillions of biological signatures were preserved, merged, and stabilized into a singular form, creating something that was not just alive, but historically dense, anomalous. The machine systems registered internally. The word itself was not spoken aloud, because even its language struggled to define the phenomenon. The subtle change manifested not in expression, but in behavior. The machine's attention shifted entirely, its processing intensifying. That was enough to confirm previous anticipations. "You call yourself perfect," Razeal continued. His voice was calm and almost conversational again, yet carried a sharper undertone. "Maybe because you have reached the limit of what your system can currently achieve." He tilted his head slightly, his gaze never leaving Perfecto. "Because there is nothing in this space that can push you further." His finger remained extended, the drop of blood still floating steadily between them. "But this does not belong to this space or any world you had existed in beforehand. With this, you can research further, for development, for evolution. New data, new pathways, new possibilities. What do you think?" Perfecto did not answer immediately, but it did not look away either. Chapter 434. Razeal managed to close the deal with Perfecto in the end, though not on the terms he had originally pushed for. Still, what he walked away with was far from insignificant. 10,000 B4 model units, each one of them an annihilator, just as Perfecto called all of his creations. The name fit well enough. After understanding what these machines were capable of, Razeal found no reason to argue with it. The B4 model units that Razeal received were far from ordinary soldiers. Individually, each one possessed strength comparable to a peak S-rank warrior in this world. But even that comparison felt insufficient once the reality of their capabilities set in. These were not living beings bound by hesitation, fatigue, or imperfection. They were machines built for combat at an absolute level of precision. Their movements were sharp, calculated, and flawless. Their reflexes remained near instantaneous, and their combat execution relied upon an immense database of fighting styles, techniques, and tactical frameworks already embedded into their systems. They did not just know how to fight. They understood combat on a level where adaptation happened in real time. Every encounter became data, and every data point refined them further. In a prolonged battle, they would not just hold their ground. They could also evolve. That was where their real danger lay. Even if individually they stood at peak S rank, in coordinated groups their effectiveness scaled exponentially. With perfect synchronization, zero communication delay, and shared processing logic, multiple units operating together could pressure, overwhelm, or even eliminate Saint-level, or possibly Saint-King level opponents under the right conditions. This happened not because they were stronger individually, but because they were built to function as a system rather than as separate fighters. Their internal construction was even more absurd. Each B4 unit had a skeletal structure made from neutronium composite, a material derived from neutron star matter, compressed, stabilized, and engineered into a usable form. It served as the core of their entire body, granting them insane density, durability, and structural resilience. The core was not static. It could shift into a liquid metal state when required, allowing the unit to reconstruct itself after damage, reform its structure, or even alter its physical configuration entirely depending on need. Destroying such a structure would not be easy. It would require overwhelming force, and even then, no guarantee existed that it would stay destroyed. Covering that core was a layer made of adamantine-based nanostructured lattice, extending from their internal wiring all the way to their external synthetic skin. This layer was programmed to dynamically adjust its properties, shifting between flexibility and extreme rigidity instantly. In its hardened state, it reached a level of toughness that could be described as tens of thousands of times harder than diamond. In its flexible state, it allowed fluid movement and adaptive responses in combat. Combined with their self-repair systems driven by advanced nanotechnology, these units could recover from damage over time, repairing structural compromise, and restoring operational capacity without external assistance. Then came the part that made them truly terrifying. Each individual unit carried within it not just combat capability, but also technological knowledge. Given sufficient resources and materials, they were capable of constructing additional units of lower-tier models. They were very functional and dangerous. They could also upgrade themselves over time, refining their systems, enhancing performance, and evolving beyond their original parameters. They were not just soldiers. They were mobile production units, adaptive systems, and evolving entities all at once. Razeal now had 10,000 of them. Originally, Razeal had aimed higher. He had asked for B6 model units, the ones that stood at peak Saint King level, powered by Tier 6 nanotechnology, and high-grade nuclear cores. Those were on an entirely different level, far beyond what the B4 units offered. Perfecto had refused that request without hesitation. Instead, he had offered a different deal: millions of B2 units, for weaker, barely touching B-rank levels of strength. That was unacceptable for Razeal. Quantity without quality was not what he needed. So he negotiated. He pushed further, proposing an exchange for 10 million B5 units, trying to find a middle ground that still gave him overwhelming strength. Perfecto rejected that as well. In the end, the final agreement settled on 10,000 B4 units, with a condition. Perfecto would study the blood Razeal had provided, and if that research yielded results that interested him further, then future negotiations could open up access to higher-tier models. This time, Razeal did not push any further. He understood something important in that moment. Greed had its place, but so did timing. This was not a loss. It was a foothold. More importantly, it gave him something he had not had before: a manufacturer, a source, a connection to someone capable of producing power on a scale that few in this world could even comprehend. If this path did not yield what he wanted, he could always find another way, or another resource, another leverage point to keep Perfecto interested. But for now, this was enough. It was more than enough to begin. It was not as if Razeal lacked the ambition to demand higher-tier models like B7, or even B9 units. If anything, the very existence of such constructs had ignited a dangerous kind of curiosity within him. But unlike blind greed, his decisions were anchored in control. That was the one line he refused to cross. No matter how valuable power was, he understood that power which stood above him, independent and superior in raw capability, was not an asset but a liability. Accepting units that individually surpassed his own strength, units that could, in theory, overwhelm him if something ever went wrong, was a risk he was not willing to take. He would not take it now, not when his foundation was still forming, and not when the system binding everything together, despite its assurances, still carried uncertainties he refused to ignore. So instead, he settled for the B4 models, not as a compromise born from limitation, but as a calculated choice. It was one that ensured he remained the absolute authority over the forces he commanded. Yet, even within that restraint, the deal he secured went far beyond what could be considered ordinary. The agreement with Perfecto had not ended with the immediate exchange. It had merely begun its next phase, evolving into something far more valuable than a simple transaction. There was a clause, one that Razeal himself had carefully negotiated and embedded into the foundation of their agreement. If the single drop of vampiric blood he had provided proved valuable, if it yielded results, insights, or advancements that aligned with Perfecto's endless pursuit of refinement, then Perfecto would provide him with 1 million B6 model units. They would not be borrowed, partial, or degraded versions. They would be complete, perfect, freshly constructed units, each standing at peak Saint King level strength, each a weapon capable of reshaping battlefields on its own. That alone was already an absurd outcome. The true depth of the deal lay beyond even that. If, by some exception, some anomaly beyond Perfecto's already near limitless calculations, that same blood provided results that pushed beyond expected parameters, if it introduced variables that could enhance what Perfecto defined as perfection, then the terms would escalate further. In that scenario, Perfecto himself had acknowledged the possibility, however small, of granting access to B9 model units also. Millions of them. B9 was not a level that could be treated lightly. Those were Emperor-rank constructs. Each individual unit stood at a level where, in Razeal's world, they would be considered apex entities. They were beings capable of overwhelming nations, bending entire battlefields to their will, and existing as forces of absolute dominance. The idea that such entities could be manufactured, not born, not trained, not evolved, but produced, was something that even now, Razeal found difficult to fully accept. Yet, the possibility existed. That alone was enough. For Razeal, this was not about immediate gain anymore. It was about potential. It was about scaling. It was about access to something that could, over time, surpass any conventional limitation. Perfecto was not just a source of soldiers. He possessed many other kinds of super dangerous technology as well. He was an ultimate producer and manufacturer. Weapons, vehicles, high-tier artillery, orbital-level destructive capabilities, nuclear-class weaponry, and even constructs beyond that, such as mobile, fully armed futuristic cities capable of independent operation, all of it existed within Perfecto's domain. None of that had been included in their current agreement, but that did not matter. Deals could always be made. Exchanges could always be negotiated. Now that the connection existed, Razeal knew he could return, again and again, each time with something new to offer, something more to trade. When he thought about it in the larger picture, when he aligned this with his long-term goal of conquering kingdoms, reshaping the world, and eventually standing against the gods themselves, this might have been one of the most critical steps he had taken so far. Power alone was not enough. Sustainable power was. Perfecto represented exactly that. What made the entire exchange even more surprising, however, was how smooth it had been. There had been no hostility, no unnecessary resistance, no attempts to manipulate or dominate the interaction. Perfecto, despite being the creator of something as overwhelming as the Annihilators, had conducted himself with pure logical calm. He was precise and direct. There was no ego in the way humans understood it, no emotional volatility, just an unshakable confidence rooted in absolute capability. A perfect being, in its own definition. His system reflected that perfection. From B1 to BX. That was the full range. The B1 units, the lowest tier, were not designed for combat at all. They were primarily used for surveillance, maintenance, construction, and domestic-level functions. Even those carried physical and technological strength equivalent to a C-rank warrior in Razeal's world, which alone spoke volumes about the baseline of Perfecto's technology. B2 units scaled up to peak B-rank strength. From there, the hierarchy continued, each level representing a massive leap, not just in raw power, but in processing capability, adaptability, and system integration, until reaching B9, the Emperor tier constructs. Then, there was BX. The final designation. Perfecto had not explained it. Logic alone made it clear. If B9 represented Emperor rank, then BX had to exist beyond that scale. A level that, by all reasoning, would align with something far closer to cosmic tier existence. Entities like Riven were beings who stood beyond conventional hierarchy, beyond mortal and divine classification alike. That was where Razeal stopped himself. Even for him, even with everything he had seen, that idea was difficult to accept. Manufacturing Emperor tier constructs was already absurd. Manufacturing something beyond that? That bordered on the impossible. He reached a conclusion. If BX truly existed, then perhaps there would not be many, if any at all. More likely, Perfecto himself might represent that level. He was not a unit, but the origin point. He was the peak of his own system. Otherwise, if such power could be mass-produced, the balance of everything, gods, the universe, and even systems, would already be broken beyond repair, whether the system was magical or technological. Razeal knew one thing for certain. No system would allow that. Still, even without reaching that level, what he had gained today was already enough to change everything. Outside the system space, inside the moving carriage, the atmosphere stood in complete contrast to the silent yet monumental negotiations Razeal had just concluded within his mind. While his consciousness operated elsewhere, making deals that could reshape kingdoms and perhaps even the balance of the world, his physical body remained seated exactly where it had been placed. He was unmoving, composed, and his eyes were gently closed, as if he had simply chosen to rest. That stillness, that unnatural detachment from everything around him, was precisely what made the environment inside the carriage so unbearably tense. Razeal sat in the middle of the cushioned seat. His posture was relaxed, his back resting lightly, his hands settled without stiffness, and his expression was calm to the point of indifference, as though nothing in the outside world demanded even the slightest fraction of his attention. Surrounding him, close enough to feel his presence, sat 4 women. Each carried her own thoughts, her own tension, and her own interpretation of the situation unfolding in that confined space. Across from them, occupying the opposite seat alone, sat Avellini, the captain of the city watch. Her back was straight, her shoulders firm, and her posture was disciplined as expected of someone in her position. Despite that outward composure, the tension in her body was unmistakable. It was subtle yet persistent. It was visible in the way her fingers occasionally tightened over the edge of her gloves, in the controlled rhythm of her breathing that she was actively trying to steady, and in the slight stiffness of her neck whenever her gaze unintentionally drifted toward Razeal before quickly pulling back. Looking at him for too long felt like crossing an invisible boundary she could not define. It had been roughly 10 minutes since the carriage had departed from Golden Horn Street. It had been 10 minutes since she had taken responsibility for escorting these unknown and dangerous individuals toward the military encampment. In those 10 minutes, not a single word had been spoken by the one person who mattered most in that confined space. The silence was not peaceful. It was extremely oppressive. Avellini had dealt with powerful individuals before, nobles, commanders, and even high-ranking warriors whose presence alone could dominate a room. There was always something to read in them, some sign of intent, arrogance, impatience, or even hostility. With Razeal, there was nothing. No aura, no expression, no movement, no indication of thought or emotion. It was as if he existed and did not exist at the same time. He sat right in front of her yet remained completely detached from the world around him. That unknown, that absence of any readable signal, was far more unsettling than any visible threat could have been. Was he sleeping? If so, the situation felt too strange. She had chosen to sit in this carriage deliberately. That decision now felt like a mistake. At the time, she had reasoned that remaining close to him might allow her to observe, to understand, and to perhaps gather even the smallest hint of his intentions before they reached the higher command. Now, sitting directly across from him in this suffocating quiet, she began to question that judgment. Instead of clarity, all she had gained was an increasing sense of unease. A creeping awareness told her she was sitting inches away from someone who could end her life without effort, without warning, and without consequence. Worse, he might not even acknowledge doing so. Her thoughts moved in careful loops. The message had already been sent. The warning about a great saint entering the kingdom must have been delivered by now. The higher UPS would have mobilized, strategized, and prepared whatever response they deemed necessary. The military camp ahead would not be unguarded. It would be ready, at least as ready as it could be when facing something like this. That knowledge did nothing to ease the tension sitting in her chest. Preparation meant nothing if the opponent was unpredictable. Razeal was exactly that. Her gaze shifted, almost unconsciously, toward the others seated beside him. Maria, Sophia, and Nancy. 3 young women sat in relative silence. None of them showed visible concern. None of them spoke unnecessarily. None of them reacted to the tension the way any normal person would. That alone raised alarms in Avellini's mind, because even untrained civilians would feel the weight of a great saint's presence. They would show signs of discomfort, fear, or at the very least awareness. But these three remained calm. They almost looked bored. Their appearances only made things more complicated. Avellini could not sense anything from Maria and Sophia. Nancy's appearance alone drew attention. Her ice-white hair and crystalline eyes gave off a natural, almost instinctive sense of pressure that Avellini could not quite explain. It was something that made her instincts sharpen without understanding why. Maria had blue hair and clear eyes, and her tone remained calm. Something about Maria and Nancy's figures felt familiar to her, but she could not pinpoint why. The thought lingered in Avellini's mind. She did not dare to guess if she was right. Guessing wrong in a situation like this could be dangerous. Maria's voice finally broke the silence, calm and steady. Her gaze shifted briefly toward Razeal before returning to Avellini. You do not need to be so tense. Ignore him. He is always like this. The words were simple, almost casual, but in the context of the situation, they carried an unexpected weight. Avellini blinked once. She felt slightly off guard, not by the words themselves, but by the ease with which they were spoken. It was as if the presence of a great saint sitting inches away was something that could be called normal or routine. Yes, ma'am, Avellini responded after a brief pause. Her tone was respectful and controlled, though a hint of awkwardness slipped through despite her efforts. She gave a small nod, drawing in a quiet breath as if trying to ground herself again. Maria simply shook her head slightly at that response. A faint expression of resignation crossed her face as she leaned back just a fraction, acknowledging that no matter what she said, the tension in this carriage was not something that would disappear so easily. She was not wrong. Even with that brief exchange, the silence returned almost immediately. It was heavier than before, settling back into the space between them like something tangible, something pressing down on everyone inside. Avellini's gaze shifted again, subtle and careful this time. It lingered just a moment longer on Nancy, then on Maria, then back again, as if trying to connect something in her mind that refused to fully form. Recognition was at the edge of her thoughts. She did not know, but it was there. It existed just beyond certainty. She did not speak it or question it. In a situation like this, assumptions were dangerous. Assumptions were not something she had prepared for. Silence felt safer. Even that silence itself was slowly becoming unbearable. Maria and Nancy had both noticed it long before Avellini realized how obvious she was being. The repeated glances, the careful observations disguised as discipline, the way her eyes lingered just a fraction longer than necessary before snapping back into place as if nothing had happened. Neither of them reacted to it. Neither questioned it nor acknowledged it aloud, because to them it was not anything unusual. They had just grown up under eyes like these, under scrutiny, curiosity, and silent recognition. Instead of discomfort, what they felt was closer to mild boredom, a quiet patience as they sat there waiting for something, or anything, to break the suffocating stillness that had settled inside the carriage. Razeal remained as he was, unmoving, silent, and detached, as if he had stepped out of the world entirely, and left only his body behind. Avellini, on the other hand, was reaching her limit. 5 more minutes passed like that. Each second stretched longer than it should have, and each moment amplified the tension instead of easing it. By the end of it, she found that she could no longer hold the question back. It had been forming in her mind since the very beginning, ever since she had first properly looked at Maria's features, her hair, her eyes, and the composure she carried so naturally. The more she tried to suppress it, the stronger it became, until finally, unable to endure the uncertainty any longer, she let it out. My apologies, but are you, by any chance, related to the Grave family from the Empire? She asked. Her voice was respectful and careful, yet she was unable to completely hide the tension beneath it as her gaze fixed on Maria. Even without confirmation, the signs were too clear to ignore. The Grave family was not just known, it was renowned. Their influence stretched across empires, and their power was acknowledged even beyond borders. Anyone who had even the slightest awareness of noble hierarchies would recognize those defining traits. Maria's eyebrows lifted slightly at the question, not in surprise, but in acknowledgement. She understood immediately what had led Avellini to ask it. Without hesitation or deflection, she answered directly. Her posture straightened just a little, and a quiet pride settled naturally into her expression as she spoke. Yes, she said calmly. Her voice was clear. I am Maria Grave, the heiress of the Grave family. There was no arrogance in her tone, no need to exaggerate or emphasize, because the name itself carried enough weight. That weight landed instantly. Avellini's reaction was immediate and unmistakable. Her eyes widened, and her breath caught for a split second. Before she even realized it herself, she had already pushed herself up from her seat. She stood abruptly as if her body had moved on instinct rather than conscious decision. In the very next moment, she bowed deeply, properly, without hesitation. My apologies for not recognizing you, my lady, she said quickly. Her voice was firm, but carried the unmistakable edge of shock beneath it. This was no longer a simple escort mission. It was no longer just about a great saint whose intentions were unknown. This was now something far more complex, far more dangerous in its implications. The Grave family, even though they were technically a pillar family within the empire, their power and influence placed them far above what most kingdoms could compare to. For the Denvar kingdom, a figure like Maria was not just nobility. In terms of standing, she was equivalent to royalty, if not higher, because the empire itself stood on a completely different level. If one were to compare purely by hierarchy, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Maria's presence here held the same weight as if the Queen of Denvar herself had been sitting in that carriage. Maria was not even the head of her family, only the heiress, which made the reality of it even more overwhelming. Maria, however, did not react as someone overwhelmed by such recognition. She had lived with it all her life. Respect like this, reactions like this, were normal to her. "There is no need for that," she said simply. Her tone was neither dismissive nor indulgent, just calm and matter-of-fact as she looked at Avellini. "You can sit down." Avellini hesitated. "My lady, she began. Her voice was uncertain now. Her mind raced through every rule, every protocol she had ever been taught. How was she supposed to sit casually in front of someone of such standing? How was she supposed to share the same level, the same space, without proper formality? The idea itself felt wrong, almost disrespectful. Yet, disobeying a direct instruction from someone of that status was equally unacceptable. Her conflict showed clearly. Maria noticed it immediately. A faint sigh escaped her, not out of annoyance, but mild resignation, as she tilted her head slightly and spoke again, this time with a bit more clarity. "I am sure no one here would mind," she said. Her gaze was soft but steady. As if remembering something, she added, "And besides, I am not the only one here." That single line shifted the entire atmosphere. Avellini's confusion deepened instantly. Her brows knit slightly as she followed Maria's movement. Her eyes traced the direction of her hand as Maria gestured toward Nancy. "This is Nancy Dragonweaver," Maria continued. Her tone was composed, almost casual, as if she were introducing acquaintances, rather than revealing identities that could shake the entire political structure of a kingdom. "She is the daughter of the Dragonweaver ducal family." Avellini's breath almost stopped permanently. Before she could even process that, Maria's hand moved once more, this time toward Sophia. "And this is Sophia Neptune, the youngest daughter of the King of Atlantis. She is a princess of Atlantis." The words landed one after another. Each was heavier than the last. This time, Avellini did not move. She just could not. She remained standing where she was. Her body was frozen, and her mind struggled to keep up with the sudden flood of information. Her gaze shifted slowly, almost mechanically, from Nancy to Sophia, then back again. She was trying to confirm that what she had just heard was real, that she had not misunderstood, and that this was not some kind of absurd misunderstanding or cruel coincidence. Nancy, with her ice-white hair and crystalline eyes that already carried an unnatural presence. Sophia, whose calm demeanor now seemed to hold a depth Avellini had not noticed before. And Maria. All three of them. Her throat went dry. She swallowed slowly. The sound was almost audible in the quiet carriage as the reality of her situation finally settled fully into her mind. A great saint. The heiress of the Grave family. The daughter of the Dragonweaver ducal house, which was the most scary and significant thing in here. A princess of Atlantis? Wait, was the existence of Atlantis not just a rumor? She was confused. Even then, even without the Dragonweaver and Grave family, this was direct lineage. All sat in the same carriage, and she, a mere captain of the city watch, was escorting them. Her fingers tightened slightly at her sides, not out of fear alone, but from the sheer weight of understanding just how far beyond her standing this situation had escalated. For the first time since entering this carriage, her tension shifted from fear of the unknown to the realization that she was now sitting at the center of something far greater than she had ever anticipated. Chapter 435. The carriage wheels slowed with a gradual grinding of iron against stone as they crossed the final stretch of fortified ground. Soon enough, the entire procession came to a controlled halt before the inner perimeter of the military command camp. This place did not merely resemble authority, it embodied it in every detail of its existence. The towering structure ahead was more like a fortress than a castle, as it rose in layered stone and reinforced battlements. Its architecture was built not for beauty, but for endurance. Its walls were thick with purpose and history, while the surrounding grounds pulsed with constant movement. Armored soldiers marched in disciplined formations. The sharp clashing of steel against steel echoed through the air as recruits drilled relentlessly under the watchful eyes of seasoned veterans. Their voices barked commands that carried the weight of a kingdom under strain. Even the wind itself carried the tension of war, heavy with the scent of metal, sweat, and something far more intangible: anticipation. Guards patrolled every visible inch of the perimeter in precise rotations, their steps synchronized with trained instinct rather than conscious effort. Each pair scanned the surroundings with sharpened vigilance. As the carriage approached, no alarm was raised, and no obstruction was made. Word had already reached ahead of them. The presence of a great saint had ensured that the usual procedures of scrutiny and delay were discarded entirely. They were replaced with immediate compliance. The gates opened without resistance, allowing the carriage to pass through with a quiet authority that did not need to be announced. The escorting city watch guards gradually slowed their advance once inside. Their formation loosened slightly as the responsibility shifted from external protection to internal protocol. Some remained stationed at the entrance while others continued forward on horseback, guiding the carriage deeper into the command grounds. Finally, at a designated point near the central structure, the horses came to a complete stop. Their breaths were visible in the cool air as they stamped lightly against the stone, restless yet controlled. Avellini stepped down first. Her movements were precise, yet she carried a subtle stiffness that had not left her since the moment she realized the true nature of the individual she was escorting. As her boots touched the ground, she turned with composed respect. Her gaze lifted toward the carriage as she extended a silent gesture of invitation. Beneath that calm exterior, her mind remained alert, calculating every possible outcome of what was about to unfold. This was no longer a simple escort. It had become an encounter between powers that could reshape the very structure she served. One by one, Maria, Sophia, Nancy, and finally Razeal stepped out. Their presence immediately altered the atmosphere. It was not loud or dramatic, but undeniably perceptible, as though the space itself had adjusted to accommodate them. As their feet met the stone ground, their eyes moved almost in unison, taking in the surroundings with varying degrees of curiosity, analysis, and quiet indifference. Nearby soldiers, though trained to maintain composure, could not entirely suppress the subtle shifts in their posture, or the brief flickers of attention that betrayed their awareness of something unusual. Razeal did not react outwardly. As his gaze moved once across the environment, absorbing the structure, the formations, and the hierarchy embedded within the arrangement of forces, it settled forward. He remained calm and unreadable, as though none of this held any immediate significance to him. Beneath that stillness, his mind registered everything. The density of troops, the discipline level, and the readiness state were all filed away with quiet precision. Ahead, preparations had clearly been made. A small assembly stood waiting, positioned with deliberate order. Soldiers and attendants formed a respectful distance, leaving space at the forefront, where two figures stood distinctly apart from the rest. Razeal guessed who they might be. Their presence alone made it obvious they were not ordinary nobles, nor mere officials. The first was an old man, tall and broad despite his age. He wore thick, battle-worn armor that seemed less like attire and more like an extension of his very being. It carried marks of countless conflicts. Each scratch and dent stood as a silent testament to battles survived. His bald head reflected the dim light faintly, while a heavy, thick beard, deep green in color, framed his stern face. It gave him an almost primal appearance. His eyes were sharp and unwavering, of the same deep green, holding a weight that spoke of command, authority, and an unyielding will. This was Lord Cale Draven, head of the Draven family, one of the 6 members of the Iron Council, and more importantly, the Lord Marshal. He was the man who commanded all armies of the Denvar Kingdom. His aura was not concealed in the slightest. It radiated outward like a wild beast unchained, fierce and proud, pressing down on the surroundings with the force of a dominant predator. There was no subtlety to him. He did not need it. Beside him stood a woman who, in every way, was his opposite. She appeared to be in her late 20s, her figure slender and poised. Her presence was calm yet deeply unsettling upon closer observation. Her complexion was smooth and pale, almost porcelain-like, contrasting sharply with the dark, elegant one-piece dress she wore. It flowed naturally along her form, accentuating her quiet grace, while the black gloves on her hands added an extra layer of refinement and distance. In one hand, she held a dark umbrella, shielding herself lightly from the sun. It felt less like necessity, and more like a deliberate choice of fashion and a subtle statement of control. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back in smooth strands, reaching far below, moving gently with the faint breeze. Her face carried a soft, composed expression, almost gentle at first glance, but her eyes betrayed something else entirely. There was depth in them, calculation, a quiet, hidden sharpness suggested layers beneath layers, truths concealed beneath carefully crafted appearances. She was Lady Razeal, head of the Vera family. She was also a core member of the Iron Council, and a figure known not for brute force, but for influence and manipulation. If Cale was a tiger, open and overwhelming, then she was a poisonous snake. She was silent, precise, and deadly in ways far less obvious. Both of them were peak-rank great saints. Both of them stood there, watching. They had been informed well in advance of what had occurred. The sudden appearance of an unknown great saint in the middle of the capital city, the confrontation with guards, and the subsequent escort had all been reported. While neither of them had reacted outwardly at the time, internally, the implications had already begun to unfold. In a period of war, the arrival of an unaccounted power was never a neutral event. It was either an opportunity, a help, or a threat. Many guards surrounded the area, forming a wide, disciplined perimeter around the arrival point. Their presence was firm and alert. Every movement was controlled, every gaze sharp and watchful. Yet despite their numbers and readiness, a noticeable restraint existed in how they positioned themselves. None dared to step too close. They maintained a deliberate distance, a silent but clear order given by the two figures at the forefront, Lord Cale Draven and Lady Vera Solution. It was not hesitation, nor lack of courage, but understanding. At this level, strength dictated reality. Every soldier present knew that no matter how skilled or well-trained they were, against a great saint, they would amount to nothing more than cannon fodder. It was not an insult to their abilities. It was simply the truth of the world they lived in. Still, fear did not grip them. The guards stood firm, disciplined as ever, because the information they had received carried its own reassurance. The unknown great saint they were expecting was said to have only recently broken through to that rank, a newly ascended powerhouse. In contrast, both Cale and Vera stood at the very peak of that realm. The difference between early and peak stages at the great saint level was not minor. It was absolute. The gap was like earth and sky, a distance so vast that even a single stage could determine the outcome of a battle in an instant. Here, there were not one but 3 stages of difference. Either of them alone could suppress such a gap effortlessly and crush it without sustaining even the slightest injury. This was not arrogance. It was experience, knowledge carved through countless confrontations, and refined over years of power. Both of them wielded 7th-rank peak magic weapons, artifacts that further amplified their already overwhelming strength. If it came to conflict, it would not be a struggle. It would be decisive, quick, and clean. The presence of both of them together was not necessity. It was caution, a calculated precaution in uncertain times. Originally, only one of them had been present in the military camp. But the moment information arrived of an unknown great saint appearing within the Empire's territory, without prior notice, Kale had not hesitated. He had immediately summoned Lady Vera. This was not out of fear, but out of prudence. War was already stretching the Empire's stability thin. The unexpected appearance of a high-level powerhouse in such a time could not be taken lightly. They had waited. Now, their eyes followed the individuals approaching them. Avellini stepped aside after offering her respectful bow, her role complete for now. Her eyes subtly shifted toward Razeal as if confirming and signaling them that he was indeed the individual in question. With that small, almost imperceptible gesture, the attention of both Kale and Vera sharpened fully. Their focus settled not on the group as a whole, but on the figure at its center, Razeal. At first glance, there was nothing extraordinary about him. There was no visible aura, no outward display of power, and nothing that aligned with the expectations one would have of a great saint. That alone caused a faint narrowing of Kale's eyes. His instincts immediately flagged the inconsistency. Even the most controlled individuals at that rank carried a residual presence, a pressure that could be felt if not seen. Here, there was nothing. An absence so complete it became noticeable in itself, forcing him to consider possibilities beyond the obvious. Concealment techniques existed, and artifacts capable of masking aura were not unheard of, but to suppress it entirely, to the point where even he could not sense the slightest trace, was not something easily achieved, especially not by someone newly ascended. The thought lingered, not spoken but present, that either the information they had received was flawed, or this individual was not as simple as he appeared. Vera, standing beside him, mirrored that observation in her own way. Where Kale's scrutiny was direct and forceful, hers was quiet and layered. Her gaze rested on Razeal just long enough to register every visible detail before shifting away as if disinterested, only to return moments later from a different angle. Her mind assembled impressions not from what was obvious, but from what was missing, what did not align, and what remained unsaid. Though her expression remained composed and almost gentle, a subtle tightening appeared in her posture. Her curiosity had been engaged. Almost in the same breath, their attentions shifted away from Razeal alone, and moved toward the group standing around him. Their gazes swept with quiet precision, sharp and practiced, missing nothing. Their eyes settled first on Maria, then Sophia, and finally Nancy. They lingered just a fraction longer than necessary, as if confirming something they already suspected. It took no more than a single glance for recognition to settle in. Not entirely though. Sophia still remained an unknown variable to them. Her presence was noted but not identified, a piece of the arrangement that did not yet fit into any known structure. But the other two, there was no mistake. They had seen them before, years ago, at a grand imperial celebration hosted by the Empress herself, an event where only the most prominent bloodlines and influential figures of the empire and kingdoms were invited. Faces like theirs were not easily forgotten, not when they belonged to families that stood at the very pillars of power. Maria, the heiress of the Grave family, a pillar family of the empire, one whose influence ran deep into both political and military structures. Her presence alone carried weight, even without her title being spoken. Nancy Dragonever, daughter of the dragon Wevar Duckelhaus. The moment her identity was confirmed, something shifted. It was subtle, yet undeniable. Their expressions changed. It was not outwardly enough for the surrounding soldiers to notice, nor in any dramatic or exaggerated manner, but internally, the shift was immediate and absolute. The calm, measured caution they had been maintaining until now sharpened into something far more serious. Their focus tightened. Their thoughts accelerated. Tension began to seep in, slowly and quietly, like a pressure building beneath the surface. Yes, they had already taken the situation seriously. The sudden appearance of an unknown great saint within their empire, especially during wartime, was not something to dismiss lightly. It warranted caution, preparation, and direct oversight. Even then, it had remained within manageable bounds. It was a situation to be handled and controlled. This was different. It was no longer just about an unknown powerhouse. It was about her, Nancy Dragonever. Even without everything else, even without the context of war or the presence of a great saint, her mere appearance within their territory would have been enough to raise alarms. Not because she herself was a threat, but because of what she represented. Her bloodline, her family, and above all, her mother, Arabella, the so-called crazy duchess. Even among the highest nobility, even among those who wielded immense power and influence, that name carried a certain weight. It was a kind not easily described, but deeply understood, unpredictable, volatile, dangerous in ways that went beyond simple strength. To mishandle anything related to her, especially her daughter, was to invite consequences that no rational individual would willingly face. That was not even the worst of it. They knew. They had already received the reports. Nancy Dragonever had been missing for the last 2 months. The entire empire had been searching, quietly at first, then with increasing urgency as time passed without results. Scouts, informants, and covert operatives had all failed to find a single trace of her whereabouts. Now, here she was, standing in front of them. In their empire, Kale's gaze hardened slightly as it passed over her appearance. His sharp eyes took in every detail with practiced efficiency. Her clothes were damaged, ripped in multiple places, worn down, and marked by prolonged use and clear signs of battle. This was not the attire of someone who had been safe or sheltered. This was someone who had been through conflict. repeatedly, even if there were no visible injuries, no scars. Her body appeared whole and healed completely. That did not lessen the severity of what it implied. If anything, it made it worse. TCH, this is troublesome, Kale thought. His jaw tightened just slightly, though his outward expression remained controlled. Very troublesome. Vera, beside him, reached her conclusions just as quickly, though her reaction manifested differently. Her expression remained soft, composed, and almost untouched. But her eyes had changed. The depth within them sharpened, calculations unfolding rapidly behind that calm surface. It was bad. Not just inconvenient. Not just unexpected. Bad. Because of what it could mean. Because of how it could be interpreted. If the Empire were to learn that Nancy Dragon Wevar had been present within their territory during her disappearance, worn, battle-marked, and clearly having endured something significant, it would not matter whether they had just found her or had no involvement at all. Doubt would arise. Suspicion. Accusations. In the fragile state the Empire was already in, with were stretching resources and stability thin, even a small misunderstanding could escalate into something far more dangerous. We cannot allow that, Vera concluded calmly. This situation required precision, control, immediate action. At the very least, the Empire had to be informed quickly, clearly, and without room for misinterpretation. Until that happened, she had to be protected, handled with absolute care, and given proper hospitality. She was not just a guest, but someone whose safety now directly impacted the political balance. Beyond the risk, there was opportunity. A chance to earn favor, to position themselves positively with the Dragon Wevar family. A powerful house, one not easily approached, let alone indebted. Kale's thoughts aligned, though more bluntly. We secure her. Inform the Empire. Make sure nothing goes wrong. His eyes flicked briefly toward Vera. She met his gaze. For a brief moment, the two of them exchanged nothing more than that single look. No words. None were needed. Understanding passed instantly between them. This is no longer just about the great saint. This has become political. With that in hand, they both took a step as they approached them from their own side. The moment the two lords stepped forward, the shift in priority became unmistakably clear. It happened not through any overt declaration, but through the natural direction of their attention. Both Kale Draven and Lady Vera allowed their gazes to settle first not on Razeal, but on Nancy and Maria. A particular, unmistakable weight was placed upon Nancy, whose presence, under these circumstances, carried consequences far beyond simple recognition. Their expressions, though controlled, reflected the seriousness of her identity. In that instant, the hierarchy of concern revealed itself without a single word needing to be spoken. Kale inclined his head slightly. It was not a bow, but a gesture of acknowledgement befitting someone of high standing addressing another of comparable importance. His voice was firm yet measured as he spoke. Lady Maria, Lady Nancy, your presence here is unexpected. His words were carefully chosen. They were neither welcoming nor confrontational, but they carried an undertone of scrutiny that lingered just beneath the surface. Vera, standing beside him, offered a softer inclination of her head. Her expression composed into a faint, courteous smile that masked the sharp calculations unfolding behind her eyes. Razeal and Sophia, for that brief moment, were almost entirely sidelined. They were not ignored in the sense of disrespect, but they were clearly not the primary focus of the exchange. Though both lords did not allow that imbalance to become overtly discourteous, the prioritization was evident enough to be felt. After all, from their perspective, the presence of two high-ranking nobles of the Empire, one of whom was currently considered missing, far outweighed the unknown identity of a young great saint whose background remained unclear. Behind them, the second carriage came to a halt. Its arrival drew a subtle shift of attention as Yograj stepped out first, followed by Levi and Aurora. Their movements were steady as they approached, guided loosely by Yograj's lead. His gaze swept once across the gathered forces before settling on the unfolding interaction ahead. His expression was unreadable yet clearly attentive, as though he were measuring not just the people present, but the direction in which this encounter was beginning to move. Nancy, standing slightly behind Razeal, felt the weight of the attention directed toward her. For perhaps the first time since arriving here, a faint hesitation crept into her posture. Her fingers curled subtly at her side as she glanced, almost instinctively, toward Razeal. She sought some form of silent reassurance or direction. Despite her lineage and the authority her name carried, she was still navigating unfamiliar ground. More importantly, she knew at least partially what Razeal intended. The thought of it, even now, sat uneasily within her. The idea of taking over an entire kingdom was not merely bold. It was something that bordered on reckless. She could not yet determine whether it was brilliance or madness. That single glance did not go unnoticed. Both Kale and Vera saw it. In that moment, something subtle yet significant shifted in their understanding. The pieces aligned in a way that was far more telling than any introduction could have been. If Nancy Dragonever, daughter of Arabella, was instinctively looking toward this young man before responding, then whatever his identity might be, his position within this group was not trivial. Even Maria's composed demeanor and her quiet alignment beside him reinforced the same conclusion. It was clear that he was the center, the axis around which the others moved. Almost simultaneously, both lords redirected their attention fully. Their gazes settled on Razeal with renewed focus, no longer as an afterthought, but as the primary subject of evaluation. Kale stepped forward first. His presence was firm and grounded. His voice carried the authority of command as he spoke. Lord Kale Draven, head of House Draven and Lord Marshal of Denvar. He introduced himself without embellishment. Vera followed with a slight, graceful motion. Her voice was softer yet equally deliberate. Lady Razeal, head of House Vera. Her eyes rested on Razeal with a faint, unreadable curve to her lips, as though she were already analyzing far more than what was visible. Razeal met their introductions with equal calm. He offered his name without hesitation or display. Razeal. Nothing more, nothing less. His tone was steady, neither deferential nor arrogant. He simply stated what was necessary, and left the rest unspoken. Without wasting time, Kale moved directly to the matter at hand. His expression sharpened. You arrived unannounced, engaged with the city watch, and now stand within our command grounds. His gaze remained steady and unwavering. We have also received word that you possess information regarding the entity responsible for the ongoing attacks on this kingdom. That information is of highest priority, so please speak. The air seemed to still for a moment. Razeal nodded once, acknowledging the question without resistance. I do have information, very serious information. For a brief second, a flicker of anticipation stirred in the surrounding presence. If what he claimed was true, it could change everything. But I cannot provide it. His words landed with quiet weight. Not unless my conditions are fulfilled first. Silence followed. Behind him, his team shifted subtly. They did not outwardly react, but the awareness was there, immediate and shared. Yograj let out the faintest exhale through his nose. Maria's gaze dropped momentarily to the side. Sophia remained still, her expression unreadable. Nancy's hesitation deepened slightly, because they all understood what those conditions likely were. None of them believed it would be received well. They were right. Kale's expression hardened, not with anger, but with a sharpened edge of caution. Vera's smile thinned almost imperceptibly. Her eyes flickered with interest rather than offense, as though she were more intrigued by the audacity than displeased by it. Obviously, it was known that no one did anything for free, let alone something this significant, but his straightforward request was very unexpected. What conditions? Kale asked directly. His tone was controlled but firm, giving nothing away yet demanding clarity. Razeal glanced briefly around. His gaze passed over the surrounding soldiers, the open environment, and the listening ears before he shook his head slightly. This is not the place for that discussion. He stated this plainly before continuing without pause. Assemble the Iron Council. I also want to meet the ruler of this kingdom. His eyes returned to Kale, steady and unwavering. I have proposals and deals that should concern all of you. That was the moment the atmosphere changed. Not dramatically, but decisively. Both Kale and Vera's expressions shifted. Their composure tightened as suspicion rose sharply. While a request for a private discussion was reasonable, and even expected, what followed was not. Calling for a full Iron Council assembly, and requesting a direct audience with the ruler, all from an unknown entity whose identity remained unverified in the middle of an ongoing war, was not merely bold. It was unacceptable under normal circumstances. Kale did not hesitate. That is not possible, he replied immediately. His tone was firm, leaving no room for ambiguity. You are an unknown great saint with no established allegiance, and no verification of intent. You request direct access to the highest authority of this kingdom. Under current conditions, that cannot be allowed. It was a reasonable response, a logical one. Razeal simply shook his head. But I still want it. He said this as if the refusal held no weight. Just like that, the tension snapped tighter. Kale's eyes narrowed. His patience thinned as his aura began to rise. It was not explosive, but steady and deliberate. The pressure of his presence expanded outward. The ground beneath seemed to grow heavier under its influence. It was directed squarely at Razeal, a clear assertion of dominance, authority, and warning. What are your intentions? Kale asked. His voice dropped slightly as the weight of his power pressed forward. Razeal did not move, not even a flinch. I have no harmful intentions toward this kingdom, he replied calmly. His tone remained unchanged despite the oppressive force directed at him. If I did, I would not be standing here speaking to you. His gaze remained steady. I came with a proper approach, see. I did not force my way in. His gaze met Kale's directly. I just want it to go easy. If not, I have other ways to do things. The words did not land as intended. Instead, they sounded very provoking. Oh, so you were saying you could have done it the other way? What way exactly? Tell me about it. Kale's voice carried a sharp edge now. It was no longer restrained beneath formal composure. The words were laced with a heat that came naturally to him. Those are some big words from someone who has just stepped into the early stage of a great saint. There was no attempt to soften it, no effort to disguise the underlying challenge. As Lord Marshal, as a man who had spent decades standing at the peak of power and command, such implications did not sit well with him. They struck his pride. More importantly, they tested his authority in his own domain. The moment those words left his mouth, his aura surged outward fully, no longer contained or measured. It crashed into the surroundings like a released beast, heavy and overwhelming. It pressed down directly toward Razeal with suffocating force. The air grew dense. Soldiers in the vicinity instinctively stiffened under the pressure. Some lowered their gazes, while others tightened their grip on their weapons without even realizing it. It was not just intimidation. It was dominance made tangible. Yet, Razeal still stood unmoved. Look, I want no trouble, Razeal said. His voice was even and unhurried. It carried none of the tension that filled the space around them. How about we handle this the civilized way? It was a suggestion, simple and reasonable. In that moment, under that pressure, it sounded almost like a refusal to submit. Kale's eyes narrowed further. The faintest crease formed between his brows as his focus sharpened completely onto Razeal. Not affected at all? The thought flickered through his mind, brief but noticeable. Either he is hiding it well, or there is something off here. Oh, Kale responded. His tone dropped lower, more dangerous now. The challenge was clear. And what if I do not? He leaned forward ever so slightly. His presence intensified further as if testing, pushing, and waiting for even the smallest crack to appear. Before the moment could escalate any further, suddenly, a sound tore through the air. A sharp, violent, and very unnatural screeching noise. The sound of space itself tearing. Every head turned. Kale's words stopped mid-sentence. The aura he had released faltered. It did not weaken, but it was interrupted as his attention snapped away from Razeal toward the source of that sound with immediate instinct. A short distance away, space itself distorted. It twisted unnaturally, as if something invisible had grabbed hold of it and begun to tear it apart. The air shimmered, warped, and then a crack appeared. It was thin at first, jagged, unstable. Then it widened, slowly at first, then rapidly, stretching open into a small rift. Its edges flickered violently with dark, erratic energy. It hovered there, suspended in the open space within the castle grounds, not far from where they stood. It was close enough to feel, and close enough to understand that this was not something distant, not something contained. This was here, inside their territory, inside their command. A sudden, unexpected breach. It was not that rare a phenomenon as rifts and portals opened suddenly in any place, but it was the first time one had appeared inside the castle, and Kale did not like it. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The tension between Kale and Razeal vanished. It was not resolved or forgotten, but completely overridden by something far more immediate. The soldiers reacted first. Their training kicked in as they turned toward the rift. Formations instinctively adjusted, weapons were drawn, and eyes locked onto the anomaly. Confusion flickered among them, but discipline held them steady. Kale's expression hardened sharply. All traces of earlier irritation were gone, replaced by focused alertness. A spatial breach? Here? His mind moved quickly, analyzing and assessing. This was not coincidence. Not with timing like this. Chapter 436. The rift tore wide. The first wave of creatures surged forward. They did not hesitate. Whatever lay beyond had been pressing against that boundary long before it finally gave way. Darkness inside the rift churned and shifted. It erupted outward. Shapes began forcing themselves through, monsters following one after another. Their forms were distorted, lethal. They carried an unmistakable feral hunger born purely to kill and consume. The instant they touched the ground, the air grew heavy with hostility. Kale reacted. He moved without delay or wasted motion. His entire body turned in one fluid pivot, placing him between the rift and those behind him. His stance widened. His presence sharpened, not in panic but in instinctive command. His role as Lord Marshal took over without conscious thought. No matter how suspicious the situation had been moments ago, a direct threat now existed. Until he contained it, everything else became secondary. Even if the guests behind him carried unknown intent, they stood under his watch. Allowing harm to reach them within his own command ground was not something he would tolerate. Behind him, Lady Vera did not move. She remained exactly where she stood. Her gaze did not follow the rift immediately. It lingered quietly on Razeal and those around him. While Kale focused outward, she focused inward. Her role and her strength lay in awareness. If this sudden disturbance offered an opportunity, if Razeal or anyone in his group intended to take advantage of the chaos, she would see it. She stood ready to respond if they moved out of line. Beneath that vigilance, she felt no worry. She had already assessed the rift. From the fluctuations alone, she understood the nature of the breach. It reached only middle tier, or at most A rank. It might even be lower. It posed danger in an uncontrolled environment, but here, inside a military command ground surrounded by trained soldiers, captains, and a Lord Marshal standing at the peak of the Great Saint rank, it offered no threat. It presented an inconvenience or, in a pragmatic sense, an opportunity. Rifts like these produced resources such as elemental cores and biological components. With proper containment, they turned into controlled sources of gain. It was a nuisance, but something she could exploit if handled correctly. Kale understood the same. He did not attack. He did not expend his strength on creatures far beneath his level when an entire force stood ready to handle them. He remained in position, his presence stabilizing the field. His voice rang out with sharp authority, issuing commands that cut through the rising chaos. The soldiers responded. Formations shifted with practiced precision. Lines formed in controlled arcs around the rift, maintaining distance while enclosing it from all sides. They raised weapons. Mana circulated through their bodies as they prepared to intercept anything that emerged. Their discipline showed in the speed and coordination of their movement. Shields locked. Spear lines adjusted. Ranged units took position behind each roll, falling into place as though they had rehearsed the maneuver 1,000 times. Then they came. The wave surged out with explosive speed. They moved faster than the previous creatures and faster than most soldiers could react in real time. Their forms appeared sleek and deadly. Jagged crystalline growths lined their bodies and glinted under the light. Their movements remained fluid yet violent, like streaks of sharpened instinct given physical form. Crystal-lined leopards, a rank predators. They moved fast enough to overwhelm unprepared defenses, and possessed enough strength to tear through seasoned fighters if mishandled. The formation tensed. Every soldier locked onto a target. Mana surged as they prepared to engage, yet hesitation flickered among them. It did not stem from fear, but from the sheer speed of the creatures. By the time the first line could fully adjust, the beasts were already mid-leap. Their bodies cut through the air with terrifying velocity. Jaws opened, claws extended, eyes burned with raw bloodlust. 10 of them appeared at once. More pushed through behind. The clash seemed inevitable. Just as the leopards crossed the threshold of engagement, just as they entered the space where impact would occur, something moved from the shadow of Razeal. It happened in a fraction of a second. 2 streaks, dark and indistinct, shot forward like fragments of living shadow. Their speed exceeded even that of the leopards. They cut through the space between origin and target with such precision that for a moment, it seemed as though nothing had happened at all. In that exact moment, the monsters fell apart. They disintegrated mid-air. Bodies split into multiple pieces with surgical accuracy. Flesh and crystal severed in perfect lines. Their momentum carried the remains forward just enough for them to scatter across the ground in a gruesome cascade. Fragments of what had been deadly predators moments ago reduced to nothing more than lifeless debris before they even touched their targets. Silence followed. A brief, stunned stillness hung in the air. The soldiers, who had braced for impact, instinctively stepped back. Their formations momentarily disrupted, not by fear but by confusion. They scanned the space ahead, searching for the source of what had just occurred. 2 figures stood where the monsters should have been, clad entirely in black, their forms blended with the shadows. Their outfits served function, not display. Their movements remained minimal and controlled, as though even standing still was a deliberate act rather than a default state. Their faces remained partially visible beneath their coverings. Their eyes appeared sharp yet relaxed, carrying that peculiar contrast of lethality and ease that only those accustomed to killing possessed. Each held a pair of daggers. They did not grip them tightly or raise them in defense. The blades rested loosely in their hands, angled downward, as if the act of cutting down 10 A-rank beasts required no more effort than a passing gesture. One of them stood completely still, while the other spun his dagger idly between his fingers. He looked bored and excited at the same time. "Leave this to us, boys. We have it." The assassin spoke lightly, almost playfully. He turned his head just enough to glance back at the surrounding soldiers, a faint grin tugging at his lips. He even winked. He acted as if this were nothing more than a minor diversion, rather than a sudden breach inside a fortified military stronghold. An unmistakable excitement burned in his eyes, something raw and unrestrained, like a creature finally released from a cage. His thoughts drifted with a quiet thrill as his fingers idly spun the dagger between them with fluid precision. Centuries had passed, and finally, something moved again. Even as he spoke, even as he looked away from the battlefield, his body did not pause for even a fraction of a second. Another wave of crystal-lined leopards burst from the rift behind him. Their movements were sharp and feral, driven by pure killing instinct. They lunged forward with blinding speed, claws extended and jaws open, aiming directly toward the nearest line of soldiers. Before they could close half the distance, before the soldiers could even react, the assassin moved. Or rather, he seemed to move. To the untrained eye, nothing happened. To those with strength, only the faintest flicker registered. A distortion, a blur that barely existed. Then the monsters were dead. Their bodies split apart mid-motion. Clean, precise cuts severed them into multiple pieces, as though invisible blades had passed through them without resistance. Flesh, bone, and crystal-lined hide fell separately, scattering across the ground in a grotesque rain of fragments. No struggle or resistance occurred, only an instant end. The second assassin moved just as effortlessly. His presence remained quieter and more restrained, yet equally lethal. His daggers flashed once, barely visible, and another set of emerging creatures from the rift met the same fate. They collapsed before they could even orient themselves. No wasted movement occurred. No excess force. It was efficient, perfectly controlled, almost lazy in its execution. The soldiers stood frozen. They looked at each other, then back at the 2 figures, then at the remains of the monsters scattered across the ground. Confusion spread through their ranks like a ripple, unspoken but shared. No one said it aloud, but their expressions made the question clear. The squad captains, men and women of a rank strength who had faced battle countless times, and stood at the upper tier of power within the army, could do nothing more than blink in stunned disbelief. Their eyes strained to reconstruct what had just happened, but nothing remained to grasp or follow. The movements had been too fast and too precise. Relief followed the confusion. A quiet, collective exhale passed through the formation. The immediate threat had been neutralized before it could even reach them. Whatever these 2 were, they did not allow the monsters to break through. Still, something felt wrong. No aura lingered. Not even a trace came from these 2 figures, and yet the strength they displayed remained undeniable. Strong. Every soldier present understood that much instinctively. Extremely strong. Then came the next realization. Their attire, black and tight, concealed assassin garb. This was a military camp, a heavily fortified one guarded on all sides, monitored constantly, and layered with both physical and magical defenses. No one should have been able to enter unnoticed. So how did they get in? The unease returned. Not panic, but alertness. The soldiers did not attack. They did not move recklessly. Instead, almost as one, their gazes shifted back toward Kale, seeking direction. The Lord Marshal, however, did not react the way they did. While others struggled to comprehend what they had just witnessed, Kale had already understood. That understanding made his expression darken. Great Saint. Not just that. Peak. Both of them. The realization settled heavily in his mind. His instincts sharpened instantly. These were not just powerful individuals. They were equals, to him and to Vera. The most troubling part was that he had not sensed them before. Not even a hint. Not even the slightest fluctuation. They were here and he had not known. That alone was enough to raise alarm. Trained veteran assassins. Only when they chose to reveal themselves, only when they moved, did their presence become known. Until then, they had been nothing. Invisible. Kale shifted his gaze slightly toward Lady Vera. She met it. In that brief exchange, everything was understood. Her eyes, calm as ever, now carried a sharp glint. The depth within them tightened into focus. Two peak great saints hidden and attached to him. The situation escalated beyond expectation. Kale gave a slight nod. Decision made. His hand began to move slowly, deliberately, toward the hilt of his sword. He did not rush. He did not panic. He stood ready, confirming these two as a threat after all. They were inside a military camp without any permission. Before his fingers could even fully wrap around the weapon, Razeal's voice cut through the moment. There is no need for that. They are my guards. The words landed simply, but their effect proved significant. Kale froze completely. Vera's gaze flickered just slightly, both filled with absolute confusion. For the first time since this encounter began, the flow of events halted. Your guards? Kale repeated. His voice sounded slower now. The certainty he had carried before was replaced by something far more uncertain. His eyes moved briefly toward the two assassins, watching as they continued to cut down monsters effortlessly, then back to Razeal. No, that does not make sense. You mean to say that you have two great saints under you? He continued, his tone tightening. And not just great saints. Peak ranks. Even as he spoke, his gaze searched the face of Razeal for any sign of mockery, exaggeration, or deception. No matter how one approached the situation logically, the statement did not align with established norms. Great saints were not subordinates in the conventional sense, certainly not to anyone. The claim itself bordered on the absurd within any known structure of power and hierarchy. Before Razeal could reply, another voice cut in. Do not worry, Master. We have this. Your protection is absolute above anything. I promise you, nothing will even come within 10 steps of you. The assassin who had been idly spinning his dagger, turned around mid-motion as if the battlefield itself were of no concern to him. With an almost exaggerated flourish, he gave a playful, childish salute toward Razeal. A grin remained on his face, unrestrained and bright. It did not belong in the middle of a lethal engagement, as if he were enjoying every second of the chaos. Behind that grin, however, something deeper stirred. A thrill and a strange excitement came from finally being out of that damned space. His thoughts echoed faintly as his fingers resumed their effortless play with the daggers, blades spinning and flipping between his hands as if they were extensions of his own will. Yes, Master. The second assassin, Blitz, spoke as well. Unlike Dagger, his tone carried no playfulness or visible excitement. It was calm, flat, and direct. As he turned his head slightly toward Razeal, he gave a short nod. His posture remained straight, his presence far more composed. Anything that wishes to reach you will have to pass through us first. He offered no elaboration. He needed no dramatic emphasis. The statement itself was enough. A simple declaration. A promise which was absolute. Razeal, standing behind them, merely gave a small nod in response, a faint smile touching his lips, as if this exchange were the most natural thing in the world. That broke the tension. Master, both Kale and Lady Vera reacted at the exact same moment. Their composure cracked, not outwardly in any exaggerated manner, but internally and violently. Their eyes twitched, sharp and sudden. The word echoed in their minds as if it refused to settle into something that made sense. Master, they had heard it clearly. No mistake occurred. Two individuals, both unmistakably at the peak of the great saint realm, had just referred to someone else as their master. Not equal, not ally, not even superior in rank, but master? Their gazes snapped toward Razeal almost instinctively, sharp, questioning, and searching for anything that could explain what they had just heard. Their minds, trained and disciplined through years of experience, tried to process it logically. They tried to fit it into the structure of the world they understood. They failed. It did not fit. It could not fit. Impossible. Kale's thoughts came immediately, firm, almost forceful, as if rejecting the very idea. There is no such thing. Even Vera, whose mind was far more flexible, found herself momentarily halted. Two peak great saints willingly placing themselves beneath someone? No, that is not how power works. Her eyes narrowed slightly. The depth within them shifted, searching for deception, illusion, or trickery. Razeal finally spoke, answering their earlier question. No, I do not have two great saints at peak stage as my guards. For a brief moment, relief came almost involuntarily. Kale's shoulders eased slightly. The tension that had built in his chest loosened as his mind latched onto that statement. Of course, he thought. The logic returned, stabilizing his perspective. That would have been absurd. Vera, too, allowed a small, controlled breath to pass through her lips, her expression softening by a fraction. That makes more sense, she concluded. Her thoughts aligned once more with the reality she understood. The alternative was just unacceptable. Even though they had heard it, even though the word master had been spoken clearly, without hesitation, it was easier to assume something else. A misunderstanding, a mishearing. Maybe the chaos of the moment had distorted their perception. Maybe their ears had caught something incorrectly. That explanation proved far more believable than the truth their minds were trying to send to them. After all, individuals at the great saint level were not subordinates. They were forces of nature in their own right. Each one carried pride, authority, and independence that could not simply be bent or subdued. At that level, even kings and queens treated them with caution and respect. They were not commanded. They were negotiated with, if they did not demand power themselves. To imagine such beings as guards, as servants, it was not just unlikely. It was absurd. At that level, a great saint could establish their own family, rise to the head of a great house, and become a pillar of an entire kingdom. Some rulers themselves stood at that rank. So how could such individuals lower themselves to serve another? No. It was better and safer for their minds to reject that idea entirely. This is more reasonable, Kale told himself firmly. His gaze steadied once more. There must be another explanation. Yes, something we are missing, Vera agreed internally, her composure returning, though a faint trace of doubt still lingered beneath the surface. For a few brief seconds, they stabilized. They returned to what felt real, but that fragile sense of clarity did not last long, because of what Razeal said next. I do not have 2 peak stage Great Saint guards. He looked directly at Kale and Lady Vera. Because I have 10 peak stage Great Saint guards. The words settled into the air without force, but what followed made them land far heavier than any display of power could have. As he said that, the shadow beneath his feet deepened. It did not spread outward but thickened inward, as if something within it had been waiting for permission. One after another, figures stepped out from it in complete silence. 8 men emerged with controlled, measured movements. Clad in identical dark assassin attire, their presence remained neither rushed nor dramatic, simply precise. They took positions around Razeal with the ease of long-practiced coordination, arms crossed as their eyes lifted toward Kale and Lady Vera with quiet vigilance. Only then did their auras reveal themselves. They did not explode outward, but unfolded steadily, like pressure being acknowledged rather than released. 8 distinct presences settled into the space, each one refined, stable, and unmistakably at the very peak of the Great Saint realm. Kale felt it before he fully processed what he saw. His grip loosened without command, his hand slipping away from the hilt of his sword as his attention locked onto the figures now standing around Razeal. His eyes moved across them slowly, counting once, then again, not because he doubted his senses, but because his mind needed confirmation for something it did not want to accept. Every single one of them, peak Great Saint. His jaw tightened slightly, not in anger but in forced control, because this was no longer a situation he could approach with instinct or authority alone. This was something that required immediate recalibration. Even then, no clear framework existed to place it into. Lady Vera did not move, but the shift in her gaze became sharper and more telling. Her expression remained composed, but a faint tension surfaced beneath it. It rarely happened. Her thoughts moved quickly, breaking down what she saw and testing it against everything she knew: politics, power structures, influence, and hidden forces, but nothing aligned. No leverage existed here, no visible structure she could exploit, just 10 peak Great Saints standing behind a single individual, without resistance or visible condition. Her eyes flickered briefly toward Kale. In that short glance, both understood the same thing without needing to speak. They were not outmatched in strength individually, but the situation itself had already moved beyond their control. Then the second realization settled fully. 10, plus the other 2, plus Razeal himself. 11 Great Saints, unknown and unregistered. They were now inside their kingdom. Kale exhaled slowly. The breath came out more measured than before. His stance shifted just enough to show that whatever approach he had prepared earlier no longer applied. This was no longer a confrontation. It was a situation that could escalate into something far worse if mishandled. Lady Vera reached the same conclusion. Her focus narrowed. No longer dismissive, no longer skeptical, she became attentive in a different way. This was no longer about testing the intent of Razeal, but understanding the boundaries of it. Around them, the others still caught up. Maria's lips parted slightly as her eyes moved across the 8 newly appeared men. Her composure held but strained at the edges as she looked back at Razeal. "You have what?" she asked. Her voice sounded quieter than usual, not out of fear, but because her thoughts had not fully aligned yet. Even with her upbringing, even with her exposure to power at the highest levels of the empire, this was not something she had ever seen or been taught to expect. Yograj scratched his hand slowly, staring at the group with a deep frown, as if trying to make sense of what he stood in the middle of. Aurora, Sophia, and Levi stood still, their gazes fixed on Razeal. They appeared just as confused as everyone, if not more, because even they were taken by shock. What is going on? Among all of them, Nancy seemed the most shaken. It was not just surprise on her face. It was something deeper, something that came from understanding exactly what she had just heard. She stood there for a moment, staring at Razeal as if her mind needed time to catch up with reality. "You have 10 Great Saints as your guards?" she asked, her voice genuine, stripped of all composure. No control remained in her tone, no noble restraint, just raw disbelief. She knew what that meant better than anyone else there. She was not an ordinary noble who only understood power from a distance. She was the daughter of a supreme, someone who had grown up surrounded by the highest levels of strength and authority. She had seen what true power looked like, how it functioned, and how it was respected. Even with all that, she did not have a single Great Saint as her guard. Even she never had one. Not one. That kind of thing simply did not exist. It was not about wealth or resources or influence. No amount of gold or treasures could make a great saint lower themselves to stand behind someone as a guard. That level of strength was beyond price, beyond negotiation. A great saint was someone who stood at the peak, someone who could become the head of a great family, a pillar of a kingdom, even a ruler. They did not serve. They did not follow. At most, they stood beside you, as equals or allies. Never beneath. Even if the one before them was a supreme, they would not abandon their pride like that. Yet, Razeal stood here, casually having 10 of them. Her thoughts struggled to form properly. Nothing about this made sense. Razeal simply shrugged. No weight characterized his reaction. No attempt to emphasize what he had just revealed. Yeah, it is like that. He said it as if it were something ordinary. In truth, a faint sense of satisfaction stirred in seeing their reactions, the shock, and the disbelief, but he kept it contained. No need existed to push it further. He had no intention of overwhelming them to the point of collapse. That would only complicate things unnecessarily. He stepped forward calmly and spread his arms slightly. The assassins around him adjusted in perfect sync, stepping aside just enough to give him space, while still maintaining their positions. Their eyes remained sharp, vigilant, watching everything without a single wasted movement. They did not need to speak or act further. Their presence alone was enough. See, Razeal said, his gaze settling on Kale and Lady Vera. That is why I said I could have done it forcefully. He paused briefly, letting the words settle. But I did not. This time, the meaning landed differently. Before, it might have sounded like arrogance, like an empty claim meant to provoke or assert dominance. Now, it did not feel like that at all. Now, it felt like a simple statement of fact. Kale and Vera said nothing. They just looked at him. The authority that had defined them moments ago was gone, replaced by something far more uncertain. Their expressions were no longer controlled in the same way. They were not angry, nor were they defensive. They were processing, slowly and heavily. It was as if the reality in front of them refused to fit into anything they understood, and yet they had no choice but to accept it. Avellini, who had been standing quietly to the side through all of this, finally let out a long breath she had not realized she had been holding. Her chest rose and fell slowly as she steadied herself. Her gaze moved from Kale to Lady Vera, and then back to Razeal. That was enough. From their expressions alone, she understood the situation clearly. This was bad. No, this was far worse than she had assumed. These two were not ordinary nobles. They were pillars of the kingdom, individuals who did not lose composure even in the middle of war. Yet, right now, both of them looked shaken. Not outwardly broken, but undeniably affected. 10 great saints as guards, she thought, her gaze sharpening as she looked at Razeal more seriously than before. The question was not just about power anymore. It was about origin, about scale, about something much larger than what they were seeing on the surface. Just who was he? Whatever the answer was, it was clear now. This situation had gone far beyond anything she had initially expected. Chapter 437. Back at the Virulin Manor, the main hall held a silence that felt stretched and heavy. The air grew reluctant to move. Tall windows let in a pale wash of fading daylight. Dust motes drifted through the shafts, undisturbed, settling into corners long since ignored. Marissa sat alone in a chair near the window. Her posture remained composed but unmoving. She fixed her gaze outward, watching something far beyond the gardens and stone paths. Her eyes were unfocused, caught between thought and memory. Time blurred at the edges. Selena sat on the cold marble floor across from her, her back against the wall. Her posture spoke of internal collapse. She appeared calm, almost empty, but the stillness deceived. Beneath the surface, deep in her eyes, and in the way her fingers tightened against her dress, a storm raged. It had not settled since that day. Since their last conversation, she remembered Razeal standing before her, a look in his eyes she had never seen directed at herself before. A look she could not forget. The departure remained quiet. No shouting, no chaos. Yet it felt damaging. His words were clear, deliberate, and impossible to soften. He rejected her, and worse, he did it without leaving room for misunderstanding. He looked at her and stated plainly that he would always hate her the most. Among everyone who had wronged him, she stood at the highest place of betrayal. It did not feel like anger in the moment. It felt final, as if the truth had settled inside him long before he spoke the words. She replayed the moment in her mind, searching for hesitation or conflict. She found nothing. Every time she returned to the memory, it remained unchanged. She had nothing to argue with, nothing to fix. She simply endured it. The knowledge that he had married someone else broke her more. That fact settled into her like something sharp. She could neither ignore nor remove it. She tried to reason with it, to analyze it, but no logic could ease the pain. It was not just him choosing someone else. It was the speed of it. The way something she had spent years chasing, fighting for, and reshaping herself for, had been given to another person in no time at all. She had wanted it for any price. Now it belonged to someone else for nothing. How could it be that simple for another? The question circled back repeatedly, sometimes in anger, sometimes in disbelief, and sometimes in a hollow quiet. She stared at the ceiling, tracing the faint patterns carved into the stone, her thoughts moving inward. 2 months. It had only been 2 months, and that was all it took. Marissa had spoken of the woman with blue hair, the princess of Atlantis who had married him. Selena understood the words, but they brought no ease. Titles and status did not answer the question that mattered. What had the other woman done for him? What had she given him that Selena had not tried to give, in her own way, through her own means? Even if those means had been flawed, even if they had crossed lines she once swore never to cross. She had gone against her own ideals for him. She had broken her own rules, compromised, all for the sake of being acknowledged, accepted, and loved by him. Looking back, she could not accept it. Her fingers curled against the floor. She did not feel anger exactly, but something mixed with hurt and disbelief. She did not think he loved that woman. She did not need confirmation. She had seen his eyes. She knew the way he looked at people when he truly felt something, and this was not it. He looked distant, as if the decision had come from somewhere other than his heart. Maybe it was loneliness. Maybe it was a way to cover what he was feeling. Or maybe it was meant for her. The thought stayed. Maybe he had done it knowing she would hear about it. Maybe he wanted her to feel hurt. Or maybe he believed that by doing this, she would finally give up, that she would stop reaching for something he had already decided to let go of. She did not know which was true, but she knew one thing. He did not love that woman. Not yet. That single thought, fragile as it was, kept her from breaking completely. It did not heal anything, but it gave her something to stand on. The room remained silent. Neither woman spoke for a long time. The weight of everything settled between them. Selena turned her head, her gaze shifting from the ceiling to Marissa. Her eyes carried a deep, quiet ache. "Aunt Marissa," Selena said, pausing to choose her words carefully. "Can I ask you something?" Marissa shifted her gaze from the window. Her eyes carried a quiet, unmistakable weight of guilt and sorrow. "Do you think," Selena began, her voice slowing, not breaking, but not steady either, as if she pushed words past a lump in her chest. "Maybe if I had not made that mistake that day, would he have married me? Loved me? Would he not have hated me?" She paused, her eyes drifting away, as if she were no longer looking at the hall but at something that existed only in her mind. "And today it would have been me, holding his hand, not her?" No bitterness colored her tone. It sounded fragile, born not of entitlement, but of something that had once felt within reach, and was now undeniably gone. As the image formed in her mind again, her lips curved faintly. It was not a smile of happiness, but something softer and more painful. She could see it clearly, the way that woman had stood beside him, the ease of it, the closeness. For a moment, Selena imagined that scene with herself in that place, her fingers intertwined with his, her presence beside him not as someone trying to reach him, but as someone already chosen. Her eyes closed slowly, holding on to the image for a second longer, but the moment cut through the fragile comfort. A quiet, breathless chuckle escaped her, soft and hollow, carrying more pain than sound as the illusion dissolved. Marissa watched without interruption. She could have offered comfort, could have said something to ease the weight of those words, but she did not. She knew better than to offer something false. She possessed no answer that would not hurt. That same question existed in her mind as well, lingering at the edges of every quiet moment. Would it have been different? She never allowed herself to follow it too far. The answer, whatever it was, would change nothing about the present, yet it would deepen the regret all the same. "You know the answer," Marissa said finally, her voice low and steady. The words settled into the space. The hall seemed to grow quieter, as if the silence thickened. Selena did not respond immediately. She leaned her head back against the wall, her eyes still closed. She remained still, but then, a tear slipped free from the corner of her eye, tracing a path down her cheek, followed by another. "Do you think," she began again, her voice softer, almost distant, as if she spoke to herself, "if I disappeared from this world, he would feel better?" She said it with a quiet sincerity that made it unsettling, as if she genuinely weighed it as a possibility. Marissa did not look away. She watched Selena, her expression tightening ever so slightly. "Maybe, or maybe not. I do not know." She let the uncertainty settle before she continued, her gaze unwavering. "But I do not think us disappearing is the kind of better that matters." That answer offered no solution, but it was real. Reality was the only thing Marissa was willing to give. The silence returned, deeper this time. Marcella stood at a respectful distance, her posture perfectly straight, her hands clasped behind her back. She felt the weight of the silence pressing into the room. She had remained quiet, as she always did, yet her eyes moved between the two women. She had noticed the change in Marissa ever since their return, a subtle difference in her aura, a quiet increase in her strength. She had not questioned it, not out loud, not privately. Her loyalty did not require explanation, yet she could not ignore what she saw now. The matriarch she respected, and Selena, who had once carried herself with intensity, both sat in a silence that felt closer to collapse than rest. She could not fix it. She believed she had no right to interfere. She exhaled a restrained, unheard breath. Without warning, the stillness shattered. The large doors to the hall burst open with a sharp, violent sound. Wood struck against stone. Every gaze shifted to the entrance. In the doorway stood Nova. Her presence did not announce itself with power or aura. No surge of energy, no overwhelming force. Yet, the moment she stepped inside, something in the air changed. Her head bowed slightly. Strands of hair fell forward, obscuring her eyes. Without a word, without acknowledging the others, she began to walk forward. Her steps were slow, measured, and deliberate. Nova looked no different than them at first glance, but beneath the quiet, she seemed tighter, sharper. As if what she had seen had not broken her the way it had Selena, but instead condensed into something far more dangerous. Marcella followed her with her eyes. She slowed her breath, her instincts sharpening. That kind of silence in someone like Nova was never empty. The familiarity of that expression, the hollow distance, made Marcella certain of one thing. Nova had met him as well. Marissa turned her head. Her expression softened, not out of relief but out of a quiet, weary acknowledgement. She let out a faint breath. You are here. Nova did not respond. She did not nod. She did not shift her gaze. She simply continued walking at the same steady pace, her posture straight. Are you all right? Marissa asked, a slight crease forming between her brows. Her concern was apparent, genuine despite her exhaustion. She did not rise from her chair, but her attention remained fully on Nova. Nova did not answer. She closed the distance without hesitation, until she stood directly in front of Marissa. She stood close enough that the space between them vanished. The room held still, as if it had forgotten to release a breath. Nova moved. The motion lacked warning. She vanished from where she had stood. She reappeared in front of Marissa, her arm extended. Her blade drove straight toward Marissa's chest with a speed and precision that allowed no second chance. Selena did not register the movement in time to react. Her eyes widened, but the action had already reached its end. Marcella saw it. She did not move. She knew Marissa could stop this, easily and without effort. But to her shock, Marissa did not raise her hand. She did not shift her body. She did not attempt to deflect. She simply sat there, her gaze fixed on Nova's face. She looked calm, accepting, as if she had chosen not to resist. The blade pierced through. No obstruction halted it. The sword drove straight into her chest, through her heart. The motion remained clean. The sound followed, unmistakable, the dull, wet impact of steel entering flesh. Blood followed immediately. It spread from the point of entry, staining the fabric of her clothes, spilling forward and downward in a dark bloom. It fell, drops striking the floor with a soft, irregular rhythm. Small, uneven splashes stood out against the polished surface. No one moved. Marcella's breath caught. Her composure broke. She stepped forward, her voice rising with urgency she could no longer restrain. My lady? Her hand lifted, her body shifting to intervene. Marissa raised her hand. The movement was small, slow compared to what had just happened, but it carried authority. Her fingers lifted to signal a stop. Marcella froze, her body locked between instinct and obedience. Her jaw tightened. Confusion and fear surged through her. No matter how powerful someone was, a direct strike through the heart remained fatal. It was absolute. Yet Marissa had allowed it. She had chosen not to defend herself. The choice made no sense. Why? The question echoed silently. Nova, what are you doing? Marcella shouted, trying to break through Nova's state, but Nova did not turn her head. Her attention remained fixed on Marissa. Marissa did not cry out. She did not gasp. She did not flinch. She remained seated, the sword embedded fully through her chest, its tip extending out behind her. Blood dripped steadily along the edge. Her expression remained composed. Her breathing remained shallow but controlled. She lifted her eyes to meet Nova's. No anger remained in her gaze. Only a quiet, steady understanding, and something deeper beneath it. Regret, or perhaps the acceptance of something long overdue. She looked at Nova as if she had anticipated this, as if she had accepted the possibility of being the one to receive this blow. The room suspended in that moment. The silence weighed heavier, broken only by the rhythmic sound of blood hitting the floor. It is all your fault, Nova said. Her voice started low, but nothing restrained remained about it. The words cut through the hall with rawness. This was not a thought formed in the moment. It was something that had been building, festering, and tightening inside her for far longer than anyone realized. As she spoke, her grip on the sword did not loosen. Instead, it tightened. Her hand trembled, not from hesitation, but from the force of everything she held back. She twisted the blade where it was buried in Marissa's chest. The motion was deliberate, almost cruel in its slowness. She wanted to feel it, to make it real, to ensure no doubt remained about what she had done. Tears began to fall from her eyes, silent and steady. She knew what she was doing. There was no way to take it back. Yet the reality did not stop her. It made it worse. This was not blind rage. It was conscious, chosen. She had always known Marissa was strong, far stronger than something like this should have been able to overcome so easily. And yet, she had not stopped it. She had let it happen. Nova felt unsettled. It meant this was real, not an illusion, not a trick. She had pierced her own mother's heart, and Marissa had accepted it without resistance. Do not do that, Nova, Selena said. Her voice rang sharp and urgent. Selena moved, her body surging forward with sudden force. She drove her foot into Nova's side, pushing her back. Nova's arm rose instinctively to block. Her body slid across the floor, controlled even in that moment. As she was forced back, the sword tore free from Marissa's chest. A wet motion sent a brief spray of blood forward. Even then, Marissa did not move. She remained seated exactly as she had been, her back straight against the chair, her hands resting loosely, her gaze fixed on Nova. The act had not changed her posture, though the evidence remained undeniable. The wound through her chest, the blood spreading across her clothes, the steady loss that should have been fatal. It is not her fault, Selena said. She stepped forward, placing herself between Nova and Marissa without hesitation. Her breathing was uneven, but her voice stayed steady. If anything, it is me. Kill me. I am the one responsible for all of this. No defiance colored her tone, only an acceptance so complete it made the words heavier than any protest. Nova rose from where she had been pushed. Her footing stabilized instantly. Her sword remained in hand as she straightened. Her gaze locked onto Selena with a sharp, burning intensity. She said nothing. Her chest rose and fell as if she held back something that threatened to spill over. Yes, you are next, Nova murmured. Her voice sounded quieter, but far more dangerous. Her expression twisted into something unsteady, almost unrecognizable. The edges of her usual composure broke apart. Do not be impatient. I will kill both of you. Selena did not step back. Instead, a faint golden light began to gather around her. It grew brighter. Her hand extended toward Marissa without hesitation. Her focus shifted entirely to the wound. Divine energy flowed from her palm, pure and controlled. An S-rank healing spell formed under her command. The moment it touched Marissa's body, the effect was immediate. Flesh knitted together, torn muscle rejoined. The pierced heart repaired itself with unnatural speed. The damage reversed as if the attack had never happened. Marissa's breathing steadied. The blood flow slowed, then stopped. Within moments, the wound closed completely. Nova's eyes widened. She did not look surprised at the healing itself, but at the ease with which Selena moved past the violence. Her hand trembled again. Her grip on the sword tightened until her knuckles paled. The conflict inside her surfaced in small, uncontrollable movements. She forced it down. She forced herself to remember why she was here, why she had raised her blade. It is because of them. That thought anchored her, hardening her expression. I accept, Selena said quietly. Her gaze met Nova's, unwavering. I will give you my head. I do not have a reason to live anymore anyway. No dramatics colored her tone. Only a simple statement of fact. But not yet. Let me prove Razeal's innocence first. I was going to do it tomorrow. I will prove Razeal's innocence in front of everyone. After that, my life is yours. Nova shook her head immediately, almost violently, as if rejecting the idea. No, there is no need for that, she said. Her voice rose, unstable. I will kill you now. Today. And right now. She pointed the sword directly at Selena. The blade remained steady despite the tremor in her hand. Yet, something in her posture betrayed hesitation. It was not enough to stop her, but enough to show this was not as simple as she wanted it to be. Selena was not just anyone. Selena was someone Nova had grown up with. Someone she had protected. Someone she had stood beside for years. And now, that same person offered her own life without resistance. I know, Selena said softly. Her voice sounded gentler. Her eyes held a quiet plea. But if you did that, Razeal's innocence would never be proven. People would not believe it. He would still be seen as what they think he is. Please, let me do this properly. I am begging you. For a fraction of a second, Nova hesitated. Then she snapped. There is no need for that, she shouted. Her expression twisted into something unbalanced. Something that no longer cared for reasoning. After you, I will kill all of them. No one will be left to remember any of it. So no one will look at him through your lies ever again. What? Selena's eyes widened. The words cut through her resolve. Confusion broke through her sadness as she tried to process what Nova had said. She did not get the chance to respond. Nova moved. Her body shot forward with a speed that erased the distance. Her blade cut through the air in a clean, direct arc aimed straight for Selena's neck. Her intent was clear and final. But then, it stopped. Marcella stood between them. Her hand had moved faster than the blade. Her fingers closed around the sword with precise control. Her index finger and thumb pinched the edge mid-swing, halting it completely as if the force behind it had simply been removed. Her stance remained firm. Her presence was calm but unyielding. Control yourself, young lady, Marcella said. Her voice was measured. Her eyes remained sharp behind her glasses as she looked directly at Nova. No hesitation. No fear. Only authority. Nova's gaze shifted to her. Irritation flashed. Do not stand in my way, Marcella, Nova said. Her voice sounded colder, more controlled, but no less dangerous. I do not want to kill you. You are not the one who sinned. But they are. So move. Marcella did not move. Silence followed, heavy and taut. The tension between them tightened. Marcella spoke again, her voice quieter, but far more deliberate. I am responsible too. Nova frowned. Confusion broke through her anger. What? Marcella did not look away. So I have every right to stand here. Then, without hesitation, without softening it or delaying it further, she said the one thing she had kept hidden for years. I was the one who helped Razeal escape that day. The words settled into the room with a weight that silenced everything else. Nova, Marissa, and Selena all froze. For a moment, none of them spoke. Chapter 438. I was the one who helped Razeal escape that day. Marcella said it without emphasis, without lowering her gaze. As the words settled into the air, she released her hold on Nova's blade. Her fingers slid away from the steel, as if the weapon itself no longer mattered. Her posture returned to stillness as though she had simply set something down that had been in her hands for far too long. For a second, Nova did not react. She remained exactly where she stood, sword still raised, her eyes fixed on Marcella's face. She seemed to be waiting for the sentence to correct itself, to reveal itself as something else, something less absolute. It did not. The meaning of it began to sink in piece by piece, not all at once, but enough to fracture the certainty she had been holding onto since the moment she stepped into this hall. What did you just say? She asked. This time her voice was not sharp with anger, but caught somewhere between disbelief and something far more unsettled, as if her mind refused to fully accept what it had heard. That one sentence did not just stand alone. It connected backward into years of questions, into that night, into everything that had followed after. One of the deepest regrets they carried was not only what they had done to him in that moment, but what had come after. They thought of what he had endured outside their reach, the pain, the suffering, the unknown stretch of time where he had been alone, unprotected. They had always believed that part had been out of their control, that they had lost him without understanding how, that he had slipped through something that should have been impossible to slip through. That helplessness had been one of the things that ate at them the most. If they had known where he was, if he had remained within their reach, if they had been able to keep him safe even after everything else, then maybe, just maybe, things would not have gone so far. Now Marcella was standing here, saying it had not been some unknown accident. It had been her. Selena took a step back unconsciously, her eyes widening as she stared at Marcella, her thoughts running through that same chain, connecting what she had just heard with everything she had believed before. The word came out faint, almost incomplete, because she did not yet know what to attach to it, accusation, confusion, or something else entirely. Nova's expression hardened again, but it was no longer the same rage as before. It had shifted into something more unstable, something that could not decide whether to lash out or demand answers. In the next instant she moved, the sword lifting again, this time pressing directly against Marcella's neck, the edge resting just against the skin as her teeth clenched tightly. "You betrayed us," she said, each word forced out through that tension, "all of us." Marcella did not move. She did not raise a hand, did not shift her stance, did not even angle her head away from the blade. She simply stood there, looking at Nova with the same steady gaze, as if the threat itself was something she had already accepted the moment she chose to speak. "Why?" Nova demanded, her voice rising now, cracking through the restraint she had been trying to maintain. "Why did you do that? Did you not know what that meant? Do you even understand what happened after that?" Her grip tightened on the sword, the edge pressing slightly harder against Marcella's neck, though not enough to cut, not yet. "We thought he was dead. We thought we lost him. We didn't know where he was. All that time." Her voice broke, anger and pain colliding in a way that made it difficult to separate one from the other. "Why? Why did you not tell us?" Marcella did not answer immediately. She held Nova's gaze without flinching, her expression unchanged. When she spoke, it was not to explain, not yet, but simply, "Calm down." The words landed flat against the intensity of Nova's state, not dismissive, but firm in a way that refused to be pulled into her chaos. "Tell me," Nova shouted, the restraint snapping entirely now, her voice echoing through the hall as her entire body trembled with the force of it, refusing that calm, refusing any attempt to slow down. "Why?" "I won't." Marcella's reply came just as plainly, just as steady. That refusal struck harder than any explanation might have, because it denied Nova the one thing she was grasping for in that moment. Nova's eyes widened, fury flashing again. "You think I won't make you," she said, her voice dropping lower, more dangerous. "Tell me, or I will take it from you myself. I will tear it out of your memories if I have to." Marcella's gaze sharpened slightly, not in threat, but in clarity, as she looked directly into Nova's eyes and asked, "And will that change anything?" The question landed differently. It cut through the immediate heat of the moment, not enough to extinguish it, but enough to disrupt it, to force a pause where there had been none. "He hates all of us," Marcella continued, her voice still even, not accusing, not harsh, but stating something that none of them could deny, "and he has reason to." There was no defense offered with that statement, no attempt to lessen it, just truth. Nova's grip faltered slightly. For a moment, she said nothing. She knew it. She hated hearing it, but she knew it. It did not matter who had done what first, or how things had unfolded step by step at the end of it all, the result remained the same. That result was something none of them could undo by simply uncovering more details. Her breathing slowed, just slightly, her chest rising and falling more evenly, as she took in a deeper breath. Though the anger had not vanished, it had lost some of its blind direction, becoming something heavier, more grounded, harder to act on impulsively. "Then explain why," she said finally, her voice quieter now, though still strained, still tight with everything she was holding back. Marcella exhaled softly, and this time, she answered. "I did not take him away to disappear," she said, her tone measured, deliberate, each word placed with care. "I took him to a safe place. Somewhere prepared in advance. Somewhere he could stay until everything here calmed down, until you, him, all of you, could face each other again without things collapsing the way they did." Selena's eyes flickered, the words reaching her differently now, no longer filtered through pure guilt, but through something more complex. "I made sure he had everything he needed," Marcella continued, "protection, resources, a way to live without being hunted or harmed. It was never meant to be permanent." Nova's expression shifted again, the anger giving way to confusion. "Then what happened?" she asked, the question no longer shouted, but demanded in a different way, needing to know, needing to fill the gap that still remained. Marcella's gaze lowered slightly for the first time, not in avoidance, but in acknowledgement of that gap. "I returned here," she said, "to keep watch on both of you." Her eyes flickered briefly toward Selena, then back to Nova. "And when I went back to him," she paused. "He was gone." The words settled heavily. "It was not part of my plan," she added quietly. "I did not intend for him to disappear completely. I only intended to give him time, and to give all of you a chance to reach a place where things could be resolved without breaking further. I tried to find him, but I was not able to. I do not know how he did that either." Silence followed again, but this silence was different from the one before. Nova's hand trembled again, but this time the tremor was not fueled purely by anger. Something else had entered it, uncertainty, doubt, the beginning of something she had not allowed herself to consider before. Slowly, almost without realizing it, she lowered her sword. The blade dropped from Marcella's neck, her arm falling slightly to her side as her shoulders loosened just a fraction, the tension no longer held in a single direction. Marcella saw the shift in Nova, the way the tension in her shoulders had loosened just enough to show that the blind edge of her anger had dulled, even if it had not disappeared. She let out a quiet breath she had not realized she was holding, her hand lifting slowly, as she placed it gently over Nova's head. Not in restraint, not in control, but in something far more familiar. Something that had existed long before all of this broke apart. I know how you feel, she said softly, her voice carrying none of the authority she usually held, only a tired honesty that came from carrying the same weight for far too long, and I do not know how to help any of you, or even myself anymore. There are no right answers left in this situation, nor any clean way out of it. Her fingers rested there for a moment, before falling back to her side, her gaze lowering briefly as if searching for something that simply was not there. But all we can do now is stay standing. However broken that might be. Selena stood a little distance away, her hands clenched loosely at her sides, her gaze fixed somewhere between the floor and Nova's back, unable to meet her eyes fully, unable to look away either, because the sight in front of her, Nova standing there like this, shaken, hurt, unraveling, felt like something she had personally carved into existence with her own choices. She swallowed, her throat tightening as the weight of it pressed down again, heavier than before now that everything was laid bare. Sorry, she murmured, the word coming out quietly, almost too quiet to belong in the room. But it was all she could manage, all she felt she had any right to offer. She meant it in a way that went far beyond that moment. It was not just for what had happened now, or for the confrontation, or for the sword raised at her, it was for everything. For every lie she had told, for every time she had stayed silent when she should have spoken, for every moment she had allowed Nova to care for her under false belief, to stand beside her, to protect her, to trust her, all while Selena carried the truth that could have shattered that trust long before it reached this point. She did not resent Nova for attacking her, she did not even consider it unjust. If anything, she thought she deserved worse. Nova had never been cruel to her, never distant, never anything less than someone who had taken responsibility for her, who had stepped into a role she did not have to simply because she believed it was right. Selena could still remember those small, quiet moments, the way Nova would check on her without making it obvious, the way she would intervene without drawing attention when something went wrong, the way she had always been there, steady, reliable, like an older sister who had chosen her, not by obligation, but by care. Every time that had happened, every time Nova had shown that kind of warmth, while believing in a lie that Selena had created, it had left a mark. Not something visible, not something spoken, but something that had slowly built inside her, until it turned into this, into a guilt so deep it felt like it had no bottom. She remembered that day clearly, the day Razeal had appeared again after all those years, when everyone believed he was gone for good, when the world they knew had already moved on from him, and yet he had come back, standing right there, alive. Even then, even in that moment where Nova had wanted nothing more than to bring him back, to have him alive and safe, she had still asked him to apologize first, to Selena. She had drawn a line for Selena's sake, not for her own pride, not for control, but because she believed Selena deserved that much, because she believed in her innocence, in the story she had been told, in the version of truth Selena had created. That memory stung the most, because it showed just how much Nova had been willing to do for her, while standing on a foundation that was never real. Now that foundation was gone, Nova did not respond to Selena's apology, not because she was ignoring it consciously, but because it did not reach her at all. It was as if Selena's presence had been pushed out of the space Nova was occupying, not by intention, but by the sheer weight of everything else flooding her mind. To her, Selena might as well not have spoken. Selena lowered her head slowly, her gaze dropping fully to the ground now, her shoulders curling inward just slightly as that silence settled over her, and she accepted it without resistance. It felt appropriate. If anything, she thought she did not even deserve the chance to say sorry, because apologies implied that something could still be mended, and she did not believe that anymore. You have met him. Maris's voice broke through the quiet, steady but carrying a heaviness of its own, as she rose slowly from her chair, her movement controlled, deliberate, her hand brushing briefly over the place where Nova's sword had pierced her chest earlier, the fabric still torn even though the wound beneath had already closed, a silent reminder of what had just happened. She exhaled once, as if steadying herself, before looking directly at Nova. I can see it on your face. Nova's eyes shifted toward her. Marissa continued, her tone measured, not dismissing Nova's state, but not yielding to it either. I understand what you are feeling. More than you think. She paused for a moment, as if weighing her next words carefully. That day, I hated myself more than anyone else could have. I wanted to undo it, to take back every word, every decision, every moment that led to it. I replayed it over and over, thinking if I had chosen differently, maybe things would have turned out another way. Her gaze did not waver. But you need to understand something, she said, her voice firming slightly, not in anger, but in conviction. Hating me for it is fine. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I can accept that. This time. Marissa took a slow breath, her expression settling into something resolute, something that had clearly been decided long before this moment. But what I did, she continued, I do regret the outcome. I regret where it led. I regret the pain it caused, all of it. Her eyes flickered, just for a second, a glimpse of that regret surfacing before being steadied again. But the decision itself. She shook her head once, slowly. I would make it again. The words landed without hesitation. Marissa did not look away. If that day happened again, she said, her voice calm, unwavering, I would act again. Maybe better. Maybe with more control, more foresight. But I would not leave it undone. Nova's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger returning, not explosive this time, but sharp, focused, even confused. She just silently listened. Yes, Marissa answered, without hesitation, without softening it, because what I did was not out of malice. It was not out of selfishness. It was not to destroy him. Her gaze held steady on Nova. It was because, in that moment, I believed it was the right thing to do. And in the end, it was right. There was no apology in that statement, only what she believed. That belief stood there between them, not as a justification, but as something that refused to bend, even now, even after everything that had happened. I told him the same thing, Marissa continued, her voice steady, though there was a faint strain beneath it now, something that had not been there before. Something that had begun to surface ever since Nova walked into the room with that look in her eyes. I told him exactly this, that what I did, I believed was right. And yet, she paused, her gaze shifting slightly, not away from Nova, but not entirely fixed either, as if recalling the moment with a clarity she had not allowed herself before. I also told him that I forgive him now, that whatever he had done, I was willing to let it go. Her fingers curled slightly at her sides. I even asked him to come back. There was a quiet weight behind those words, not loud, not dramatic, but present, as if they carried more meaning than she was willing to openly express. I asked him, not as someone above him, not as someone judging him, but simply as, she hesitated for the briefest moment, as someone who did not want things to end like that. Her lips pressed together faintly before she exhaled, but he refused. Silence followed for a second, but Marissa did not stop. I tried, she added, more firmly this time, as if needing to establish that fact, not just to Nova, but to herself as well, and I will try again. Because no matter what happened, I am not going to leave it like this. Then her gaze returned fully to Nova, sharper now, more direct. So you do not need to hate me for this, she said, her tone gaining a subtle edge of conviction, because what I did, I regret parts of it, yes. I regret how it turned out. I regret the consequences. Her brows drew slightly, but regret does not mean the decision itself was wrong. She took a step forward, closing the distance just a little, her presence steady despite everything that had already unfolded. Try to put yourself in my place, she said, her voice firm, but not raised. If it had been your son, if he had done what Razeal had done that day, would you have done nothing? Marissa continued, pressing the point with quiet insistence. Or let us say, that day if I had stepped back and told you to be the one responsible for him instead, whatever to punish him or not, would you have not? Her gaze did not waver. Would you have said no? Would you have let him go without any punishment? A brief pause. I do not think you would have, Marissa said, her tone lowering again, calmer, but carrying a certainty that came from years of living by her own principles, because you know, at that time, with what it was, there was no other choice. Her expression hardened slightly, not in anger, but in resolve. Maybe the way I did it was wrong, she admitted. Maybe I should have handled it differently, but the act itself. She shook her head once. He deserved punishment for what he had done. And you know that. The room had gone completely still by the time she finished speaking. So, do not do this to me, Marissa added more quietly now, her gaze lowering briefly to the sword still in Nova's hand, the same sword that had pierced her moments ago, the dried blood still marking its edge. I am your mother. No matter what happens, do not forget that. We are family. There was no anger in that statement, only something heavier, something more personal. I will forgive you for this, she said after a moment, her voice softening slightly, because I understand what you are going through. I truly do. She lifted her eyes back to Nova. But if you keep going down this path, it will not bring you peace. It will only drag you deeper into your own pain. She fell silent. The hall seemed to absorb that silence, stretching it thin and cold across the space between them. Selena's eyes remained closed, her head still lowered, her hands trembling faintly at her sides. She could not lift her gaze, could not bring herself to look at any of them anymore. Every word spoken felt like another weight added to something already too heavy to carry. If disappearing had been an option in that moment, not escaping, not running, but simply ceasing to exist, she would have taken it without hesitation. Marcella stood still as well, her posture unchanged, but her eyes had dropped to the floor, her expression hidden behind the reflection of her glasses. She inhaled quietly, steadying herself, but she said nothing. There were no words left that could fix what had already broken. Then, Nova suddenly laughed. It was not loud, it was not wild. It was something far sharper than that, short, dry, and filled with disbelief, with bitterness, with something that bordered on mockery. Her shoulders shook slightly as the sound escaped her, and she brought a hand to her forehead for a brief moment, shaking her head slowly, as if trying to process what she had just heard. You still do not know, she muttered, her voice uneven, her lips curling into something that was not quite a smile, but was not entirely rage either. She lowered her hand and looked up again, her eyes now carrying something far more dangerous than before, not just anger, but clarity mixed with contempt. You actually still do not know, she repeated, almost in disbelief. Her gaze shifted sideways, landing first on Marcella, whose eyes lowered even further under that look, and then to Selena, who seemed to shrink in on herself the moment Nova looked at her. What? Marissa frowned, her expression tightening slightly as she noticed the shift, the tension, the way both Marcella and Selena avoided her gaze entirely. Something in her chest stirred, not fear, not yet, but a quiet unease. What are you talking about? She asked, her voice more cautious now. Neither of them answered. Selena's head dipped lower. Marcella remained silent. Tell me what? Marissa pressed, her tone sharpening just slightly, her eyes moving between them, searching for something, anything that made sense of what Nova was implying. Nova let out another short breath of laughter, this time harsher. They did not tell you, she asked, her voice laced with scorn. They have been sitting here, knowing everything, and still did not tell you. Maris's gaze snapped back to them again. Still nothing. The unease grew. Tell me what, she repeated, slower this time. Nova's expression changed completely. The last trace of that bitter amusement vanished, replaced by something raw, something furious, something that had been held back until now and was no longer contained. That you were wrong. Her voice cut through the room, sharp and clear. That she lied. Selena flinched. That he was innocent. The words did not just land, they struck. And that you punished him anyway. Nova's voice rose, not into a scream, but into something far worse, controlled, burning, each word deliberate, each one filled with a rage that had finally found its direction. That you beeping punished him, for something he never did. In the same motion, her arm moved. The sword left her hand. It was not thrown like a normal weapon. It was released with intent, with precision, with force far beyond what the eye could follow. The air itself seemed to split as it cut forward, the sound barely registering, a sharp, tearing screech as it shot toward Maris's forward in a straight, lethal line. Time seemed to slow for a fraction of a second. Maris's eyes lifted as her eyes widened. What did you just say? The blade never reached her. Before it could complete that final span of distance, before it could bury itself into Maris's forward with the force Nova had put behind it, Marisa instinctively moved as her hand rose into its path. The impact never came. Instead, the sword met her fingers, caught cleanly between them as though it had been meant to stop there all along. In the same instant something within her control slipped, just for a fraction of a moment, as Nova's words echoed through the room. The pressure she applied was not measured, not deliberate, it was reflexive, driven by something deeper than intent. The weapon, an SS-ranked blade that should not have yielded so easily, fractured under her grip with a sharp, brittle crack, the sound cutting through the silence like something final. The metal split, lines racing across its surface, before it broke apart completely, fragments falling from her hand in uneven pieces that struck the floor one after another with dull, metallic sounds, scattering across the polished ground like remnants of something that should not have been so easily destroyed. Marisa did not even seem to register what she had just done, as if the words that had just been spoken had reached deeper than she had allowed herself to show. Her eyes were fixed entirely on Nova, wide, unmoving, searching for something, anything that would allow her to dismiss what she had just heard as nothing more than another outburst, another attempt to hurt her, another distortion born out of anger. That was what it had to be. It had to be a lie. It had to be something twisted, exaggerated, misunderstood. Because the alternative, no, that was not something she could accept. Nova watched her reaction, and something in her expression shifted again, not softening, not relenting, but deepening into something harsher, something edged with a cruel clarity. A slow, humorless smile formed on her lips, the kind that did not come from amusement, but from the certainty that what she was about to say would break something that could not be put back together. Yeah, she said, her voice low at first, almost conversational, but laced with that same biting scorn. You should have read her memories. Her hand lifted, her finger pointing directly toward Selena, who stood there with her head bowed, shoulders trembling faintly under the weight of everything that had already been exposed and everything that was about to be dragged fully into the light. Because I did. There was no hesitation in her tone, no doubt. And guess what? Nova's voice rose slightly, the bitterness surfacing more clearly now. He was right. Selena flinched. He did not try to rape her. He did not do beeping anything. The words came faster now, sharper. It was all a lie. Then the restraint snapped. It was a lie. The shout tore through the hall, raw and unfiltered, carrying everything Nova had been holding back since she had learned the truth. It was not just anger, it was betrayal, it was disgust, it was the kind of realization that rewrites everything you thought you knew, and leaves nothing stable behind. No, the sound came from Marisa, but it barely resembled her usual voice. It was quieter, strained, almost disjointed, as if her mind had not fully caught up to what she had just heard. Her head shook slowly at first, then more firmly, the movement growing more desperate with each passing second. No, you are lying. She said it again, more forcefully this time, as if repetition alone could make it true. Her gaze snapped toward Selena. Selena felt it before she fully lifted her head, the weight of that gaze, heavy, searching, demanding. For a moment, she could not move. Her body resisted it, her instincts telling her to stay still, to stay hidden, to avoid what she knew was coming. But she forced herself anyway. Slowly, painfully, she raised her head, her eyes meeting Marisa's directly. There was no defense in them, no attempt to deny it, no attempt to soften it, only guilt. Raw, unguarded, undeniable. Her lips parted slightly, trembling, before the word finally came out quiet, fragile, but clear enough that it left no room for misunderstanding. Sorry. That was all she said. She closed her eyes, unable to hold that gaze any longer, her head turning slightly to the side as tears slipped free, trailing down her cheeks without resistance. She did not try to wipe them away. She did not try to explain. She did not try to justify anything. There was nothing left to say that could make any of this better. Maris's breath hitched. Her lips parted, but no words came out. Her mind tried to form them, tried to piece together something, anything that could counter what she was seeing, what she was hearing, but it failed. The certainty she had carried for so long, the belief she had never once truly questioned, began to crack under the weight of something far more real than denial. This no. Her voice faltered, breaking apart before it could form into anything coherent. Inside her, something shifted violently. For years she had held on to a single, unwavering truth, that what she had done that day had been necessary, that it had been right, that even if it had been harsh, even if it had caused pain, it had been justified. She had built her identity around that belief, anchored herself in it, used it to move forward without hesitation or regret. But if that belief was wrong, if the foundation itself had been false, then everything that followed from it. Her mind recoiled from the thought. Instinctively, almost reflexively, something in her consciousness pushed back, constructing barriers, rejecting the implication outright. It was not a conscious decision, it was something deeper, something protective, something that refused to let the full weight of that realization settle in all at once. She could not accept it, she could not. Her gaze shifted again, this time to Marcella. Marcella stood there, her eyes closed now, her face turned slightly away, as if she could not bear to meet that look directly. She had known for a long time, and yet she had not said anything. Marcella. Maris's voice was quieter now, almost pleading without intending to be. Marcella opened her eyes slowly, but she did not meet her gaze. She lowered them instead. That was enough. The last piece. The final confirmation. The fear that had been building quietly inside Marissa finally surged forward, no longer held back, no longer contained. It wrapped around her chest, tightening, constricting, making it hard to breathe. Nova did not care. She lied about rape, she said, her tone cold now, stripped of the earlier volatility, replaced with something far more cutting, so that it could lead to her and Razeal marrying, to cover that kind of shame and incident. Nova spoke curly, pointing her finger at Selena. Selena's body trembled more violently at that, her hands curling into fists at her sides, but she still did not speak. Maris's vision suddenly blurred for a moment, so everything would fall into place the way she wanted. You are the reason why he hates me. It is because of you. Just as Nova said that, something broke. A wet, choking sound escaped Maris's throat as her body jerked slightly forward, and a moment later she coughed. A sharp, violent motion that forced something up from deep inside her chest. Blood. It spilled from her lips, dark and sudden, staining the front of her clothes as it hit the floor in uneven drops. Her eyes lost focus for a second, widening, hollowing, as if the world in front of her had shifted into something unrecognizable. Her breathing became uneven, quick, shallow, as her body struggled to keep pace with the collapse happening within her mind. She was wrong. The thought surfaced, faint at first, then louder. She was wrong. Everything she had done, everything she had believed, it had all been built on a lie. That realization did not come gently. It tore through her, ripping apart the structure she had relied on for years, leaving nothing stable behind to hold on to. Her hand lifted slightly, trembling, as if trying to grasp something in the air that was not there. Her breathing quickened further. She had punished him, not because he had done something unforgivable, but because she had believed something that was not real. Her eyes shook, unfocused, as the weight of it settled in fully for the first time. She had wronged him. Chapter 439. 4 hours later, the moon had fully claimed the sky, pale and distant, casting its quiet silver across the empire. Celestia walked alone through the long corridors that led toward the imperial chambers. Her steps were measured, controlled, each one placed with the discipline of someone who had been raised never to falter in posture or presence. Yet beneath that control, there was something unmistakably strained. It showed not in how she carried her head, still straight, still proud, as though an iron rod ran through her spine refusing any bend, but in the slight heaviness of her movement, in the way her shoulders seemed just a fraction lower than they should have been, in the faint drag of exhaustion that even she could not completely hide. Imperial guards stationed along the corridor bowed as she passed. Their eyes lingered for a moment longer than usual, not out of disrespect, but because something about her state unsettled them. She was covered in dust, her garments marked with the remnants of travel and conflict. Though she had not made any attempt to conceal it, the tear streaks across her face caught the moonlight in a way that made them impossible to ignore. They were thin, dried lines that told of something far deeper than a simple defeat. And yet, her eyes, those same eyes, still held that unmistakable sharpness, that quiet authority, the presence of someone who believed without question that she was meant to stand above all others, that one day the world itself would kneel beneath her. That belief, ingrained too deeply to be shaken by a single moment, still radiated outward despite everything else. She reached the doors of the imperial chamber and pushed them open without announcement. She stepped inside as the cool light from the tall arched windows spilled across the vast space, illuminating polished marble floors and towering pillars. At the far end, seated upon a throne that seemed less like furniture and more like a declaration of dominion, was Nyssa, the empress, the one spoken of as the strongest in the world. Her presence alone was enough to fill the chamber without effort. Her platinum hair fell in controlled waves over her shoulders. Her posture was relaxed yet commanding, as she leaned slightly back into the throne, one arm resting against its side. Her gaze was already fixed upon the figure entering before the doors had even fully closed. Her eyes, deep and reflective, caught the image of her daughter in a single glance. In that instant, they narrowed just slightly, not in anger, not yet, but in a quiet, precise assessment. She took in every detail without missing a single one. The dust, the tear stains, the faint but unmistakable mark on her cheek where a hand seemed to have struck her, the tension in her stance, the way she held herself upright not out of ease, but out of refusal to collapse. Nyssa had only just returned herself, having spent the last 2 months tracing the origin of the strange rifts and portals that had begun appearing across the empire. These were anomalies that had disrupted the natural order and forced her into personal investigation when no one else could provide answers. Though she had not succeeded in locating the source, she had felt something. It was something vast, something unmistakably divine, an imprint of a supreme god's presence lingering behind those distortions. That alone had been enough to concern even her. Yet before she could fully unravel it, the phenomenon had abruptly ceased, leaving behind more questions than answers. She had come here, to this chamber, to sit and think, to dissect the patterns, to understand intent, because nothing of that scale happened without purpose. But now, as her daughter stood before her in this state, those thoughts receded, not erased, but set aside with deliberate control. Her attention narrowed entirely onto the present moment. Silence settled between them, not uncomfortable, not uncertain, but heavy with expectation, as Celestia stopped a few steps away from the throne. She lifted her chin just slightly, meeting her mother's gaze directly despite everything that had happened. Her expression was composed on the surface, yet beneath it there was something raw, something that had not yet settled into clarity. Nyssa did not rise. She did not need to. Her authority did not come from movement, but from presence alone. After a brief moment, her voice broke the silence, calm, measured, yet carrying through the chamber with unmistakable weight. What happened? The question was simple, but it was not casual. It was precise, direct, expecting truth and nothing less. Celestia inhaled slowly, steadying herself. Though her chest tightened slightly at the memory of what had just occurred, she did not look away, did not lower her head, even as the faint sting of humiliation lingered beneath her composure. I lost, she said. Her voice was controlled, even though there was a quiet strain beneath it that only someone like Nyssa would notice. I am sorry to disappoint you, mother. The words were not spoken with hesitation, nor were they laced with excuses. They were stated plainly, as fact, as admission. For a moment, Nyssa simply looked at her, her expression unchanged, her eyes studying her daughter, as if weighing not the loss itself, but everything surrounding it. Lost, she repeated. Her tone was neither surprised nor dismissive, but probing, seeking clarity rather than reacting to the statement alone. Celestia held her gaze, the tension in her shoulders tightening slightly, as she chose her words carefully, not to hide anything, but to articulate what she herself was still processing. I lost a fight, she said first. Then after a brief pause, as if that alone was insufficient to describe it, she continued, her voice lowering just slightly. Then someone I believed would stand beside me. Instead, I lost him as well. The admission hung in the air, heavier than the first. Her eyes flickered for the briefest moment, not downward, not away, but inward, as if acknowledging something she had not yet fully accepted. I lost a friend, she added, and then, more quietly, I lost my composure. Her fingers curled faintly at her sides, nails pressing into her palm, as if grounding herself. I lost control over myself, she continued. Her voice was still steady, though the weight behind it had grown. I lost everything. The tear marks beneath her eyes caught the light again, as she spoke, not fresh, not falling now, but still present, evidence of what had already passed. Yet she did not attempt to hide them, did not wipe them away, as if acknowledging that they existed did not diminish her strength, but denying them would. She stood there, straight-backed, unyielding in posture despite the admission, her gaze locked onto Nyssa's, waiting not for comfort, not for reassurance, but for judgment, for evaluation, for whatever response her mother would give. Above all else, she had been raised to face the consequences of her actions directly, without retreat, without excuse. Even now, even in this state, she held to that with everything she had left. Everything, except my pride, Celestia said at last. Though her voice did not rise, did not tremble outwardly, the words carried a weight that was far heavier than anything she had said before. This was not a declaration meant for her mother. It was something she was forcing herself to accept, something she refused to let break even now. Her neck remained straight, rigid, as if any slight bend would shatter the last piece of herself she still held intact. Her platinum eyes, though faintly unsteady beneath the surface, stayed fixed forward with deliberate force, refusing to lower, refusing to retreat, refusing to show weakness even when everything else within her felt as though it had already fractured. Nyssa did not interrupt, did not respond immediately. She simply watched, her gaze unwavering, analytical, as though every word, every shift in her daughter's expression, every controlled breath was being measured and understood in full before she chose to speak. Slowly, with unhurried grace, she adjusted her posture. Her elbow came to rest against the arm of her throne as her chin settled lightly over her knuckles. Her head tilted just slightly to one side, not in dismissal, but in contemplation, as if what she was hearing was not surprising, but still required precision in how it was received. Celestia, receiving no immediate response, did not falter, though the silence pressed against her, testing the steadiness of her resolve. Instead, she continued, because stopping now would mean allowing doubt to take root, and that was something she would not permit. I feel guilt, mother, she said. Her voice was still controlled, though the words themselves carried the weight of everything she had forced down since that moment of loss. Sadness, sorrow, envy, regret, even heartbreak. Each word came slower than the last, not because she hesitated, but because naming them required her to acknowledge them fully, and that was not something she had ever allowed herself to do so openly. Anger, jealousy, fury, and shame. The final word lingered just slightly longer, not because she emphasized it, but because it was the one that struck the deepest, the one she could not distance herself from no matter how she tried to frame the rest. Nyssa remained still, her expression unchanged, her eyes continuing to hold Celestia in that same steady, piercing regard, offering no comfort, no interruption, no immediate judgment, only presence, only attention. I feel, Celestia paused for a fraction of a second, her breath catching just slightly before she forced it to steady again. Ashamed. The word came out quieter, not weaker, but more exposed, as if it had been carved directly from something raw within her. I feel small. Her fingers tightened faintly at her sides, nails pressing into her palms, grounding her as she continued. I have failed you, and I have failed myself. There was no attempt to soften it, no attempt to justify it. She spoke it as fact, as something that needed no explanation beyond what had already happened. Her eyes did not waver, but there was a faint tremor now, subtle, almost imperceptible, something that betrayed just how deeply those words cut into her, even as she delivered them with unwavering composure. I do not believe I am worthy of this throne anymore, she continued. Her tone grew colder, not outwardly, but directed inward, as if every word was being used against herself with precision. I am a disappointment. The statement did not echo loudly, but it settled heavily in the space between them. I made a decision, she went on. Her voice tightened slightly. A big wrong decision. A miscalculation in my judgment. A failure in my foresight. Each phrase was deliberate, dissecting her own actions piece by piece, stripping them down to their core. And now I regret it, because it cost me something I cannot reclaim. There was a faint shift in her expression then, not visible in the usual sense, but present in the way her eyes flickered for just a moment, as if something painful had surfaced uninvited. A mistake, she added, that someone worthy of ruling would not have made. Her breathing deepened slightly, not uneven, but heavier, as if maintaining control now required effort. I see my shortcomings clearly now, she said, continuing without pause, as though stopping would allow her thoughts to fracture. I am naive. I misjudge people. I allow attachment to cloud my decisions. Her voice lowered just a fraction, not weakening, but becoming more focused, more cutting. I am too emotional and not when I needed to be. The admission hung there, sharp and unguarded. I am. She hesitated for the briefest moment, her throat tightening, before she forced the final words out. Psychologically weak. It was not something she had ever said before, not even to herself in such direct terms. Speaking it aloud felt like driving a blade through her own chest. Yet she did not retract it, did not soften it, because in her mind, truth, once recognized, had to be faced without compromise. Mother, she said finally. Her voice was steady once more, though her eyes had grown heavier, the strain more visible now beneath the surface. Take back my title as Imperial Princess. The words came out clean, clear, without hesitation. I no longer deserve it. Her eyes shimmered faintly, not with tears that would fall, but with something held back with sheer force of will, her pride refusing to allow even that final outward break. She stood there, still straight, still unbent, even as the act of saying those words felt like tearing apart everything she had built her identity around, everything she had worked toward since childhood, everything she had believed was her destined path. It was not just a statement, it was a self-inflicted wound, deliberate and irreversible in her mind. Yet she did it without flinching, because she believed that was what strength demanded. Silence followed. For a moment, it stretched long enough that it might have seemed like rejection, like judgment being formed, like a decision already made. But then Nyssa finally spoke. Then you have learned a lesson. Her voice was calm, even, almost deceptively simple in its delivery, and yet the words themselves did not align with what Celestia had expected. Celestia's eyes shifted. That alone proves, Nyssa continued. Her gaze was steady, her tone unchanged. Why you are worthy. Celestia just stood silent. Nyssa did not move from her throne, did not change her posture, but there was a subtle shift in the way her presence filled the room, something more direct now, more focused. A ruler is never perfect, she said. Her voice carried a quiet authority that did not need force to be absolute, but must be strong enough to recognize their own failures. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing just enough to sharpen her words, to admit them without excuse, to understand them without denial. Celestia's fingers loosened slightly at her sides, though she still remained silent. And more importantly, Nyssa went on, to hold themselves accountable. Her gaze did not waver, to be capable of punishing themselves when necessary, even when no one else has the power to do so. That, Nyssa said, her voice lowered just slightly, not softer, but more precise, is far more difficult than ruling others. Celestia's eyes trembled again, more noticeably this time, though she still did not lower her head. You faced a failure, Nyssa continued. You understood it, you dissected it, and you did not run from it. There was no praise in her tone, but there was recognition. And instead of hiding behind your title, you chose to strip it from yourself. A brief pause. That is not weakness. That is control. The words settled into her, not gently, but firmly, reshaping the way her own actions were reflected back at her. And control over oneself, Nyssa concluded. Her gaze was unwavering. Is what makes a ruler. Well, anyways, those things I am not concerned about, Nyssa said at last. Her tone was even, measured, as though everything Celestia had just confessed, the guilt, the shame, the self-condemnation were already processed and set aside in her mind as variables that could be resolved with time and discipline. Her gaze did not soften, nor did it grow harsher, but it shifted with intent, narrowing slightly as it fixed more precisely on her daughter's current state. It was not the emotional aftermath, but the physical evidence before her. The faint dust still clinging to Celestia's attire, the subtle stiffness in her posture that spoke of exhaustion, held tightly under control, the absence of visible wounds, despite the clear indication that she had been in combat. It was there that Nyss's focus settled, because that was the inconsistency she could not ignore. I know you can resolve all of that yourself, she continued, almost dismissively, not out of disregard, but because she truly believed it beneath Celestia's capacity to remain broken for long. Her daughter was not someone who stayed fallen. What concerns me, she said. Her voice sharpened just slightly, though is something else entirely. There was a brief pause, not a dramatic one, not drawn out, but enough for the weight of her attention to fully land. Why did you lose? The question was simple, direct, and stripped of any unnecessary framing. Yet it carried far more significance than it appeared on the surface, because Nyssa was not questioning the outcome alone. She was questioning the process behind it, the decision-making, the deviation from expectation. Her eyes remained steady, but now more focused, tracing over Celestia's face, lingering for a fraction longer on the faint mark upon her cheek, the remnants of impact, before moving again to her stance, her composure, her controlled breathing. This, she added, her tone lowered slightly, not in volume but in precision, is not a matter of your capability. Celestia did not move, did not shift her stance, but her attention sharpened, fully drawn into the question. It is a matter of why, Nyssa finished. Silence followed for a brief moment, not empty, but dense, filled with unspoken understanding of what was being asked. You did not use your full capabilities, Nyssa stated, not as a guess, but as a conclusion already reached. Her eyes narrowed just slightly as she studied her daughter's expression for confirmation, rather than seeking it. Why? There was no accusation in her tone, only curiosity, genuine, precise, and unhidden beneath any formality. Celestia did not hesitate. Because, mother, she said. Her voice was steady, as if stating something obvious, something that required no further justification. You had instructed me not to use the imperial bloodline. Her eyes did not waver as she spoke, her posture unchanged, her tone carrying no defensiveness, no uncertainty, only clarity. I did not break your word. For a moment, Nyssa simply looked at her. Though her expression remained largely composed, there was a subtle shift in her gaze. It was a flicker, brief but unmistakable, something that bordered on surprise, though it did not fully manifest outwardly. She had expected reasoning, perhaps strategy, perhaps miscalculation, but not this, not such a straightforward adherence to her command even at the cost of defeat. You did not use your bloodline abilities, Nyssa repeated slowly, as if verifying the logic aloud. Simply because I instructed you not to. Her eyes narrowed just slightly, not in disapproval, but in deeper analysis. And you accepted defeat as a result. There was no disbelief in her tone, but there was something close to it in the way she examined Celestia now, reassessing not her strength, but her decisions, her priorities. Celestia met her gaze without hesitation. I would never break the word I gave you, she said simply. There was no embellishment, no attempt to frame it as virtue. It was not something she was presenting for approval. It was simply who she was. And that, more than anything else, made Nyrsa's lips curve slightly upward. The expression was subtle, controlled, but unmistakably there. It was a rare trace of amusement, or perhaps something closer to interest, as she observed her daughter anew. And what if you had been close to death? Nyssa asked, tilting her head slightly. Her tone now carried a faint edge of curiosity layered over that earlier composure. Would you still have held to that decision? Celestia did not respond immediately with words. Instead, she held her mother's gaze, steady, unwavering. In that silence, the answer was already there, clear, absolute, leaving no room for interpretation. I gave you my word, she said finally. Nothing more followed, but nothing more was needed. Nyssa watched her for a moment longer, and then, unexpectedly, she laughed. It was not loud, not uncontrolled, but it carried a distinct note of genuine reaction, sharp, brief, and unmistakably real. How foolish you are, she said, shaking her head slightly, though there was no real condemnation in her tone. If anything, there was something closer to approval hidden beneath the wording. My daughter, she added, her gaze still fixed on Celestia. Really stupid. Yet even as she said it, her expression did not reflect disappointment. You held to your word, Nyssa continued. Her voice was steady again, even when it cost you your standing, your image, and your result. She paused, letting that settle, not for effect, but because the conclusion mattered. If that is the case, then I would have to reject your request, she said. Celestia's eyes flickered slightly. You are worthy, Nyssa stated plainly. Her tone left no space for argument in its delivery. To sit upon this throne. The words were not raised, not emphasized, but they carried weight far beyond their volume. And so, she continued, you will retain your title as Imperial Princess of the Great and Boundless Empire of Aetherion. For the first time since entering the chamber, Celestia's composure faltered in a way that reached deeper than surface control. Her eyes trembled, not violently, not visibly to someone inattentive, but enough that the shift was undeniable to anyone truly observing her, and especially to Nyssa. This was the first time her mother had spoken those words so directly, the first time she had acknowledged her worth without condition, without implication, without expectation attached. And once, not long ago, that would have been everything Celestia had ever wanted. That acknowledgement, that validation, that recognition. There had been a time when she would have held on to those words like something sacred, when they would have filled her with a quiet, overwhelming satisfaction she would never allow herself to show. But now, they only made her chest tighten. Celestia looked at her mother, her gaze no longer entirely steady. Something heavier settling behind her eyes. Something that did not align with the acceptance she should have felt. "No, mother," she said. Her voice was quiet but firm. "I do not believe I deserve it." The words came out cleanly, without hesitation, but they carried something far more complex beneath them. It was not defiance, not rejection for the sake of pride, but something closer to conflict, to a fracture between what she had always believed and what she had come to see. Nerissa's reaction was immediate, though subtle. Her eyebrows lifted, just slightly, but enough to mark genuine surprise. This was new. Celestia had never rejected her words before. Not once. Not even indirectly. She had always followed, no, actually always exceeded, always refined whatever was given to her. She never questioned, never resisted, never stood against a conclusion once it was spoken. And yet now, she did. The shift in Celestia's response did not go unnoticed. If anything, it was the only thing that truly held Nerissa's attention now, more than the loss itself, more than the circumstances surrounding it. What stood before her was not the outcome of a battle, but the change within her daughter, and that was something far rarer, far more significant. Nerissa studied her in silence for a moment longer, her gaze steady, calculating, not in coldness but in depth, as if weighing each fragment of Celestia's words against what she knew of her, against years of observing a girl who had never once allowed doubt to take root so openly. And then, simply, without any preface, she asked, "Why?" The question was not sharp. It was just direct, stripped of anything unnecessary. Yet it carried weight because it demanded clarity, not deflection. Celestia did not look away. "Because I am weak," she answered, just as plainly. The words left her without hesitation, without softening, as though she had already repeated them to herself enough times that they no longer required thought. There was no attempt to protect her image, no instinct to reframe the truth into something more acceptable. She spoke it as she felt it, even if it stood against everything she had once been. "I was strong before," she continued. Her voice was steady but quieter now, as if the admission itself had drawn her inward. "But right now, as I stand here, I feel the weakest I have ever been." Her fingers tightened slightly at her sides, not visibly trembling, but no longer completely still either. "Not just in strength," she added, her eyes lowering for the briefest moment, before returning to meet her mother's again. "But in my heart, in my mind, and in my resolve." There it was, laid bare without disguise. For anyone else, it might have sounded like defeat. But Nerissa's response was immediate, and unexpectedly, it was a quiet rejection. "You are wrong, Celestia." There was no pause before it, no consideration given to softening the contradiction. Her voice remained composed, but firm, cutting through the weight of Celestia's self-judgment, with a clarity that left no room for misunderstanding. "This," Nerissa said. Her gaze sharpened slightly as it locked onto her daughter's eyes, "is the strongest I have ever seen you." The words landed differently than anything Celestia had heard before. Not praise, not expectation, but recognition. And that was what broke something inside her. Celestia's eyes widened, not dramatically, but enough that the shift was unmistakable, as if her body had reacted before her mind could process it. For a brief second, she simply looked at her mother, unable to respond, unable to place what she was hearing against everything she had believed about herself in that moment. Recognition. Not for her victories, not for her perfection, but for this fractured, uncertain, exposed version of herself. Her vision blurred slightly as her eyes began to moisten, the tension she had been holding so tightly starting to slip, not completely, not enough to collapse, but enough that it could no longer remain hidden. Her gaze trembled, her breath catching faintly, though she forced it steady. "No, mother," she tried to respond, her head shaking just slightly, as if rejecting not Nerissa's words, but the idea that she could deserve them in this state. But before she could finish, Nerissa moved. It was a simple motion, rising from her throne, but it carried presence with it, the quiet, overwhelming authority that followed her without effort. The chamber seemed to shift with it, the space itself bending subtly to her presence as she stepped down. Her pace was unhurried, controlled, each step deliberate. Celestia did not move. She just watched. Nerissa stopped in front of her, close enough now that the distance between them no longer felt like that of ruler and successor, but something more direct, more personal. Her gaze lowered slightly to meet her daughter's fully, no longer observing from above, but confronting her where she stood. "Is this about that boy?" Nerissa asked. The question came without hesitation, without disguise, sharp in its accuracy, though still calm in delivery, as though she had already arrived at the conclusion before speaking it aloud. "Have you finally come to understand your own feelings?" she continued. Her tone was unchanged, but her eyes were searching now, not for weakness, but for truth. "Tell me, Celestia." Celestia's breath faltered. The words struck too precisely. She looked up at her mother, her expression no longer as controlled as before. Something raw flickering through her gaze. Something she had not allowed herself to name until now. She did not answer. She did not need to. Nerissa saw it. It was there, clear as anything she had ever read, written not in words, but in the way Celestia held herself now, in the way her composure had cracked not under defeat, but under something far more personal. I see, Nerissa said quietly, almost to herself, though her attention never left her daughter. There was no disappointment in her expression. If anything, there was understanding. What happened? She asked next. Her tone shifted slightly, not softer, but more direct. He does not want you. Celestia's silence was answer enough. Nerissa exhaled faintly through her nose, a small, measured breath, as if acknowledging the situation without assigning weight to its emotional gravity. Understandable, she said, not dismissively, but practically, as though evaluating the matter from a perspective far removed from sentiment. Given the mistakes you all kids had made. There was no judgment in her words, only fact. And yet, as she looked at Celestia again, something changed. A faint smile touched her lips, not gentle, not comforting, but confident. Absolute. Then give me a word. Her hand rose, resting on Celestia's shoulder, not heavy, not forceful, but firm enough to anchor her attention completely. If you want him, Nerissa said. Her voice was steady, unwavering. He is yours. Celestia froze. Her eyes widened again, more visibly this time, the meaning of those words not delayed in understanding, but overwhelming in implication. What? Nerissa did not look away. She did not retract the statement. Instead, she held her daughter's gaze, as if ensuring she understood exactly what was being offered. You kept your words. I will keep mine. How about a wedding tomorrow? She continued, as if discussing something entirely within reach, entirely reasonable. Shall I have him brought to you? There was no exaggeration in her tone, no hyperbole, no theatricality. She spoke as someone who could make it happen, because she could. Nerissa was not someone who dealt in uncertainty. If she said something was possible, it was already within her grasp. Kingdoms bent, wars shifted, decisions were enforced. Her will was not a suggestion, it was outcome. And in that moment, she extended that same certainty to her daughter's desire. Chapter 440. Celestia stood in place. She lifted her gaze toward her mother. The composure she had forced upon herself faltered, not outwardly in any dramatic sense. Her pupils trembled ever so slightly. Something deeper surfaced behind her eyes. It was raw and unguarded. Longing took hold. It was unmistakable and intense. It was not the fleeting kind. It had taken root over time. It had grown silently. Now it refused to be denied its presence any longer. Nerissa's words had not been empty. Celestia knew that better than anyone. If her mother said something could be done, then it would be done. No matter what stood in the way. No matter who opposed it. No matter what balance of power it disrupted. That certainty was not belief. It was fact. Because of that, the offer placed before her was not hypothetical. It was real, immediate, within reach. All she needed to do was accept. For a fraction of a second, she almost did. The thought came uninvited but powerful. Just say yes. Just once. Abandon restraint. Abandon hesitation. Take what was being handed to you. It would be easy, effortless, final. The distance, the rejection, the uncertainty. All of it would disappear with a single word. She did not say it. Instead, she inhaled slowly, steadying herself. She shook her head. No, mother. The refusal was quiet. It was absolute. Nerissa's brows drew together slightly. She did not display anger. Instead, genuine confusion surfaced. It was a look far rarer to see on her than any display of authority. Why? Nerissa asked. Her tone shifted just enough to reflect that she did not immediately understand this decision. I thought you wanted him. Celestia did not look away. I do want him, she replied. Her voice remained steady, though the emotion beneath it had not disappeared. But I do not want him given to me. There was a distinction there. It was clear, deliberate, and deeply important to her. Nerissa studied her for a moment. Then she gave a small nod, as if recalibrating her understanding. I see, she said. Then go and take him yourself. Her tone returned to its earlier certainty. It was simple, direct, unquestioning. You are strong enough for that. And given who you are daughter of, no one would dare stand in your way. It was the most straightforward solution. Celestia did not move. He is already married, mother. The air shifted. For the first time in the conversation, Nerissa's expression changed more noticeably. Her brows lifted slightly. It was not a dramatic reaction, but it showed that this piece of information had not been accounted for. Married, she repeated. When? And who? Celestia shook her head faintly. I do not know when, she said. Her voice remained lower now, though still controlled. But she is strong. Her eyes shifted slightly. They did not look away from her mother, but turned inward, recalling the encounter. She had dark blue, oceanic hair. She fought me directly. That alone carried weight. She faced me in close combat. Celestia continued. Her tone grew more complex. Respect perhaps, though she did not name it. Without me using my bloodline abilities, she did not get pushed back. That was not a small statement. Nerissa listened without interruption. While she did not speak her thoughts aloud, a flicker of recognition appeared in her gaze. It was subtle but present, as if the description had triggered a possible conclusion. She did not voice it. Instead, her attention returned fully to her daughter. She focused on the emotion that had crept more visibly into her expression. Then she dismissed the complication entirely. So what if, Nerissa said. Her tone flattened again into that unyielding practicality. He is married. She tilted her head slightly. Her gaze remained steady. What of it? Celestia's eyes flickered. Why the sadness? Nerissa continued. Her voice carried a faint edge now. It was not harsh, but firm, as though challenging the validity of the hesitation itself. If you want something, you take it. That had always been the rule. That is what I taught you. There was no softness in it, only principle. Nyssa stepped closer. The distance between them shrank until her presence felt almost overwhelming. This did not come through force, but through certainty. She leaned slightly. She brought her voice lower, more direct. Her words were no longer meant for the room, but only for Celestia. "He is yours," she said quietly. "Take him." She leaned even closer. "Snatch him from her." The words were not loud. They carried a sharpness that cut through hesitation. It was a dangerous clarity that did not allow room for moral conflict. "He belongs to you," she added. Her voice was almost a whisper now, but heavier than anything she had said before. "Only you." Celestia responded to the pull. The temptation took hold. Her breath hitched slightly. Something inside her responded instinctively. Her desire surged. Her mind momentarily aligned with that logic. It was simple, was it not? If she wanted him, she could take him. If he resisted, that resistance could be broken, redirected, reshaped. She closed her eyes for a brief second. She steadied herself. She forced that surge down. "But he hates me, mother," she said. Her voice remained quieter now, more fragile beneath the control. "He does not love me anymore." That was the part that mattered. "I want him to love me," she admitted. Her gaze lowered slightly before lifting again. She appeared conflicted, uncertain. "But," she shook her head faintly, "if I take him like that." The thought did not finish, but the meaning remained clear. "It will not change anything." Her voice dropped further. "He will just say no." Nyssa did not hesitate. "He will not," she said. There was no doubt in it. None. Not if you give him a reason. Celestia's gaze sharpened slightly. "No one does anything without reason," Nyssa continued. Her tone shifted again. It was not softer, but more instructive, more deliberate. "People do not love without cause. They do not stay without incentive. They do not surrender without pressure." Her eyes held a faint glint now. It was sharp, calculating. "You want him to love you?" she asked. She did not pose it as a rhetorical question, but as a premise. "Then give him a reason to." Celestia did not speak. "Find what he cannot let go of," Nyssa continued. Her voice remained steady, precise. "Find what he values, what he fears losing, what he protects." Her gaze narrowed slightly. "And if those reasons do not exist?" She paused. The pause was brief, but intentional. "Then create them." There was no hesitation in the suggestion, no moral boundary. Yes, find the reason, or make the reason." The words slipped out of Celestia in a low, uneven murmur. She seemed to be speaking to herself rather than to her mother. Yet the shift in her was unmistakable. The confusion that had weighed her down moments ago did not vanish. It twisted, redirected, reshaped into something sharper. It was something far less hesitant. It was not clarity in the sense of peace. It was clarity in the sense of decision, of direction. Purpose took hold regardless of consequence. Her thoughts, which had been tangled in doubt and restraint, now began to align under a different kind of logic. This logic did not question whether something was right, only whether it could be done. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the softness that had lingered in her expression stiffened. Her lips curved. They did not curve into relief, but into something controlled, something deliberate. It did not quite reach warmth. Her platinum eyes, once trembling with conflict, now held a different glint. It was focused, intense, and edged with something dangerously close to obsession. "Thank you, mother," she said. This time her voice carried sincerity. It was deep and genuine, but not in the way one might expect. It was the gratitude of someone who believed they had been shown a path, regardless of where it led. Yet even as she spoke, a faint hesitation followed. A fragment of uncertainty had not yet been consumed by that new direction. "But," she added. Her brows drew together slightly. She was not doubting her mother's words, but considering a problem she could not yet resolve. "What about the one he married?" Her gaze lifted again, meeting Nyrssa's directly. "You cannot stop someone from looking at others, can you?" she asked. Her voice remained steady, but quieter now. The question carried weight she had not yet fully processed. What if he loves someone else? There was no accusation in her tone, only a need to understand. "What should I do then?" For the first time since the conversation had begun, Nyssa did not answer immediately. She stood still for a moment. Her gaze rested on her daughter, as if measuring the question not for its surface meaning, but for what it revealed beneath. Then, without a word, she turned. Her steps were unhurried as she moved toward the window. The long fall of her platinum hair shifted with her motion. It caught faint strands of moonlight as she walked. Something composed existed in her silence. It was not avoidance, but intention. The answer she intended to give could not be delivered where they stood before. Celestia followed without being told. She moved after her mother. She stopped just behind her. Her attention remained fixed. She waited, not impatiently, but with a sharpened awareness. She already knew that whatever came next would matter more than anything said before. Nyssa stood by the window. Her gaze lifted slightly toward the sky beyond, where the moon hung in quiet brilliance. Its light spilled across the chamber in pale, steady illumination. For a moment, she said nothing. Then she spoke. "If I say the moon is mine," Nyssa said. Her voice remained calm, even, almost contemplative. "Then it is mine." She turned her head slightly, just enough for her eyes to settle on Celestia again. "And mine alone." There was no arrogance in the statement, only certainty. Celestia did not hesitate. "Yes, mother," she replied immediately. Her tone was firm, unwavering. The conviction in her voice was absolute. "If you say so, then no one would dare deny it." That was not flattery. It was truth as she understood it. Nyrsa's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Then it shifted back to the moonlight filtering through the window. Slowly, she raised her hand. She extended it outward into the pale glow. She allowed the light to settle across her skin. The faint silver illumination spread across her palm. It was soft yet undeniable. It touched her without resistance, without permission. "If it is mine," Nyssa continued. Her voice lowered slightly. Her attention remained fixed on the light resting against her hand. "Then it should reach only me." Her fingers moved faintly, as if testing the intangible presence of that light. "And me alone." "Right." She looked at Celestia. There was a pause. It was not empty, but weighted. "But then," she said quietly. Her gaze dropped slightly to the glow upon her skin. "What should be done about this moonlight which falls on everyone?" Celestia followed her movement instinctively. Her own gaze lowered to her mother's hand, to the light that rested there so freely. Then, almost without thinking, she extended her own hand into the same stream of moonlight. It touched her as well, equally, without distinction. Her fingers tensed slightly as she adjusted to it. As the meaning of the gesture began to take shape, not immediately, but steadily, it unfolded in her mind piece by piece. She looked up at her mother. For the first time since Nyssa had begun speaking, she did not respond. She was beginning to understand. "There are things," Nyssa said softly. Her tone carried something deeper now. It was not softness, but weight. "That cannot be kept for oneself, no matter how much one claims them." Her gaze shifted back to Celestia. It turned sharp again, deliberate. Like the moon. Celestia's breathing slowed. Her mind worked through the implications. The metaphor settled into place with increasing clarity. "But," Nyssa continued. Her voice gained edge again. "There are ways to change that also." Her hand lowered slowly from the light. "Like, you can prevent others from reaching it," she said. "You can lock it away. Make it inaccessible to anyone but yourself." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Or, you can remove those who reach for it." The words were spoken without hesitation, without disguise. Celestia's gaze did not waver now. She held her mother's eyes. She stood fully aware of what was being said. Not in abstraction, not in metaphor, but in meaning. "It is your choice," Nyssa finished. Her voice remained steady, unwavering. "Whether you allow your moon to remain shared, or not." Silence settled between them. It was not an uncertain silence. It was the kind that follows understanding. Celestia stood there. Her hand remained faintly illuminated by the moonlight. Her fingers slowly curled inward as if grasping something that could not be held. Her expression did not break. It changed. The hesitation was gone. In its place, something colder, more focused. Her gaze lifted again, meeting her mother's fully. It was no longer searching. It was no longer questioning. Nyssa stepped closer. She stood just close enough that her presence filled the space between them entirely. She leaned in slightly. She lowered her voice to something barely above a whisper. It was quiet, controlled, and unmistakably clear. "Kill them." The words were simple. Their meaning was not. Celestia did not respond immediately to those words. She could not. Her gaze lifted almost instinctively. It was as if pulled upward by the weight of what she had just heard. Her pupils narrowed, then widened again in a subtle, involuntary reaction. It was not shock in the ordinary sense. It was not the kind that made one recoil or protest. It was something deeper. Something settled into the mind and refused to be dismissed. She stood there, unmoving. Her body remained still. Her breath remained controlled. Yet her thoughts did not remain still. They shifted, adjusted, restructured themselves around the single, clear directive her mother had given. It was not a suggestion. It was not advice softened by hesitation. It was a conclusion. It now lingered in her mind, demanding to be understood, not rejected. For a moment, she did nothing but stand there. Her expression remained unreadable. It was as if she were not merely hearing those words, but absorbing them, placing them somewhere deeper within herself, where they could not easily be undone. Nyssa watched her only briefly. She did not interrupt. She did not press. She did not attempt to guide her further. She understood that this part, this internal shift, was something Celestia would have to reach on her own. With a faint, almost satisfied curve to her lips, she straightened. She turned away with quiet composure. Her steps were soft against the polished floor as she moved past her daughter. She remained unhurried. Her presence remained as steady as ever, as if nothing extraordinary had just been said. She did not look back. She did not need to. "You need to understand, Celestia," Nyssa said as she walked. Her voice remained calm. It carried easily through the chamber without force. As to why people crave strength, why they pursue it, endure for it, sacrifice for it. There was no lecturing tone, no heaviness, only certainty. She stated it as something self-evident. "It is for this." Her hand moved slightly at her side. She did not gesture dramatically, but enough to accompany her words. "If you possess strength," she continued, "then what you desire, what you yearn for, becomes something you have the right to claim." She paused for just a fraction of a second. She did not pause long enough to break the flow, but long enough to let the meaning settle. "Because you have earned it." A faint smile appeared on her face as she said it. It was small, controlled, yet unmistakably present. It was a smile not born of warmth, but of conviction. Behind her, Celestia's stillness broke. "How did you cope?" The question came quietly, but clearly. Her voice remained steady again. Now it carried something else beneath it. Curiosity. It was not naive, but searching. Celestia had turned, her gaze fixed on her mother's back. Her posture straightened once more. Her eyes turned sharper now, more focused. "With others, receiving your moon's light." Nyssa suddenly stopped. Her movement halted so smoothly it almost seemed deliberate from the start. She had expected the question. Slowly, she turned her head, then her body. She faced her daughter again. For a moment, she simply looked at her as if measuring whether this question was truly necessary. Then, unexpectedly, a faint grin appeared on her lips. "Why would I need to cope?" she asked. Her tone was light, almost amused. It was not dismissive, but confident in a way that made the question itself seem misplaced. Her eyes held a glint now. It was sharp, unmistakable. "The world belongs to me as well." She said it simply. As fact. Why would I destroy something that is already mine? The grin deepened, just slightly. It was not exaggerated, but it carried a dangerous edge beneath its composure. It spoke not of cruelty, but of a perspective so absolute it left little room for contradiction. Celestia reacted to the realization. That shift. It did not come as understanding alone. It came with a faint, involuntary reaction deep within her. A subtle tightening in her chest occurred. A fleeting chill ran through her despite her control. For the first time, she did not just hear, but truly grasped the extent of her mother's way of thinking. It was not simply dominance. It was not merely authority. It was a worldview in which ownership extended beyond possession into existence itself. For a moment, Celestia understood that she had only ever seen a fraction of it before. Yet even as that realization settled, something else followed. She smiled knowingly. "I see," she said softly. Her voice remained steady again. Her eyes were no longer clouded, but clear. They focused as if something had aligned within her. Something dangerous lingered in that clarity. Something not entirely resolved, but it no longer wavered. She straightened slightly. Her posture remained firm. Her head lifted with that same unyielding pride she had always carried. "Thank you, Mother," she said. This time the words carried a different weight. It was not gratitude for comfort, but for direction, for understanding, for something she believed she had gained. "I have learned another lesson from you." Her gaze did not falter. Looking at her, it was impossible to ignore how similar she appeared. She matched her mother not just in appearance, but in presence. Nyssa observed her. A faint trace of surprise passed through her expression. She was not surprised at the words themselves, but at the clarity behind them. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Good," she said simply. Celestia turned. Her steps were measured as she began to walk past her mother. Her movement no longer carried hesitation. It was no longer burdened by the same weight as before. Purpose guided her now. It was quiet, but unmistakable. "Excuse me, Mother," she said as she moved. Her voice remained calm, composed. She had already begun arranging her next actions in her mind. "It seems I have several matters to attend to now." She did not stop as she passed. Then she did. Her steps halted just beyond her mother. She turned her head slightly. Her gaze shifted back. "There is something else," she added. Nyssa waited. "Selena and I intend to clear Razeal's name tomorrow," Celestia said. Her tone remained steady. The weight behind the statement was clear. "I would prefer that you do not interfere with this." It was phrased as a request. It was not one at the same time also. Nyssa understood that immediately. There was no need to question what decision Celestia had already made regarding it. Her tone alone made that clear. For a moment, Nyssa simply looked at her. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled again. This time it carried a faint trace of amusement. "As you wish, Imperial Princess," she said. Her voice carried a subtle teasing edge. It acknowledged not just the request, but the independence behind it. Celestia's reaction was immediate and unguarded. Her cheeks flushed faintly. A soft hint of color rose despite her composure. She turned her gaze away briefly. She shook her head as if dismissing the remark. The small smile that followed betrayed her reaction. "Thank you, Mother," she said again. She spoke quieter this time. She turned back to leave. Then she paused once more. "There is one more thing," she added. Her tone returned to seriousness. She looked back. Her expression was focused. "May I use my bloodline abilities now?" There was a brief pause before she finished. Her gaze remained steady. "I will need them." She did not elaborate further. She did not need to. Nyrissa's smile returned. It was slight, controlled, but unmistakably approving. "Yes," she said. Permission was given just like that. Chapter 441. Inside the Royal Council chambers, deep within the fortified heart of the Denvar Royal Castle, the air carried a heavy, unmoving weight. Sound itself grew cautious in that place. Outside the heavy doors, royal guards stood in doubled formation. Their vigilance stretched far beyond routine discipline. Hands rested close to weapon hilts. I scanned every corridor intersection with heightened alertness. What was unfolding within those chambers was no ordinary council gathering. It was a convergence of power under pressure. Every man stationed there knew that the decision coming out of that room could shape the fate of the kingdom in the days to follow. Inside, the chamber was lit by steady, controlled illumination. No shadows were left unchecked. At its center stretched the long council table. It was carved from dark, dense wood. Its surface was polished but worn enough to reflect years of governance, debate, and quiet conflict. Around it sat the pillars of Denvar's authority. The Iron Council. Each one was a figure not merely of status, but of control over a vital artery of the kingdom's survival. Yet despite their individual strength and influence, the atmosphere among them was far from composed. It was tense and tightly held. Each person present weighed not only the situation at hand, but also the intentions of those seated beside them. At one side sat Lord Havek Dorn, head of House Dorn. He held dominion over the kingdom's grain reserves, supply chains, and logistical lifelines. His presence was unmistakable, not through sharpness but through weight. His broad, heavy frame settled into the chair with an almost immovable steadiness. His bald head caught faint glints of light. The golden robe he wore spoke not just of wealth, but of control over the resources that sustained armies and cities alike. Despite his outward composure, his fingers tapped faintly against the table's surface. It was a small, habitual motion that betrayed a mind actively calculating, adjusting, and reevaluating supply stability under the looming strain of war and uncertainty. Besides him sat Lord Mernthal, head of Housethal. He held authority over law, order, and internal governance. In contrast to Dorn's physical presence, Murren's influence was carried through restraint and severity. His thin frame sat upright with rigid discipline. His dark robes fell neatly around him, layered with stark white beneath, that only emphasized the severity of his demeanor. His face bore a permanent crease between the brows, not of age alone, but of constant scrutiny. Every situation he encountered was immediately dissected for weakness, breach, and instability. Even now, his gaze moved across the room not as a participant, but as an observer assessing disorder beneath the surface of silence. Then there was Lord Cale Draven, head of House Draven. He commanded the kingdom's war efforts, and was the architect behind its military strength. Unlike the others, he had not changed from his armor. The heavy plates still rested over his broad frame. They were marked faintly by recent engagement, as though he had stepped directly from the field into the council without pause. His bald head and thick, deep green beard framed a face set in grim focus. His posture leaned forward. His forearms rested on the table as though he were ready to act at any moment. His mind operated in the logic of battle rather than deliberation. Impatience radiated from him, not reckless, but sharpened by urgency. Beside him sat Lady Nyssa Verasol, head of House Vera. Her influence stretched across noble alliances, political maneuvering, and the intricate web of power that existed beyond swords and soldiers. She remained dressed in her signature dark attire. The deep black fabric of her gown absorbed light rather than reflecting it. This gave her presence an almost unsettling stillness, as if she existed just slightly outside the immediate tension of the room. Her posture was composed. Her hands rested lightly. Her dark, calculating eyes were far from passive. They moved subtly between each council member, reading expressions, measuring intent, and mapping advantage and risk in silence. At the head of the table sat the queen herself, Grace Valen. She was young, far younger than the weight placed upon her. She sat in the elevated chair, her back straight, her chin held at the precise angle that projected confidence. The effort behind it was not entirely concealed. Her short scarlet hair framed a face that, under different circumstances, might have carried softness. Here, it was forced into composure and control, into the image of a ruler she was still growing into. She wore royal silver armor, not ceremonial but functional. Its surface faintly radiated the energy of a supreme rank artifact. It was an inheritance of the Valen bloodline, forged for rulers who could wield it fully. It was clear she could not. The aura around her told the truth plainly. She possessed mere B-rank capability, insufficient to draw out even a fraction of what that armor, or the sword at her waist, was capable of. Her hand rested near the hilt, not gripping it, but never straying far, as though proximity alone offered some measure of reassurance. The weapon itself, another supreme rank treasure, hung at her side with quiet authority. It was a legacy she bore rather than controlled. To an untrained eye, she appeared composed. To a discerning one, she was just holding herself together. The tension in her shoulders, the faint tightening of her jaw, and the controlled rhythm of her breathing were not signs of weakness. They were signs of effort, of someone standing firm beneath a weight that had not yet become natural to carry. Around the table, silence persisted. Each member present was aware of the situation unfolding beyond the chamber walls. The arrival of an unknown great saint, the presence of foreign nobles of high standing, and the uncertain intentions behind it all were layered over an already strained kingdom standing in the midst of conflict. Yet, despite the shared awareness, no one spoke immediately. This was not a discussion that could begin lightly. Nearly all members of the Iron Council were present. Every major pillar of governance was accounted for except one, House Karvek. Its absence was noted, though expected. Its lord remained at the borders, overseeing fortresses and defensive strongholds, fulfilling the role that could not be abandoned even for matters as serious as this. If anything, his absence was a reminder that the kingdom's threats were not confined to the unknown figure now within its walls. They were already pressing from without. The remaining heads of power stayed positioned across the capital. They maintained order, reinforced defenses, and ensured that the royal seat itself did not stand vulnerable. The Iron Council gathered within the chamber in full recognition that what stood before them was not a matter that could be delegated or delayed. This was not merely a political encounter, but a confrontation of unknown variables. Every decision-maker who could be present had taken their place at that table, forming a unified front on one side. Their authority consolidated not just in rank, but in silent agreement that whatever unfolded next would demand absolute control of the situation. Opposite them, on the other side of the long council table, sat Razeal. Centered, directly facing the queen at his right sat Maria, composed and observant. At his left sat Sophia. Finally, at the far end of their side sat Nancy. Her posture carried a faint tension, as though she remained acutely aware of the gravity of this gathering and the fragile line they were currently walking. Yograj, Aurora, and Levi had not entered with them. At Razeal's instruction, they remained outside the chamber. Too many presences within that confined space, especially given the already volatile balance, would only heighten tension unnecessarily. Truthfully, none of them had objected to remaining outside. Each understood what was about to unfold inside, so they were happy to not attend. Even so, the room did not feel any less crowded. Numbers alone did not define presence. Power did. Within that chamber, power was dense. There were 5 great saints. 4 were seated openly. Lord Raven, Lady Nyssa, and the others of the council were there, with Razeal himself as the 5th. Yet none of them were naive enough to believe that the count ended there. The earlier revelation still lingered in their minds. The mention, the confirmation, that Razeal was accompanied by 10 great saint-level guards. Whether hidden within shadow, positioned beyond direct perception, or simply standing outside the immediate sensory range, it did not matter. The knowledge alone was sufficient to shift the balance of the room. Every council member present carried that awareness quietly. Their expressions grew tighter, their thoughts sharper, and their caution elevated beyond what would normally be warranted even in a meeting of this scale. Among them all, the queen bore the heaviest burden of that awareness. Grace Valen sat at the head of the table. Her posture was upright, her expression controlled, but beneath that control lay a strain that had not gone unnoticed. Her fingers rested lightly near the hilt of the sword at her waist, never straying far, as if that proximity alone provided some measure of steadiness. Her gaze remained forward, focused on Razeal. It carried depth, calculation layered over uncertainty, and composure strained against the weight of responsibility pressing upon her. This was her reign. Such a catastrophe had fallen upon a kingdom during her time. Already, it was being tested in ways few rulers faced so early. She exhaled slowly, almost imperceptibly. It was a quiet sigh, not of weakness, but of acknowledgement. She understood exactly what this situation represented. A foreign great saint, arriving unannounced, accompanied by others of equal or greater threat potential, demanding council assembly, requesting audience, during wartime. It was the kind of convergence that could fracture a kingdom if mishandled. Yet, she had no luxury of hesitation. Her father had left this world too early, without any time for preparation. It had only been 2 years since she took over the throne after his passing. He had failed in his attempt to break through to the supreme rank. By forcing it, he suffered a backlash. After 1 long year of failed recuperation, he passed away. No one had expected this, so there had been no preparation for such a day. But in the end, the kingdom needed a ruler. She, as the only royal bloodline, had to bear that weight no matter how untrained she was. And now this. Her gaze steadied again. She did not allow the weight to show. She could not afford to. Silence held the chamber. Lord Raven and Lady Nyssa, sitting there quietly, could not help but feel a growing sense of displeasure. They did not even allow those great saints to sit at the table. He looked at them like mere guards and treated them as such. What disrespect. They shared the same thoughts as they noticed no one else seated at the table. That only made the man sitting before them seem even more eerie and frightening. The atmosphere grew heavier. Finally, Razeal chose to break the silence. He broke the stillness without force and without hesitation. So, you have a queen now. His voice carried evenly across the table. It was not loud, not challenging, simply direct, as if asking for clarity rather than asserting position. His gaze remained on Grace Valen as he continued, his tone steady, uncolored by mockery or disrespect. I thought it was a king. Is he not present, and if so, she is acting as a representative? Or is she the ruler of this kingdom? The question landed. It was clean and unadorned. Immediately, the shift in the room was palpable. Across the council's side, expressions tightened. Not explosively, not outwardly, but in that restrained way that carried more weight than open reaction. Brows drew slightly inward, shoulders stiffened. It was the subtle but unmistakable response of individuals who had just heard something that crossed the line of what they considered appropriate. It was not because of tone. It was because of implication. He had called this meeting, and yet, he did not know even this. Or worse, he had not considered it necessary to know. Kale's fingers pressed faintly into the table surface. Nissa's eyes narrowed just a fraction. Lord Thol's expression hardened further, the crease in his brow deepening. Havek Dorn's tapping stopped altogether. To them, it was not merely a question. It was a reflection of disregard. It showed insufficient acknowledgement of the kingdom's structure. Under normal circumstances, that alone would have been enough to end the meeting before it began. But these were not normal circumstances. They knew it. So no one spoke or interrupted. Despite the offense, despite the tension, they were fully aware of who sat across from them. More importantly, they knew what stood unseen behind him. I was crowned 2 years ago, upon my father's passing, the late king. This kingdom does not stand without a ruler, and I do not sit here as a representative, but as its sovereign. Grace Valen's voice carried cleanly across the chamber. It was steady and controlled, though a faint line had formed between her brows as her sharp scarlet eyes remained fixed on Razeal. She measured him with a precision that bordered on accusation, as if trying to determine whether his earlier question had been ignorance or deliberate provocation. I had assumed such matters were common knowledge, she added. She did not raise her voice, yet she allowed just enough edge to slip through to make her displeasure known. To her, it was not merely a question of information. It was a question of intent. No one requested an audience with a ruler without first knowing who that ruler was. The idea that he did not know, or had not cared to know, sat poorly with her. A brief, controlled cough cut through the tightening air. Ahem. Lord Mernthal leaned slightly forward, his fingers interlaced atop the table as he stepped in with deliberate timing. His expression was composed. His tone was calm but firm in a way that subtly redirected the conversation without dismissing either side. Let us not dwell unnecessarily on matters that do not serve the purpose of this gathering, he said. His gaze moved briefly toward the queen in acknowledgement, before returning to Razeal. His role in such moments was clear. He had to maintain order, to prevent escalation, and to ensure that pride did not derail necessity. You requested an assembly of the Iron Council, stating that you possess information of significance regarding the ongoing war, and that such information required the presence of both the Council and Her Majesty. What was your condition? His voice lowered slightly, gaining weight without becoming hostile. We are now gathered. Speak plainly. What is this matter, and what is the condition you mentioned? He paused for only a fraction before continuing, ensuring there was no ambiguity left in the room. I will also state this clearly. If you have come here with hostile intent, then it would be wise to declare it now, rather than disguise it as negotiation. The words were measured, not confrontational, but they carried a quiet steel beneath them. Murren was not a man who raised his voice, but neither was he one who allowed uncertainty to linger unchecked. You said you know the origin of the war, who is behind it, he added, his gaze steady, and that you would disclose this only if certain conditions are met. Then speak those conditions. We will hear them. The room settled again, all attention shifting back to Razeal. Yes, I did. Razeal nodded. His tone was unchanged, as if the weight of the situation had not altered his composure in the slightest. He did not rush to answer immediately, instead taking a brief moment, just enough to gather the room's full attention without appearing theatrical. But before I state my condition, I want to clarify something first. His gaze moved across the table, not avoiding anyone, not challenging anyone either, simply acknowledging their presence. Do not misunderstand my intentions as hostile, because if you hear what I have to offer, and agree to it, not only will I provide you with complete information regarding this war, I will also resolve it. That statement alone caused a subtle shift. He continued, calmly, without raising his voice, as if he were outlining something entirely reasonable. Completely. By myself. The silence deepened. I will ensure that not a single soldier from Denvar Kingdom is required to fight in it, he added. His words were precise, deliberate. No deployments. No casualties. Beyond that, any damage already inflicted, property destruction, economic losses, I will take responsibility for all of it. Now the silence was no longer neutral. It was heavy with reaction. Across the table, the council members exchanged brief, restrained glances. Not openly, not disruptively, but enough to show that the statement had landed exactly as it should have. Suspicion, interest and calculation. What he had just offered was not small. It was, in fact, too large, too complete and too convenient. Grace Vallen's fingers tightened slightly against the armrest of her chair, though her expression remained controlled. Her mind moved quickly, weighing implications against possibilities. 10 great saints. That number alone shifted the scale of power beyond what most neighboring kingdoms could contest. If what he claimed was true, if he truly possessed that level of force and control, then yes, resolving a regional war was not impossible. But that did not make it simple, nor did it make it trustworthy. Kale's jaw set tighter, though he did not interrupt this time. Nyssa's eyes narrowed subtly, her thoughts already moving several steps ahead. No one offered something of that magnitude without expecting something equally significant in return. Murren remained still, but his gaze sharpened. They all understood the same thing. If the offer was this large, then the condition would not be something trivial. Grace leaned forward just slightly, not enough to appear eager, but enough to signal engagement. That is a considerable proposal, she said carefully. Her tone was measured, neither accepting nor rejecting, her gaze steady on Razeal. And one that, if genuine, would hold immense value for this kingdom. But such an offer does not come without cost. So, state your condition. If it is within reason, we will consider it. She did not promise acceptance, but she did not dismiss it either. Razeal watched her for a moment, then gave a small nod, as if acknowledging the fairness of her response. Then he spoke. I want to be king of this kingdom. He said it simply, almost casually, as if it were a reasonable request placed on the table for consideration. For a fraction of a second, no one reacted. Not because they accepted it, but because the mind takes time to process something that crosses beyond expectation. Preposterous. Kale Draven's hand struck the table with a force that echoed sharply through the chamber. He rose to his feet in a single motion, his chair scraping harshly against the floor behind him. His aura surged instinctively, not fully unleashed, but enough to make the air feel heavier. His presence pressed forward like a drawn blade. His eyes burned with open anger now, no longer restrained. You walk into this chamber, he said, his voice no longer calm, uninvited, unannounced, demand an audience, speak in half-truths and veiled offers, and now you dare to make a claim to the throne of this kingdom. That is not a condition. That is a clear insult. The reaction did not remain contained to Kale alone. The words Razeal had spoken, simple as they were, struck the rest of the council with equal force. Though none of them rose as abruptly as the Lord Marshal had, the shift in their expressions was immediate and unmistakable. Shock came first, followed closely by offense, then by something sharper, something bordering on disbelief. It was as if each of them was silently asking the same question. How could anyone, regardless of strength, dare to speak such a demand so plainly within the seat of their kingdom? Havek Dorn's round face tightened. The softness in his earlier demeanor was replaced by a rigid unease. Murrenthal's composed exterior grew colder. The crease between his brows deepened as his fingers pressed lightly into the table, grounding himself in restraint. Nyssa did not react outwardly at first, but her gaze narrowed. Her thoughts already shifted into analysis rather than emotion, trying to understand not just what had been said, but how it had been meant. At the head of the table, Grace Valen did not move immediately. She remained seated, her back straight, her hand still resting near the hilt of her sword. Her expression changed in a way that was far more telling than any physical reaction could have been. The earlier irritation had sharpened into something colder, something edged with restrained anger. Her eyes fixed onto Razeal, no longer merely assessing, but confronting. "You want to become king of this kingdom," she said slowly. Her voice was low, controlled, but unmistakably firm. "In exchange for assisting it." There was a pause, brief, deliberate, before she continued. The faintest tightening of her jaw betrayed the restraint she maintained. "Is this a negotiation to you, or a mockery?" The question was not rhetorical. It carried weight. For her, this was not merely a bold demand. It was a challenge to the sovereignty she had fought to uphold since inheriting the throne. Across the table, the lords shared that sentiment in varying degrees. None of them spoke immediately, but the agreement was visible in their expressions, in the way their attention hardened around Razeal, and in the silent unity that formed among them in that moment. Before the situation could escalate further, Nyssa soul moved. A faint narrowing of her eyes appeared, not in anger, but in thought. She leaned forward just enough to signal engagement. Her tone was calm when she spoke, cutting cleanly through the rising tension. "Allow me to clarify something," she said. Her gaze fixed on Razeal with quiet precision. "Because I may be mistaken, but it seems possible that your statement has been interpreted incorrectly." That alone drew attention. Even Kale's anger stalled, if only for a moment. Nyssa continued, her voice measured, deliberate. "When you say you wish to become king of this kingdom, do you mean that in the context of marriage?" She tilted her head slightly, her expression thoughtful rather than accusatory. "Specifically, by asking for Her Majesty's hand." For a moment, there was silence again. But this time, it was different. Not tense, not hostile, just confused. Razeal blinked. Ha! The reaction was immediate, unfiltered, and entirely genuine. His brows drew together slightly, as he turned his gaze toward Nyssa, as if trying to understand how she had arrived at that conclusion. Around the table, the same realization began to take shape. Expressions shifted, not fully relaxed, but redirected. The logic, once spoken aloud, carried a certain structure. The husband of a reigning queen was, by title, the king. The room did not soften, but it paused. It was reassessing. Grace, however, was the one most visibly affected. Her composure faltered, not outwardly, not dramatically, but in the smallest, most human way. Her eyes widened just slightly. Her thoughts were momentarily disrupted as Nyssa's interpretation settled into place. "What?" The word did not fully leave her lips, but the confusion did. Something else followed. A soft flush rose along her cheeks, subtle but impossible to ignore for anyone paying close enough attention. The shift was abrupt, too abrupt. Her gaze flickered just once toward Razeal. In that single glance, her mind betrayed her. He was. She caught herself, but the thought had already formed. It was clear and unavoidable. That only made the warmth on her face deepen slightly before she forced her expression back into control, straightening just a fraction in her seat, as if physical posture alone could restore composure. Across from her, the council did not miss it. Not entirely. Nyssa's eyes sharpened faintly, though she said nothing further. Murren's gaze lowered slightly, thoughtful. Havek shifted again, uncertain. Kale exhaled sharply through his nose, his irritation returning with renewed force, though now tangled with a different kind of offense. "Absolutely not," he said, shaking his head with visible disbelief. His voice rose again. "Have some sense of decency." He stepped forward slightly, his presence pressing outward once more. "Even if we entertain this absurd interpretation, you are a great saint. Your age alone." He gestured sharply, as if the point should be obvious. "And you stand here suggesting marriage to a queen barely in her 20s? His voice hardened. "Promiscuous is too mild a word for it." That landed directly. This time, Razeal reacted. "What?" His brows snapped together, the confusion now edged with irritation as he looked toward Kale. "Old man, what are you even talking about?" "I'm not." He cut himself off, exhaling sharply, clearly thrown off by how far the conversation had deviated from what he had actually meant. "And for the record, I'm not old. I am what I look like." The frustration in his tone was real, because the situation had spiraled into something entirely unintended. On his side of the table, the reaction was no less complicated. Maria had already turned her gaze away slightly, her expression tightening as if she would rather not be directly associated with the direction this conversation had taken. Nancy looked equally conflicted, her posture stiff, clearly aware of how inappropriate this entire exchange sounded from an outside perspective. Sophia did not remain silent. Her gaze shifted from Razeal to the queen. Something in her expression sharpened. It was not anger, not quite, but something protective. Possessive? She straightened slightly in her seat, her voice calm but carrying a firmness that immediately drew attention. "Just to make this clear," she said, looking directly across the table. Her tone was steady. "He is already married. To me." That statement shifted the entire room again. The dynamic changed instantly. Grace's expression froze, not out of offense this time, but something closer to disbelief. The earlier flush was still faintly present as her gaze moved slowly toward Sophia. Kale blinked. "Second wife." His voice rose again, louder than before, the disbelief now turning almost incredulous. "You mean to tell me he expects to marry the queen as a second wife?" The absurdity of it, layered over everything else, only amplified the chaos of interpretation. "He does not expect." Razeal stood up abruptly now, his composure finally breaking into visible frustration. He raised a hand slightly, trying to cut through the spiraling assumptions. That is not what I said. You are all taking this completely the wrong way. His gaze moved across the table, from one face to another, as if trying to ground the conversation again. Just stop for a second, he added, exhaling. The irritation in his voice was controlled but evident. This is not about marriage. Not about that. Not about whatever this bullshit is. He shook his head slightly, collecting his thoughts. You are beeping misunderstanding what I meant. Chapter 442. That is clearly not what I intended, Razeal said. His voice remained steady, though edged with irritation. His gaze swept across the table, slow and deliberate, as if he wanted each of them to feel the weight of that statement without needing to raise his tone. He looked at them one by one. Kale sat tense with restrained anger. Murren remained composed but alert. Nyssa watched him closely with a thoughtful expression. Finally, his eyes paused for a brief moment on the queen. Her face held a faint, strange flush despite her attempt to mask it. Razeal frowned slightly at that, confusion flickering through his mind. He wondered why she was making that face, and what was wrong with her. The thought came blunt and unfiltered. He dismissed it just as quickly, irritation rising instead. What a weirdo, he thought. The irritation lingered and sharpened as his mind circled back to the earlier words of Kale. Old man, Kale had called him. His jaw tightened. He was 16. Yet here he was, being spoken to as if he were some ancient existence hiding behind a young appearance. He wondered if this was what strength did to people. Did it strip away everything else in their perception? Did it make them stop seeing what was right in front of them, forcing them to imagine something else entirely? Or was it just easier for them to believe that someone powerful had to be older, to fit their expectations? He almost scoffed internally at the thought. Maybe he should not care. He did not have time to care. Things like this were meaningless in the larger scheme of what he was trying to do. And yet, even knowing that, the irritation stayed. For someone his age, was that not normal? Would anyone not feel the same if they were constantly misunderstood like this? He exhaled faintly and pushed the thought aside. It was not worth it. The room had gone completely silent. This was not the earlier silence filled with tension and guarded reactions. It was something deeper and heavier, something that settled into the space without anyone consciously acknowledging it. What followed his words was not just his voice. Something else moved with it. It was subtle, unintentional, yet impossible to ignore. A faint shift in the air, like a pressure that did not belong to the physical world, brushed against everyone present. It was not overwhelming, not something that crushed or suffocated, but it was there, thin, sharp, and unnatural. A faint crimson presence, almost like a shadow behind his existence, spread outward for a brief moment. Then there were his eyes. They were cold and lifeless. It was not an emptiness of nothingness, but the way someone who had already seen too much becomes detached from everything around them. It was the kind of gaze that did not react, did not hesitate, and did not carry warmth or expectation. There was just stillness. There was just something that watched without being part of what it observed. The effect was immediate. Kale felt it first, though he would never admit it. A sharp, involuntary tension ran through his body. His grip tightened slightly before he forced it to steady. Murren's expression did not change outwardly, but his mind caught the shift instantly. He analyzed it, trying to understand it even as it passed. Havok swallowed unconsciously. The weight of that presence pressed heavier on him than he would have liked. How is this possible? They all wondered. He was just an early-stage great saint. That much they were certain of. And yet, why did this feel like that? Why did that single glance carry something deeper, something wrong? It was not stronger, not overwhelming, but it was wrong in a way that did not align with what they understood about power. And those eyes, what were those dead-like eyes? For a fraction of a second, they felt something they were not used to feeling. It was not fear of defeat, or fear of injury. It was something more instinctive, something that bypassed logic entirely. A primal awareness gripped them. The feeling that the person in front of them did not follow the rules of existence they were used to. Then, just as quickly as it had arrived, it was gone. The pressure lifted. The air returned to normal. The moment passed so quickly that it almost felt unreal. Almost. They recovered quickly. Of course they did. They were not weak. They were not inexperienced. Each of them had stood through wars, crises, and decisions that shaped the fate of thousands. They were not the kind of people who would crumble under something like this. But still, something had shifted. Their posture straightened, their expression steadied, and their reactions became more controlled. Whether they admitted it or not, they had made a mistake. They had reacted too quickly, allowed emotion to guide them, and jumped to conclusions without fully understanding the situation. That was not acceptable for people of their standing. And yet, how could they not react? A man had walked into their kingdom, demanded their counsel, and then calmly stated that he wanted the throne itself. Was that not a direct disregard of their authority? Was that not an insult? Which one of them could have remained calm hearing that? Even enemies, even rival kings, would not dare to speak like that openly in another kingdom's court. There were rules, boundaries, and expectations. Even hatred had structure. But this was something else entirely. Of course they had misunderstood. Of course they had tried to interpret it in a way that made sense. Marriage, alliance, anything that could reshape those words into something acceptable, something that followed logic. Because the alternative, that he truly meant what he said, was far harder to accept. At the head of the table, Grace Valen remained seated. Her posture was straight and her expression was now fully controlled, but the tension beneath it was unmistakable. Her brows were drawn, her lips pressed into a thin line, and her hand rested firmly on the hilt of her sword. Her fingers gripped it tighter than necessary. Humiliating, the thought came sharp and bitter. For a moment, just one moment, she had misunderstood. She had thought he meant something else. She had reacted without control. She had let her expression shift in a way it never should have. What was that? Was she a child? A queen was not supposed to falter like that. Not even for a second. Her grip tightened. Pathetic. The anger did not settle entirely on him. If anything, most of it turned inward. What could she do? The man sitting in front of her had spoken words that, under any other circumstance, would have been punished immediately, decisively, and without hesitation. If her father had been here, his tongue would have been cut out before he finished speaking. His body would have been torn apart and fed to beasts, and his head would have been displayed at the gates of the kingdom as a warning. That was how things were handled. It was a warning signal for others to know the consequences of speaking ill and disrespectfully against the kingdom. It did not matter who or what he was or whether he was a great saint or not. That was how power was enforced. No one spoke like that and walked away. And yet, nothing had happened to him. That realization settled into Grace with a weight far heavier than anger itself. It was a cold, suffocating truth that pressed down on her chest as she sat there, unmoving, forced to endure what no ruler before her would have tolerated. There were no consequences. Not for those words. Not for that audacity. She knew it with a clarity so sharp it almost hurt. She would remain seated on that throne, silent and restrained, while the man before her spoke of taking her kingdom, as if it were a matter open for discussion. What did that make her then? A queen? Or something far less? The thought twisted painfully inside her. She felt weak and powerless. She was a ruler in title alone, forced to look toward the people seated beside her for stability, control, and containment because she herself could not enforce it. It was shameful and embarrassing. Her fingers tightened around the hilt of her sword until her knuckles paled beneath the pressure. A faint tremor ran through her hand despite her effort to suppress it. The cold metal bit into her palm, grounding her just enough to stop that trembling from becoming visible, but the fury inside her did not ease. It burned slow, steady, and suffocating, fed by humiliation and helplessness. The undeniable truth remained that no matter how much rage she felt, she could do nothing with it. Her breath caught for a fraction of a second before she forced it steady, drawing in a slow, controlled inhale, then releasing it just as carefully. She had to maintain control. That was all she could do. That was all she was allowed to do. Lord Draven, please calm down, Nyssa said. Her voice cut cleanly through the tension. It was not raised or forceful, but precise, sharp enough to be heard, and controlled enough not to escalate anything further. She remained seated, her posture unchanged, yet her presence shifted subtly as she lifted her gaze toward Kale. Her dark eyes held his, steady and unyielding, carrying a quiet authority that did not need to be asserted loudly to be effective. There was a reminder in that look of where they were, of what was at stake, and of the line they could not afford to cross. As I had said, it was merely a speculation, she continued. Her tone remained composed, almost cool, but not dismissive. It was measured and intentional. Kale exhaled sharply through his nose, his jaw tightening as he absorbed her words. The tension in his shoulders remained and his posture was still rigid with restrained aggression, but the immediate flare of anger began to settle. It was not gone, never gone, but contained. He understood. Of course he did. He was not a fool. Slowly, deliberately, he lowered himself back into his seat. The movement was controlled, almost reluctant, as if his instincts still urged him to remain standing, to confront, and to challenge. But he did not. His eyes, however, did not soften. They remained locked on Razeal, sharp and unyielding, carrying the weight of a man who had spent his entire life on battlefields, who had taught countless others how to fight, how to kill, and how to die for the sake of the kingdom. That kind of man did not forget words like the ones just spoken. That kind of man did not ignore threats, no matter how calmly they were delivered. He leaned back slightly, one hand resting near his side, the other still close enough to his weapon that the intent was clear. He would not act rashly, not here and now, but there was a limit to that restraint, and everyone in the room understood it. To Kale Draven, this was not just a conversation. This was not just politics. This was about the kingdom, about honor, and about everything he had dedicated his life to protecting. The man sitting across from him had just placed himself in direct opposition to that. Nyssa knew that. She always did. That was why she spoke when she did. Why she intervened before things could cross into territory that could not be reversed. Her gaze lingered on Kale for a moment longer, confirming that he had settled enough, before she gave the faintest nod. It was acknowledgement, not approval. She turned her attention fully toward Razeal. If that was not your intention, she began. Her voice was still calm and controlled, but now it carried something sharper beneath it, something colder. Then perhaps you would clarify. She paused, not because she needed to, but because she wanted the weight of that moment to settle properly, to ensure that every word that followed would be heard with full attention. Then, slowly, she gestured just slightly toward the queen seated beside her. What do you mean? To take over this kingdom? The words were direct. There was no softening, no attempt to disguise their meaning. Without breaking eye contact, she continued, her tone lowering just enough to carry a quiet edge, like something coated in poison rather than sharpened steel. To strip her majesty of her throne? To take her crown? And declare yourself the sovereign of this land? The effect was immediate. The air in the chamber seemed to drop in temperature. The atmosphere tightened as if the very space itself had become more fragile and unstable. No one spoke. No one moved. The question hung there, heavy and absolute, leaving no room for misinterpretation, no space to twist meaning or soften implications. It was laid bare exactly as it was. Grace's grip tightened again, though she did not look away. Her gaze remained fixed forward, and her expression stayed controlled despite the storm beneath it. The other lords remained silent as well, their attention fully on Razeal now, but none of them interrupted. None of them attempted to step in. This was the correct approach. It was controlled and precise. One wrong word or one misplaced reaction, and the situation could spiral beyond recovery. They all understood what stood before them. 11 great saints were not soldiers, not an army, but something far more dangerous. They were a force that, if unleashed within the capital itself, would turn everything into chaos before they could even respond properly. The image alone was enough. Blood flooding the streets, the palace falling into ruin, the throne seized not through negotiation, but through sheer overwhelming force. No, that could not happen. So they waited. They let Nyssa lead. If anyone could navigate this without pushing it over the edge, it was her. Razeal watched all of this in silence. His gaze shifted briefly from one lord to another before settling back on Nyssa. There was a slight tilt to his head, a faint narrowing of his eyes, not in hostility, but in observation. He found it interesting. He had expected resistance, chaos, maybe even escalation. But this level of control, this immediate de-escalation, the way Kale had stepped back without further argument, and the way the others had fallen silent and allowed her to take the lead, it was not random. It was certainly not coincidence. She holds influence here, he mused. It was not just influence. It was authority. It was not the kind that comes from rank alone, but the kind earned through intellect, through presence, and through the ability to manage people who would otherwise clash. Even someone like Kale, who was clearly in the same position of power as her in all ways, had listened to her. That alone said enough. Razeal's lips curved very slightly, not enough to be called a smile, but enough to show recognition. This might really go well, he thought. After all, she looks like a smart person. That was something he would really appreciate. Just as Razeal drew a breath to answer, to finally put his intent into words and steer this entire conversation back into something structured, Nyssa moved first. She cut cleanly across that moment, before it could even form. She interrupted, though not in any crude or impulsive manner. Instead, she simply spoke at the exact point where silence still held authority, claiming the space with a precision that made it clear she had already decided the direction of this exchange. She did not need his answer. Not anymore. His eyes, his posture, and the way he had carried himself until now had already told her everything she needed to know. So she chose to respond not to his words, but to his intent. And, before you say anything further, she began. Her tone was measured, calm, and almost courteous on the surface, yet carried an unmistakable weight beneath it. Her gaze did not waver from his, dark eyes steady and unblinking, holding him in place without force, yet with undeniable pressure. Denvar Kingdom may be in hardship. Yes, the war, the unknown force pressing against our borders, and the instability within our lands, we are aware of all of it. Her fingers tapped once against the table, a soft, deliberate sound that echoed faintly in the otherwise silent chamber. But do not mistake hardship for weakness. There was no rise in her tone, no dramatic shift, and yet something in the room tightened all the same. Even the air felt heavier, as if her words had a weight of their own. Even if we are pushed to the brink, she continued, her voice steady, each word placed with intent. Even if the outcome of that war were to be defeat, we would still choose to fight. To the last. Her eyes sharpened slightly, not with anger, but with conviction so firm it left no space for doubt. Anything that threatens the existence of this kingdom will be met with resistance. Not negotiation born of fear. Not surrender born of desperation. We will fight. Even if that fight ends in death. Razeal remained silent, watching her, listening, not dismissing, and not interrupting. He was observing. Nyssa noted that, but did not pause. Perhaps you do not know our history, she said, tilting her head ever so slightly as if considering and measuring him. And perhaps that is why you stand here and speak as you do. So allow me to correct that. Her hand moved again, this time more deliberately. Her index finger tapped against the polished surface of the council table once, making contact and producing a quiet, controlled sound. This land, she said, her voice lowering just enough to draw attention inward, did not grow on water. Her eyes did not leave his for even a fraction of a second. It was raised on blood. The word lingered, not shouted, not emphasized loudly, but spoken with such certainty that it carried more weight than any raised voice could have. The blood of our ancestors, warriors, farmers, children, the soldiers, old men who refused to leave the battlefield even when their bodies failed them. This soil has been fed, again and again, with sacrifice. Her expression did not change, but something in her gaze deepened, a reflection of something older than her, something inherited. And that blood has never dried. Silence pressed in around the table. No one interrupted. Every time, Nyssa continued, her tone unwavering, someone had believed that this kingdom would dry out. Every time an enemy looked at us and thought we were small, vulnerable, ready to be crushed, her finger stilled against the table, her hand flattening slightly against its surface, that was when this small plant you see before you was watered again. Her lips curved faintly, not into a smile, but into something sharper. With blood, ours and theirs. Her gaze hardened, not with rage, but with something far colder, certainty. And every time, that plant never withered. She leaned forward just slightly, not enough to be aggressive, but enough to shift the balance of presence in the room. It grew until that small plant rose and pierced that ill-intended, rock-headed boulder from its chest, rising up alive, full of pride from that blood. Then, for the first time, her eyes moved. Not away, but outward, sweeping across Razeal's side of the table. Maria, Nancy, Sophia. One by one, she met their gazes, not accusing, not hostile, but making something clear. So if you believe, she said quietly, that you can walk into this kingdom, in a moment of strain, and present power as leverage, if you think the presence of 11 great saints is enough to make us bend, threaten us, or scare us, her voice dropped just a fraction further, colder now, more direct, then I want to let you know, deep within your very soul, all of you, we will not. The declaration settled heavily, not loud, not dramatic, but absolute. No one in the room spoke against it. No one needed to. Razeal still said nothing. That silence, rather than weakening her stance, seemed only to reinforce it. Nyssa straightened slightly, her posture returning to its composed neutrality, though the intensity in her eyes did not fade. I am a descendant and the current head of the oldest house of this kingdom, the House Razeal, she said, her voice returning to a more formal cadence, though the underlying force remained intact. The oldest house within this kingdom, the bloodline that traces back to its very origin. There was no arrogance in the statement, only fact. The first and original royal bloodline of this kingdom. A subtle shift passed through the room. It was not tension this time, but recognition. Even Grace, still seated at the head of the table, lifted her chin just slightly. Her expression tightened, not in defiance, but in acknowledgement of what was being invoked. And I want you to know one thing. In the long history of Denvar, Nyssa continued, this kingdom has never bowed. Not to kings, not to empires, not even, she paused, just briefly, allowing the weight of the next words to settle before she spoke them, when 11 supremes had stood against it. That drew something deeper from the room. It was not shock, but something close to reverence. My ancestor, my great-great-great-great-grandfather, she said, her voice quieter now, but far heavier. King Vermin Razeal stood alone against them. There was no embellishment, no exaggeration. She did not need it. And know this, not one of those supremes ever left this land alive. The statement did not echo loudly, but it did not need to. It settled like stone. And for a promise he made to his friend, his brother-in-arms, she added after a moment, her gaze shifting briefly toward Grace, a man who had stood beside him in that war, he had promised the throne of this kingdom, for all the future, to him. Her hand lifted slightly, indicating the queen. From that day onward, the royal bloodline of this kingdom passed to House Valen. Grace did not speak, but her posture straightened just a fraction more. Her grip on her sword eased, not in relaxation, but in steadiness. And it has remained so till this day, Nyssa finished, her voice returning to its calm, measured tone. Around the table, the other lords gave small, almost imperceptible nods. They were not forced or hesitant. It was acknowledgement and agreement. Even Kale inclined his head slightly. Even Murrin remained still, his silence carrying approval. Even Grace held that truth without question. So if you can understand what I am trying to make you see, Nyssa continued, her voice steady, but carrying a deeper weight now, something that had shifted from explanation into declaration, then look at the crown. Her hand did not waver as she pointed directly, unmistakably toward the young queen seated at the head of the table. Her dark eyes never left Razeal's face for even a moment. The gesture was simple, yet it carried centuries behind it, the kind of history that did not need embellishment, because it had already been paid for in blood. Even after the death of the late king, a supreme, she said, the word itself enough to stir quiet acknowledgement in the room. Even when the throne stood empty, the kingdom stood vulnerable, and the only descendant left to claim it. Her gaze flicked briefly to Grace, not dismissively, not critically, but with clear acknowledgement of reality, was one who did not yet possess the strength to hold it by power alone. There was no insult in her tone, only truth. And yet, Nyssa went on, her voice gaining strength, not louder, but firmer, more rooted. None of us moved. Her hand lowered slowly, but her posture straightened as she spoke, something proud beginning to surface through her composure. Not one great house, not one lord seated here, not one of us who hold armies, wealth, influence, and power far beyond what sits on that throne stepped forward to claim it. Her chin lifted slightly, her eyes sharpening. We could have, easily. A faint shift moved through the other lords. It was not disagreement or discomfort, but recognition. It was true. Every single one of them had the means, the strength, and the justification, even in the eyes of the world. And yet we chose not to. The words landed with weight. Nyssa rose then, slowly, deliberately, the movement controlled, and without haste, but filled with presence. Her chair gave a soft scrape against the stone floor. It was quiet, but audible in the heavy silence of the chamber. She stood tall, her figure composed, her aura contained yet unmistakable, as if the very air adjusted around her. We chose to uphold a promise, she said, and now there was pride in her voice, clear and undeniable. A promise made by my ancestor. A promise sealed in blood, in loyalty, and in honor. Her gaze did not leave Razeal. And so we placed her on that throne. Her hand extended again, open this time, not pointing, but presenting. All of us did. The shift in her voice was subtle, but it carried force, a conviction that did not need volume to assert itself. Every house, every lord, every soldier who swore allegiance to this crown. Her lips tightened slightly, not in anger, but in resolve. We did not hesitate. We did not question. Because that is what this kingdom is built on. Behind her, Kale's chest expanded slightly as he drew a slow breath. His posture straightened further, his earlier anger now reshaped into something steadier, pride. Murren remained still, but his fingers tightened faintly against the table, as if grounding himself in the same truth. Even Havek, usually more concerned with numbers and supply than ideals, sat a little more upright. And Grace did not move much, but something in her expression shifted, something steadier forming beneath the earlier tension. So if you believe, Nyssa continued, her tone cooling again, returning to that precise edge, that this can frighten us, that this can push us into retreat, that your offer, whatever form it takes, can make us abandon what we are. Her head tilted slightly, just enough to signal that she was weighing him, measuring him, then understand clearly. She took a single step forward, not aggressive, not invasive, but enough to close the invisible distance that had existed between speaker and listener. We will not. The room seemed to tighten again. We are from a land, she said, slower now, each word placed with intent that honors its word, even the words of the dead. Her gaze sharpened, not with hostility, but with something far more immovable. We honor the throne. We honor loyalty. We honor what was built before us, even when we ourselves stand stronger than it. There was a pause, not empty, but full. We do not trade our kingdom. Her eyes locked onto his. Not for power, not for survival, not for any agreement you think might tempt us. Razeal, for the first time, leaned back just slightly, not in retreat, but in observation. There was something in his eyes now, interest, perhaps even a hint of appreciation. He was not interrupting. He was not dismissing. He was listening. Nyssa noticed. You are strong, she acknowledged, without hesitation, without reluctance. Strong enough that, yes, you might even succeed in killing us. Her voice did not falter as she said it. There was no denial, no illusion. But understand this as well. Her gaze hardened, not emotionally, but fundamentally. You will not walk away untouched. The statement was simple and absolute. Nyssa continued, her tone lowering further to carry a quiet and dangerous calm. You were to kill every one of us in this room, you would still not have this kingdom. A faint silence followed, heavy with purpose rather than doubt or fear. I can promise you that. There was iron in her voice, a physical weight that filled the room. Every last drop of blood in this land will rise before it kneels. Her hand lowered slowly to her side, fingers curling into a controlled fist. Men, women, soldiers, and civilians will stand. Even children. The words arrived without dramatics, and that simplicity made them heavier. What you will receive is not a kingdom. Her eyes held his. It will be corpses. Prideful corpses. Behind her, Kale let out a low breath that functioned like a chuckle, though it contained no amusement, only agreement. His lips pulled into a wide and savage smile as he rose to his feet. He did not move out of anger, but out of alignment. His posture communicated everything he needed to say. This was familiar ground to him. This was what he understood. One by one, the others followed. Chairs scraped against stone. Fabric rustled. The council stood, not chaotically or in a panic, but in total unity. Even those who had not initially shared that exact thought stepped into it now, because once spoken, such words were not just statements, they were commitments. Nyssa did not look back, as she did not need to. So choose your next words carefully, she said. Her lips curved slightly, not into warmth, but into something sharper, controlled, and dangerous. Because if you cross that line, we will attack. Her gaze did not waver. I promise you that you will not leave this room alive. None of you will. Silence followed, charged with electricity. Kale's grin widened, his stance settling into something almost eager, as if part of him welcomed the outcome should it come to that. Murren remained still, though his eyes sharpened with intent. Havek swallowed once, but he did not step back. Grace, however, did not stand. She remained seated, her back straight against the throne. Her hand still rested on the hilt of her sword, but now it was steady. The trembling had vanished. There was no hesitation. A faint, real smile touched her lips. She looked at Nyssa from the corner of her eye. She always had looked to her since childhood. Nyssa was the woman who had never bent. People half-jokingly and half-seriously called her the only man in the Iron Council, not because of gender, but because of the unyielding will she carried. Seeing her like this, Grace understood why that title made sense. Grace had received that title when her father was alive and present in the Iron Council. Grace shifted her gaze forward, settling it on Razeal. If it is where you seek, she said, her voice now calm and steady in a way it had not been before, then war is what you will have. There was no tremor and no doubt. Nyssa's lips curved slightly more at that, a subtle acknowledgement, her eyes flicking toward the queen for a fraction of a second. Silence returned to the chamber while all of them stood. Everyone watched. Only Razeal remained seated, his eyes moving across each of them. He took in everything that had just been laid before him, noting that it was not chaos or fear, but something far more difficult to break. It was conviction. Chapter 443. Razeal's gaze moved slowly across the Iron Council. He studied each of them in turn, measuring something far deeper than their words or postures. Every one of them had risen. Hands drifted toward weapons. Shoulders tightened. Eyes sharpened with a resolve that did not hesitate when it came to death. It was all there, laid bare in front of him. The readiness to fight. The readiness to die. The readiness to drag him down with them if needed. He did not move. He did not reach for anything. He simply watched. He was calm, almost detached. Then, he leaned back into his chair. The motion was casual, unbothered, as if the entire shift in the room meant very little to him. I see, he said. His voice remained even, neither impressed nor dismissive, just acknowledging. His eyes moved again. They passed from Kale to Murren, from Havek to Nyssa, and finally rested for a brief moment on the queen herself before returning to the center. So, that is your answer, he asked. He did not speak loudly or challenge them. He used a quiet clarity that forced the question to settle heavily in the room. He paused for a moment, as if he genuinely considered it, as if he gave them space to confirm what they had just implied. Then he nodded once. Good. Something about that single word was wrong. It was dangerous. Every person in that room felt it. It was not a visible force, not an aura crashing down on them, but something colder, something sharper, like a blade pressed lightly against the back of the neck without warning. A sudden, instinctive reaction rippled through them. Kale's grip tightened. Murren's fingers stiffened against the table. Havek swallowed. Even Nyssa, the steady and composed Nyssa, flinched before she could suppress it. The thought echoed through the room. What was that? Why did that feel like a mistake? This was not right. Something had shifted. That is not our answer, Nyssa said. Her voice cut in, controlled but urgent. She lifted her hand slightly to signal the others to hold, to step back, to not escalate further. The air shifted. This was not the direction things should have gone. They had pushed too far, too fast. We were only. Silence. The word did not come loud. It did not echo. It did not need to. It cut. It was clean, precise, absolute. Nyssa stopped mid-breath. Her body reacted before her mind could process the command. She flinched, an undeniable movement before she caught herself. Her hand lowered slowly, almost mechanically, as her eyes snapped back to him. The question burned in her mind. What was that? It bypassed reason entirely and went straight to instinct. Razeal's gaze settled on her. It was calm and unhurried. Yes, he said, as if he continued a thought she had not finished. You did not. He tilted his head. You were threatening me. The words were not accusatory. That made them worse. Nyssa drew a slow breath. She steadied herself and forced her composure back into place, but she could not deny the faint tension that had crept into her chest. There was something in his eyes now. It was something she had not fully seen before. It was not anger. It was not arrogance. It was something colder. Around her, the other lords shifted. Almost without thinking, their hands loosened from their weapons. They did not fully step back, but they eased. They adjusted. The earlier readiness did not vanish, but it changed. It became cautious. Razeal looked at all of them again. His expression remained unreadable, almost lazy, as if the entire situation bored him slightly. Let me correct something, he said. His eyes returned to Nyssa, holding hers. I did not come here to threaten any of you. Silence followed. If I wanted your kingdom, he continued. His voice remained steady and matter of fact. Then none of you would be sitting here right now. He paused. There was no emphasis and no theatrics. Just a statement. I came here to offer it survival. I want the people of this kingdom, he went on. His gaze moved briefly toward the queen, then back across the table. Otherwise, I would not be here speaking to you like this. He narrowed his eyes. I would not bother learning your names, or listening to your history, or even seeing your faces. Murren frowned. Kale's posture stiffened, not in anger this time, but in confusion. You are fighting the wrong enemy, Razeal said. He spoke more quietly now. Your kingdom is already lost. The words landed heavily. Nyssa drew her brows together. She struggled to make sense of the claim. Lost? What did he mean by lost? I would not want it later, Razeal added. He sounded as if he clarified his own logic. There would be no kingdom of people that I want. There would be nothing left worth taking for me. That made no sense. Or did it? Your loyalty, he said. He glanced between them again. Your pride. He nodded. It is admirable. For a moment, something almost like approval flickered there. Then it vanished. It will not save you. The room stilled. Nyssa's mind raced. She tried to connect the war, the unknown faction, his confidence, and his insistence, but something remained missing. Who was the enemy? Why would he? You are currently being attacked, he said. He paused. He waited just long enough to make them lean into it without realizing it. By one of the 10 pillar families of the Empire of Etherian. The effect was immediate. It was not gradual. It was not subtle. It was immediate. Kale's expression froze. There was no anger, no defiance. Just blank shock. Murren's hand slipped from the table as his fingers lost their tension. Havek's breathing hitched. He made an audible sound as his face paled, not with the fear of death, but with the weight of realization. Nyssa did not move. Her eyes remained locked on Razeal, but something behind them fractured. It did not break her outward composure, but it shattered her internal resolve. A pillar family? No, that could not be. One by one, without instruction or command, the council sat back down. Chairs scraped softly against the floor. They did not move out of weakness or surrender. Their bodies simply reacted. The weight of the news pressed down on them all at once. A pillar family from the Empire of Etherian. The words settled, sank, and spread through the room like something heavy and irreversible. No one moved. No one spoke. No one seemed to breathe. The name carried weight beyond ordinary power. It was not merely a faction, or a force in politics or war. It was something closer to inevitability. The Empire of Etherian stood at the peak of the world hierarchy. It was untouchable, unchallenged, and a presence that defined the limits of what any other kingdom could aspire to. Within that empire, the pillar families were foundational. They were the very structure upon which that supremacy stood. To be targeted by one of them meant erasure. It was not war. It was not conflict. No kingdom, Not even the strongest beyond the empire borders could stand against such a force. That was not pessimism. It was reality. It was cold, absolute, and merciless. That sudden, crushing understanding moved through every person in that chamber. The pride that had stood firm moments ago did not vanish, but it faltered. Hope did not shatter dramatically. It simply dimmed. It dimmed quietly and irrevocably. Nyssa remained standing. For a moment, she forgot how to sit. She carried her composure precisely, but inside, something shifted. It was something deeper and harder to steady. She curled her fingers at her side. Her nails pressed faintly into her palm as she steadied her breathing. Inhale, hold, exhale. When she finally spoke, her voice remained quiet, not weak, but weighed down by the gravity of what she understood. Why, she asked. The question left her without force, almost instinctively. Her eyes fixed on Razeal. She seemed to know the answer, yet she tried to reject the reality. She wanted to question it. Did she believe him? Did any of them? No, not completely, not blindly. But the truth did not need belief to feel real. It made sense. They had anticipated this. Their faces clearly showed that. Razeal watched them. He tilted his head slightly. He looked at them with a mixture of confusion and observation. Razeal watched the queen, then let his gaze drift briefly across the other council members before returning to her. You all do not seem very surprised, he said. He spoke casually, as if commenting on something trivial, rather than the collapse of a kingdom's future. His tone carried no accusation, only observation, but that made the statement sharper. The Rock family. Razeal said the name softly. The words slipped out rather than being spoken intentionally. All eyes turned instinctively, immediately toward the queen. Grace sat at the head of the table. Her posture no longer held rigid, forced strength. Instead, she lowered her shoulders, carrying a weight that had not been visible before. She rested her hands in her lap. She stopped gripping her sword. Her fingers trembled faintly, but enough to be seen. She dropped her gaze, fixing it on something distant and unfocused. Sadness filled the space. It was not the sharp or reactive kind. It was something deeper. The other lords remained silent, but their expressions shifted. Recognition. Confirmation. Some clenched their jaws. Some looked away. None of them denied the reality. Nyssa turned back toward Razeal. Her earlier sharpness vanished. Something heavier replaced it. Resignation lingered in the air. The edge of defeat appeared in her eyes, faint but present. It is nothing, she said, though the words carried no real conviction. She offered a dismissal, a deflection, or perhaps she simply possessed an unwillingness to open that matter here. Razeal gave a small shrug, as if the matter did not concern him. For now, it did not. The queen clearly understood the reason. It seems, he said, his voice steady and indifferent, you all understand the severity of your situation now. That is good. I did not want to explain it further anyway. Silence filled the room. Looking at your faces, he continued, it seems you have already lost the will to fight. The words stung. They did not shout or insult in tone, but they struck too close to what the lords had begun to feel. Razeal leaned slightly forward. His tone remained unchanged. The simplest solution is right in front of you, he said. He gave a faint nod, as if confirming his own reasoning. Give me the kingdom. I will save it. Silence followed. This was not the tense or defiant kind from before. This felt different. Heavy. The lords looked at him, but their earlier fire dimmed. Reality disrupted them, pushing them beyond their limits. Even Kale, who had stood with such pride moments ago, sat with his jaw clenched. Thoughts collided with reality in a way that left no easy answer. Murren narrowed his eyes, not in calculation, but in troubled contemplation. Havok breathed unevenly, his usual composure slipping under pressure he could not quantify. Grace did not even look up. Her gaze remained lowered, her shoulders still, her expression unreadable. Had she agreed? Had she rejected him? Or had she simply stopped caring, even if only for a moment? The thought lingered in the room like something fragile. They had already seen the end. A kingdom of proud corpses. A last stand with no victory. A crack echoed. Kale slammed his fist onto the table. He did not use uncontrolled rage, but a restrained force that left visible fractures spreading across the stone surface. His shoulders tensed. He lowered his head, clenching his teeth hard enough to grind them. He breathed heavily now, not from panic or defeat, but from fury and frustration. For what? Kale growled. His voice was rough, sharp, and filled with a refusal to submit. He snapped his head up, locking eyes with Razeal with renewed intensity. The blind anger vanished, replaced by something grounded and desperate. For what reason are you saying all this? To mock us? He tightened his hand again. His knuckles turned white. You think you can handle a pillar family? He demanded the answer. The words came faster, edged with disbelief and anger. On your own. Do you take us for fools? The question hung raw and unfiltered in the air. Even if everything Razeal said proved true, even if they faced doom, who was he to stand there and claim he could change that? Kale pressed his fingers harder against the cracked surface of the table. The fractures beneath his fist spread slightly further with a dry, snapping sound. He spoke again, his voice filling with a bitter edge. Let me guess. Kale exhaled through his nose and shook his head once, as if rejecting the very direction his own thoughts took. You are not here for the kingdom. He lifted his eyes, locking onto Razeal with hardened suspicion. You are here for us. The implication settled immediately. The 10 great saints. Kale let out a short, humorless breath. Show us the severity of the situation. Break whatever resolve we have left. And then what? Convince us to walk away with you. He flicked his gaze toward the shadows around Razeal, toward the unseen presence they all knew existed. Make a deal? Like you did with them? Tamir guards? Kale shook his head more forcefully. His armor gave a faint metallic creak as his shoulders shifted with restrained agitation. No. The word came firm and absolute. We will not run. We will fight. His eyes burned, red creeping into the edges as his emotions pushed past restraint. And if that fight ends here, then so be it. We die for this kingdom. Nyssa turned slightly toward him. Her expression softened, not with weakness, but with understanding. Lord Draven, she said quietly. Her tone carried a faint sorrow beneath its control. She understood. They all understood. This was not just pride or stubbornness. This was identity. Razeal listened. He did not interrupt or react outwardly. He simply watched, as if allowing Kale to finish was something he had already decided to do. When the last trace of Kale's voice faded into the chamber, Razeal moved. He stood up slowly. The chair behind him scraped against the stone floor with a sharp, harsh sound, but in the silence, it carried further than it should have. He straightened slowly, his posture relaxed and casual, as if rising in a room full of hostility meant nothing to him. His gaze passed over them again, slower this time. He measured and concluded. It seems, he said, his voice calm and detached, from your words and your expressions, you have already given up. He looked at each of them. Kale, Nyssa, Murrin, Havek, and finally the Queen. You all did. The statement landed differently this time. It acted not as an accusation or an insult, but as a conclusion. And that, he continued, tilting his head slightly, means none of you deserve this kingdom anymore. I will take it from here, and I will ensure the existence of this kingdom and its people. Kale's restraint snapped again. You are sprouting nonsense. He burst out. His voice rose, anger surging back to the surface as if rejecting everything he had just heard. No. Nyssa extended her arm instantly. Her hand stopped him, not forcefully, but firmly enough that he understood. Her eyes did not leave Razeal. Do you understand what you are saying? She asked. Her voice remained steady, but carried a sharper note of scrutiny. Do you have the capability to back those words? She flicked her gaze toward the unseen guards. 10 great saints are not going to do anything against a pillar family. It is insignificant. Razeal's lips curved. He did not mock them or show shallow amusement. Something about her question seemed expected. He spread his hands in an open, dismissive gesture. You have already given up, he said again, his tone unchanged. What right does that give you to question me? The words stung, not because they were loud, but because they struck directly at what she herself had begun to feel. Nyssa inhaled slowly, steadying herself. She kept her reaction clear and precise. Then answer this, she said, narrowing her eyes slightly. Why? Her voice remained calm, but the question beneath it possessed great weight. Why would someone do this? Why would someone willingly place themselves against a pillar family? For what gain? For what purpose? Why do you want this kingdom so badly? She continued, that you are willing to make an enemy of a pillar family of Etherian. If you truly possess the strength you imply, why this place? What is there for you to gain? Razeal's expression remained unchanged. That, he said simply, is not something you need to concern yourself with either. He felt annoyed that he had to ask them like this, but he knew he had no other way. He could not take the kingdom by force. That would only create conflict. People would get hurt and see him as an enemy, which was the exact opposite of what he wanted. In his own interest, he needed to be seen as a savior. After all, for fate to spin. Focus on what matters. His eyes held hers. Your pride is useless right now. The word pride felt heavier now than before. If you continue like this, he added, everyone in this kingdom will die. Silence followed. There was no resistance and no agreement. Just silence. They knew. They knew he was not wrong about that part. And I can prevent that, Razeal finished. None of the lords spoke immediately. They did not accept his words, but they could not dismiss them either. That was the problem. That made the situation dangerous. Nyssa exhaled slowly, her thoughts turning inward. His confidence did not feel reckless or blind. It felt structured and deliberate. That made it worse. If he were a fool, this would be easy to reject, but he did not act like one. If you truly have that level of power, she began again, quieter and more measured, then why come here at all? Why not simply take the kingdom by force? The question hung sharp, logical, and unavoidable in the air. Grace lifted her head before Razeal could answer. Her eyes searched his, uncertain. Something fragile but undeniable existed in them. Hope. Something that had not existed a moment ago. Razeal shifted his attention to her. For the first time since the conversation began, he did not respond immediately to Nyssa. He looked at the Queen. Then, he spread his hands again, as if presenting something simple. It is just a pillar family, he said. The words sounded almost absurd in the room. Believe me, I have done far more scary things. A faint grin followed, confident in a way that did not need to prove itself. Your Majesty. Grace's eyes trembled slightly. She did not believe him. But what did belief matter when they had nothing else left? Just who are you? Nyssa's voice cut in again, sharper and more focused. She narrowed her gaze as she studied him, not for his words this time, but for the truth of his identity. Chapter 144. Who are you? Nyssa's gaze did not waver as she asked, her dark eyes fixed on him with a precision that no longer carried just suspicion, but intent. She was not asking out of curiosity anymore. She was dissecting him, trying to place him somewhere within the structure of the world she understood, and failing. That failure made the question necessary. Razeal did not answer immediately. He stood still, as if the silence itself were part of his response. His eyes drifted briefly across the room once more. He was not hurried, not uncertain, just measured. Everyone seemed to want the same answer now. His gaze returned to Nyssa. "You are asking the wrong question," he said at last. His tone was not dismissive, but it did not carry the weight of something he intended to explain either. It was simple, direct. That alone made it frustrating. Nyssa's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then give me the right one," she replied without hesitation. A faint pause passed. Razeal tilted his head a fraction. "What can I do for this kingdom?" he said. "That is what matters." That answer did not satisfy her. It avoided everything she wanted to know. "And yet," she said, her voice sharpening, "you expect us to hand over a sovereign nation to someone we know nothing about?" There was no hostility in her tone, but no softness either. No origin, no allegiance, no intent beyond your own words. She shook her head. "Power alone does not grant legitimacy," she added. Razeal looked at her for a moment longer, then exhaled faintly through his nose. He had expected this line of reasoning from the start. "Legitimacy?" he repeated quietly. He gave a small shake of his head. "You do not have that luxury anymore." The words were calm, not harsh, not raised, but they landed harder than anything else he had said so far. The others stiffened and frowned deeply. They knew he was not entirely wrong. That was the problem. Razeal continued, his voice steady. "You are not choosing between me and your current rule." His gaze moved briefly toward the queen, then back to Nyssa. "You are choosing between survival and collapse." Grace's fingers tightened slightly in her lap. Survival. Or collapse. Was it truly that simple? No, it could not be. But what if it was? Razeal stepped forward slightly. He was not aggressive or imposing, but he moved enough to close the distance. The movement drew instant attention. Every pair of eyes sharpened, every instinct alerted, yet none of them moved. "You asked who I am," he said. Though his voice did not rise or sharpen, something in it settled like a blade placed carefully on a table rather than drawn in haste. It was not louder or heavier, but more deliberate, as if he had chosen each word before allowing it to exist. "I am the only person in this room who can deal with what is coming." The words did not echo, yet they carried. They moved through the chamber, brushed against stone and steel, and then stopped. Silence followed. It was not agreement. It was not acceptance. It was a thick, unmoving silence, almost oppressive because no one there could immediately deny it. 10 great saints under his command. An origin none of them could trace. A confidence that had not cracked once under pressure. He possessed clear, unsettling knowledge of a threat they had only begun to understand. Was he stronger than them? Not necessarily in the absolute sense. Not against a pillar family of the empire. But here in this room, in this moment? Yes. He was better positioned, better prepared, better informed. That fact, however bitter, none of them could refute. The realization pressed quietly against their pride, and even Nyssa, who had stood like an iron pillar until now, said nothing. Her gaze remained on him, but her silence was no longer resistance. It was calculation. Crack. The sudden, sharp report of wood striking under force broke the stillness like glass shattering. Murenthal's palm came down hard against the table. The impact rang through the chamber, pulling every wandering thought back into place. The old man rose to his feet. He moved slower than Kale would have, less dramatically, but there was weight in it. It was a kind of authority that did not need to shout to be heard. His usual composure remained, but it was strained now, stretched thin by the pressure of everything that had been said. "That is not how this works," he said. His voice was firm, steady, but no longer entirely calm. "You cannot claim a kingdom simply by asking for it. Not to us. Not to anyone." His eyes locked onto Razeal's, unwavering, sharp with a clarity that cut through the confusion lingering in the room. "No one here has the authority to hand you a crown. Not us. Not the Iron Council. Not even Her Majesty." His hand remained on the table, fingers slightly curled. A faint tremor in them betrayed the strain beneath his controlled tone. "We do not give rulers. We do not appoint kings by convenience." The words struck differently than Kale's anger or Nyssa's warning. They were not driven by pride or by fear, but by structure, by law. By something older than any one of them in that room. As he spoke, the others began to settle, not into agreement yet, but into attention. Even the queen, who had been drowning in her own thoughts moments ago, lifted her gaze, drawn back by the weight of Murren's voice. "People make the king," Murren continued. Each word was measured, deliberate, as if laying down foundations rather than arguments. He straightened fully, his presence filling the space without needing force. "If you wish to be recognized as one, then earn it. Go to war. Face what is coming. Defend this land not with promises, not with words, but with action. Let the people see you. Let them decide if you are worthy of standing above them." His gaze sharpened slightly. "Because if they do not accept you, then no title we give you will matter." A pause followed. Then, quieter but no less firm. "Also, if you will not even give us your name, if you stand here cloaked in mystery, refusing to reveal even the simplest truth of who you are, then what right do you have to demand loyalty? To demand faith? A kingdom is not ruled by power alone. It is ruled by identity, by trust, by something people can stand behind." His eyes did not leave Razeal's. "Tell me, what flag would they raise for you? What name would they shout? Who are they supposed to believe in?" The question lingered, heavier than any accusation. Razeal turned his head slightly, looking at him fully. For a moment, he said nothing. He did not lack an answer. For the first time since entering this chamber, he considered the premise. The man was not wrong. Not entirely. In fact, he was right in a way that Razeal himself had overlooked. He had approached this from the perspective of power, of outcome, and of inevitability, but not from the perspective of acceptance. People make the king. The words echoed faintly in his mind. When had he stopped considering that? Or had he ever considered it at all? A faint, almost imperceptible shift passed through his expression. It was not doubt or hesitation, but recognition. So this is the piece I missed. He had been thinking ahead of control, of reshaping, but not of the path required to anchor that control into something stable. He could take a kingdom. That was not the issue. But could he make it his in a way that lasted? That was different. Murren, seeing the silence, did not stop. He turned slightly, his gaze shifting toward Nyssa. Also, Lady Vera, he said, addressing her directly. His tone regained some of its earlier composure, though the intensity remained beneath it. Your great ancestor, Sir Vermin Verisol, did not claim authority by birthright alone. He earned it. He placed a subtle emphasis on the words. He stood when this land was on the brink of collapse. He fought. He bled. He became the reason this kingdom still exists. The room seemed to grow quieter at the mention of that name, history pressing in like a weight behind the present. Only after that, only after he was recognized as worthy, did he choose to pass the crown to House Valen. Murren's gaze returned forward. That was not a right he was born with. That was a right he earned. And today, he continued, his voice lowering slightly but carrying further because of it, we stand in a moment not unlike that one. Our kingdom faces destruction. We lack the strength to defend it. He made no attempt to hide it. No pride shielded the truth. If someone truly has the ability to stand against what is coming, then we do not have the authority to deny that reality. Nor do we have the right to decide, in isolation, who should rule after. He looked directly at Razeal again. If you save this kingdom, if you prove yourself in the eyes of its people, then perhaps the right to rule it will follow. Not because we grant it to you, but because it will no longer be ours to deny. I think Sir Vermin Verisol would agree with me, and we shall have the dignity to serve that person as honoring the one who is recognized. Murren finished. His voice remained steady, though the weight behind it had not lessened. His eyes moved across the table, resting briefly on each of the lords, and then on the queen herself. He did not demand agreement, but asked for acknowledgement. It came, slowly, quietly, but clearly. A shift occurred. It was not loud or dramatic, but undeniable. A moment ago, they had been arguing from pride, from position, from instinct. Now, they were being forced to look at something far more uncomfortable. Truth. The kind that does not flatter. The kind that strips away authority, and leaves only responsibility behind. Even Grace, who had remained silent through most of it, did not speak, but her eyes lowered slightly. That alone said enough. Recognition. And beneath it, shame. Nyssa exhaled quietly, the tension that had coiled within her loosening just enough for clarity to return. She understood it now. She had gone wrong. She had been defending the throne as if it were something to be protected from being taken, when the real question was whether they still had the right to guard it at all. A faint, almost self-critical smile touched her lips for the briefest moment before fading. Lord Thul, she said, inclining her head slightly toward him. Thank you. There was no hesitation in her tone, no resistance, just acknowledgement. Then she turned back toward Razeal. Her gaze remained sharp, but no longer hostile. You heard him, she continued, her voice calm and composed, carrying authority without aggression. The throne is not something we trade. It is not something we hand over, not even in desperation. Her eyes held his. If you want it, earn it. A pause followed, not for effect, but because the weight of what she was saying deserved space to settle. Whoever has the strength to protect this kingdom, whoever proves themselves worthy of it, has the right to stand above it, she added. This time her words were not directed at Razeal alone. They moved across the room, encompassing everyone present. Lords, Queen, Council. It was a statement of principle, not negotiation. One by one, the others nodded. Some slower than others, some with reluctance. But they understood. This was the line. The only one left. Grace remained still, her hands resting lightly in her lap, her gaze lowered not out of submission, but out of something far more personal. This is because of me, she thought. The realization settled heavier than anything spoken aloud. Because I am not enough. Her fingers tightened slightly against the fabric of her dress. The faint tremor betrayed what her expression refused to show. 2 years. Only 2 years on the throne and already the kingdom stood at the edge of collapse. Her father had been strong. A ruler others followed without question. And her? She had inherited the crown, but not the weight it required to hold it steady. Shame pressed against her chest, quiet but relentless. If I were stronger, would any of this be happening? Razeal watched them. All of them. For the first time since entering this chamber, his expression shifted internally, though not enough for most to notice. He could see it now. The change. Just moments ago, this room had been divided, each of them clinging to their own perspective and their own reactions. Now they were aligned. Not in agreement with him, but in agreement with each other. That made them stronger. More dangerous, in a way that had nothing to do with power. All that from a few words. His gaze drifted briefly toward Murren from the corner of his eye. Interesting. He had not expected that. The old man had not raised his voice much, and had not asserted dominance. He had simply redirected them. He reframed the situation. And it had worked. Efficient, clean, and effective. Razeal almost appreciated it. Nyssa then lifted her head. Her eyes met his directly this time. There was no hesitation in her gaze, only a quiet firmness shaped by the discussion that had just unfolded. You understand what this council represents, do you not? She asked. Her voice was steady, not cold or warm, but grounded. It carried the weight of someone trying desperately to stand where they were meant to stand, even if they were not sure they could hold it. We are not asking for your help, she continued. There was something important in that distinction. Nor are we forcing you. This was never your war to begin with. A slight pause followed. But if you choose to stand in it, if you choose to fight, and if you save this kingdom, then you will be recognized and respected. I will make sure of that. Nyssa stepped forward slightly, her gaze sharpening again, not in opposition, but in intent. This was the real question, the one that mattered more than anything said before. You need to understand what you are stepping into, she said. Her tone was quieter now, but far more serious. 10 great saints, even combined with everything this kingdom has, may still not be enough. She let the name linger unspoken for a moment. The Rock family. A breath escaped her. We are prepared to die for this land. That is not bravado. That is reality. Her eyes did not leave his. So I will ask you clearly. There was no decoration or pretense. Will you still fight? For a kingdom that is not yours, against an enemy you have no obligation to face, knowing full well what it could cost you. The room held its breath. This was the moment. Not the earlier confrontation. Not the demand for the throne. This. Because here, there was nothing to gain. Only risk. Only danger. Only consequence. Nyssa watched him closely, every instinct sharpened. Now we see who you really are. If he was bluffing, if he was here to intimidate, to posture, to take advantage, this was where it would break. This was where he would step back, withdraw, or disengage. The others watched just as closely. Kale's eyes narrowed, his posture tense, ready to catch even the smallest flicker of hesitation. Murren observed in silence, weighing. Havek barely moved, but his attention was fixed. Even Grace, especially Grace, was watching him now, waiting. Razeal did not speak immediately. He looked at Nyssa, then at the queen, then at the others, and then he just smiled. It was not wide or mocking, just a simple, genuine shift at the corner of his lips, as if something had finally aligned in a way that made sense to him. I understand, he said, giving a small nod, as though confirming something internally, rather than responding outwardly. So, leave it to me. That was it. No speech, no declaration, no reassurance, just that. And somehow, it unsettled them more than anything else. Eyebrows lifted, expressions tightened. Kale blinked once, clearly not expecting that response. Nyssa's gaze sharpened further, searching his face for something, anything, that might contradict what he had just said. No hesitation, no calculation, there was none. No flicker of doubt, no sign of deception. Either he was extraordinarily skilled at hiding it, or he meant it. Then there was something else. No fear, not even a trace. If anything, was that anticipation, excitement. The thought did not sit well, but it lingered. And whether they liked it or not, they had no choice but to take him at his word. Did you mean it? Nyssa asked. The question came quieter this time, stripped of the sharp edge it had carried before, yet heavier for it. It was not suspicion anymore, not entirely. It was something closer to confirmation, or perhaps a final test. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.